The Young Master in the Shadows. By Akaichi. He has returned to the past. And this time he will live up to his role as a young master, which he lost in the past. He will use all the resources of his family to his advantage. He will cheat the world itself. This is a harem and intrigue story, where he will get what he wants, he will build his own super hidden power, and he will protect his loved ones this time. He has locked himself in the royal library's secret room. He was going to perform a forbidden ritual. The angry shouts of the guards, who were pounding on the door with their heavy axes, did not faze him. These doors were meant to keep people out. This ritual was his last hope. He didn't have enough data and was unsure if this would work. But he didn't have much time left. It's now or never. His lifespan was already over, and he would not live to see the morning sun anyway. He could barely use his shaking hands to hold the black book and activate it with a drop of his blood when the iron doors were blasted open and the world turned white. The headache made him wake up. Where am I? Victor thought. Looking around him, he saw that he was laying on a big bed in the center of a lavish room with a high, decorated ceiling and ornamented wallpapers. He had succeeded. It was a huge gamble, but he pulled it off. He had just returned 200 years to the modern age, to the time when he was still a teenager. He is now in his old room. He lived in here when he was a kid. This is the mansion of his father, who is one of the elders of the von Weiss family, one of the 5 hidden families who control the old continent. His name is Victor von Weiss, one of the family heirs. His childhood here was not a happy one. Although he was one of the family's legitimate heirs, he had a weak body. He failed to master the family's secret art, which all the descendants were required to practice. His failure led to him having lower status than his peers. After that, he was barely qualified in the coming-of-age ceremony, a ritual that every true von Weiss has to go through. So he was assigned a minor role in the family where he was able to enjoy life for a few years. But his life changed when he was led to a trap by his enemies. And he had to break a family rule to save a friend. But in this kind of family, rules can't be broken, so he was kicked out and had to live the next 20 years in suffering and poverty. Then the reckoning night came, that's what they called it. That day when the rules of the world evolved. Numerous things changed that night, and one of them was his destiny. He was able to awaken his noble bloodline. When he returned to the family to prove himself and take what's rightfully his, it was too late. His family seemed to have angered some rising hero and were wiped out in one night, leaving the land where its mansions once stood tall a desolate ruin. No one survived, and all of his loved ones were dead. And he could do nothing, that guy was very powerful, another league type of powerful. He wandered around the new world as a loner for a few years, then settled down, fell in love, and had a family. But the past always hunted him. The one who annihilated his family back then found him. And from his mouth, Victor learned about what happened back then. That man, after wiping out the von Weiss family, discovered the truth about their immortal bloodline. He wanted it for himself. But he had already ordered the death of everyone in the family. So he had been hunting for Victor ever since, and he had just found his prey. He captured Victor with his children and killed his wife, who was deemed useless. Then he brutally extracted their essence blood using an artifact, leaving them to die. Victor survived thanks to a lucky chance. But he was hurt badly, and he knew that he would eventually die as he could feel the immortality granted by his bloodline was fading. He returned to his ancestral home and began to dig in the burnt ruins. He uncovered many secrets there and was able to extend his life by a few decades. But alas, no way to restore his bloodline. His family was only beginning to discover its marvelous uses when they were annihilated. He spent the next decade in research and study, and then, by a pure coincidence, he heard about the Black Book. People knew it was precious since it had a SSS rank artifact, but it was pretty much useless. Its power is time travel. But despite its enormous activation cost, you can only go back in time for 1 second if you use it. And you can only return in mind, not in body. For others, it could only serve as a collection and research item. An extravagant one at that. But, for him, who had seen a similar treasure in his travels and knew about a little bug, it was an amazing treasure. He had some hope at last. To go near the book, he had to take the job of a librarian in the Royal Library where it was kept, and after many years of hard work, he was able to get close enough to it to study it then activate it. Now he is back. He is going to live a fulfilled life. He will use his knowledge to create a power that no other can rival. And those who hurt him before would pay a heavy price, even if the world itself shelters them, like that guy. First things first, he thought. First, he has to set the things in the family right and prepare his cards for the reckoning at the same time. It's never too early to prepare. The reckoning signs are already there, but only those with good eyes and ears have noticed. The world today is like a child who will hit puberty at that night. In the current world, the rules are yet to be solidified. The world is like a child who is still naive. Many people got their chances around this time. And now he is going to be the bad uncle who cheats this child. He searched under the pillow for his phone, and there it was, with its shiny gold-plated back. He remembers he used this during his first year in high school. It was a gift from his mother for finishing middle school. Looking at the time. It was now 5:16 a.m., the 21st of June. It was in the summer break, and he will have to start high school in September. But that was not the vital thing. What really matters is the coming-of-age ceremony, which will happen tonight. All pure-blood male members in the family would live under the care of their parents until they reach adulthood, where they would be taught family literature and martial arts. But after the ceremony, they would be granted resources depending on their test results and were expected to do family assignments in the outside world. Luckily, he returned at the right time. If he was late by just one day, things would have been a little troublesome. He jumped out of bed, took off his shirt, and inspected his sickly body. Just as he remembered, he had a small stature, his skin as white as snow, and had a beautiful face. He inherited it from his mother. His silky hair is a dark shade of purple-gray, inherited from his father. This purple hair is a unique feature in his family. There were many speculations and rumors about the reason for this color, but he knew it. He learned about it when it was too late, the unique otherworldly bloodline of his family. He has to awaken it as early as possible. Perhaps in the ceremony tonight, there will be a chance. Looking beyond the curtains, out of the huge window near his bed, he could see the expansive forest surrounding the mansion and vaguely glimpse at the roofs of his uncles' and relatives' mansions on the horizon. He could faintly make out the sound of sea waves in the distance. He was on an island. And this entire island was part of his family's base, which only the pure-blood descendants and their servants can live in. At precisely 6 a.m., there was a light knock on the door. A beautiful woman stepped in. Her name was Olivia, one of the maids in the mansion. He remembers her well. She was one of his father's trusted servants, and maybe a little more than that. "Young master, I am here to wake you up. The master has instructed that you should be ready for breakfast at 6:30 in the first dining room." Victor nodded his head. "I understand. I will be there on time." The maid bowed, then stepped back and closed the door on her way out. He took a quick shower and then changed his clothes while recalling all the information about his family. His father had 3 official wives in addition to countless concubines and lovers. His mother was the second official wife of his father, and that is because of him, his brother, and 2 sisters. All of them have purple-gray hair and a pure bloodline. Only women who give birth to bloodline heirs are eligible to be wives, the 317th family rule dictates. When his father met his mother, she was just a little model who wanted to score with his super-rich father. But after she gave birth to his eldest sister, she was quickly canonized as an official wife. As for the children who have no bloodline, they are considered illegitimate. If they are talented, they would be given a chance to serve the family. If not, they would just be given some money and education, then left to live their lives. Many successful entrepreneurs and business owners are just illegitimate children from such families. Looking out of the window at the rising sun on the horizon over the forest. It's time, he thought. A knock on the door, a petite young maid stepped in, she looked at him nervously. Young master, do you need any help? The mistress asked me to lead you downstairs. No, I am ready. Let's go. Following the maid, he stepped out of the room and closed the door. Victor rarely met his father. So having breakfast with Theodore von Weiss was not an insignificant occasion for him and his siblings. As Theodore was a very busy man. He had a lot of businesses and, concubines to take care of. Stepping into the dining room, Victor looked around and could only sigh. His mother and two stepmothers are already in their positions next to the empty seat at the head of the table. His younger sister and two half-brothers were there too. His older siblings are already adults and have their own households and businesses to attend to. He adjusted his breathing, then cupped his hands and greeted his elders as per the family's tradition. Good morning, first mother, second mother, third mother, he said with a nervous look on his face. He was not really nervous, but he had to act the part. At that age, he was a very timid young man. Good morning, Victor, come sit down by my side, your father is about to arrive, this will be your last official breakfast as a member of this household, said his biological mother, Elena Carlson von Weiss, with a broad captivating smile. Although she was the second wife of his father, she was his favorite. His stepmothers didn't like her but couldn't do anything against her. His two older siblings have already fared magnificently during their coming-of-age ceremonies, and they now hold very good positions in the family's hierarchy. His step-sibling was staring at him with contempt in their eyes. He knew that neither they nor their mother held much respect towards him. If it was not for his mother's protection, he would have already been banished from the house. But after the ceremony tonight, she wouldn't be able to help him per family rules, and she wouldn't need to, he had his plans. Just when he reached his chair and prepared to sit down, his father entered the room with his maid Olivia and head butler George right behind him. George was both a very loyal and a very powerful man. It is said that he saved his father's life more than once. He helped Victor a lot in his past life when all others gave up on him. The butler moved the chair for his master, while Victor, his siblings, and his mother stood up in respect and greeted the head of the house. Theodore had purple hair and a handsome face with no trace of aging. All von Weiss had long lives. Are you ready for tonight's ceremony, Victor? His father asked as he sat at the head of the table. Yes, father, Victor answered in a low voice while keeping his head down. He has to be low-key, he reminded himself. Good, we will set off right before noon, and no matter what your results, you will be an adult after this. I hope you live up to my expectations, he said, but everyone in the family knew that his father had no expectations for him, ever since he failed to reach the initial stage of the secret arts of the family. While all youngsters in the family would have already reached the fourth stage by the time for their ceremonies. Father, can you tell us about the ceremony? Asked John, one of his stepbrothers. His ceremony would be next year. John was the only son of his third mother, he is younger than him by 1 year. Their relationship was always strained as John always wanted to surpass Victor to get a better position for his mother. If it was just about this, Victor would not care, but John was a vicious beast who would stop at nothing. In his past life, John was one of the culprits of the scheme that caused his banishment. Theodore glared at him. Don't ask stupid questions, John, you know quite well that the ceremony is a secret, you can only know it in detail when it's your time. His father rebuked. John flinched from his father's harsh stare, then he quickly found an excuse. Father, it's just I am concerned about my brother's well-being, will his life be in danger? Concerned my ass, Victor thought, he knew that his brothers and stepmothers could not wait for him to die. There is always a risk, Theodore said while looking at his second wife who had a nervous look, but where there is risk there is reward. Father means that my brother would be in danger? He asked, while provoking Victor with his poisonous eyes. As I said, the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, Theodore said. John looked at Victor and sneered, "Did you hear bother? You have to be careful." Victor could feel the malice in John's advice. He did not really care, but he acted as if he was frightened and kept his eyes to his plate, while his hand shook a bit, while he continued to have his breakfast in silence. After the meal, his father asked Victor to follow him to the study. Victor naturally knew what this was all about. Entering the lavish study, Theodore firmly closed the door, then ordered his son to sit by the heavy ebony desk while he sat behind it. "You have grown up," said Theodore. "After tonight you will be a full-grown von Weiss. You should do your best not to disgrace the family's name. Your elder siblings have achieved great results in their ceremonies, while I don't expect you to do the same. At least promise me to do your best." His father glared at him with his piercing gaze. "I understand, father," Victor said. "Good. Now, listen well," Theodore said. "It is customary in the family for the father to explain the true family rules and rituals for the candidate on the day of the ceremony. All the family rules you learned till now were made for a reason. It is to protect a secret so profound it can shake the foundation of the world," Theodore said while glaring at Victor's eyes, who had to fake curious look on his face. "You would not believe it, but the best way to explain it is like this." Theodore paused. "Our world has video game rules," he added while glancing at the doubting, shocked look on Victor's face. He continued, "Our ancestor discovered this truth during an expedition to the north 600 years ago. There, he found a cave, and in it, there was an orb. The orb glowed with a faint blue light, and when the ancestor touched it, he was amazed at what he saw. A shimmering light veil appeared out of thin air with an alien script. He did not know what the letters were, but magically he could understand their meaning. It said 'player registered.' In old times I would have had to explain what that meant to you, but now you probably guessed thanks to all the time you spend on your console games." Victor looked at his father as if he was questioning his sanity. He did have that look in his previous life, but today he understood the truth far better than his father. Yes, this world had video game rules. And as far as he knows, those rules seem to be slowly integrating into this world. It can be said too that video games' emergence is a phenomenon related to these rules. Of course, our ancestor, Sir Nicholas von Weiss, had no idea what that meant, but during his lifetime he was able to figure it out. He brought the orb back to this land and used it as a foundation to build his family. Later, he discovered that not only his family had such an item, but there exist others too. "The other 4 oligarchs?" asked Victor. Theodore nodded his head. "That's how we dominate the world. Every artifact like this has its own rules for granting a player status. Sadly, only 1 of every 10 heirs in our family can succeed in becoming a player. Ours has something to do with many factors like bloodline and martial aptitude. And being a virgin is one factor in the assessment. For that reason, all heirs are forbidden from being in a relationship before the ceremony," he said as he glared at Victor, who shrank his head. "The player status granted by the orb enabled our family to be one of the strongest families in the world. The secret art that the youth practice is meant to increase the concentration of our bloodline so that we could have a better chance at becoming players. Unfortunately, you could not cultivate it, so your chances would not be good." Of course, he could not practice the art. What he discovered later is that his bloodline is already complete, more complete than his ancestor. He does not need such an art. On the contrary, practicing it is what made him sick and powerless. What he needed was an awakening art. Theodore looked at his son's confused face and continued as if he didn't care if Victor believed him or not. "You would only have 1 chance for awakening using the awakening orb. The younger you are, the better. After touching the orb, it will test your will and bloodline. It will give you points to allocate depending on the results. You would then have to allocate these points as you do in a video game. You must allocate most of your points to the authority field, as it is the most important one. There will be 3 outcomes. If your points were not enough and your authority is 0, you simply die. About 50% of the candidates suffer instant death. Theodore said as if it was nothing, watching Victor's face turn white in shock. The second outcome is, if your authority is one you gain half-player status or what we call a semi-player, you will have some of the strength and perks of a player, but you will not be able to communicate with the world system or level up. The last case is an authority of 2 or more, and you would be labeled as a player, giving you a class and some skills, he explained to the shocked Victor. The higher your authority, the better. It will affect everything from your arts to how much you can level up and grow in the future. As for the other attributes and your class, if you gained one, you are free to choose your own path. That's all I can tell you for now, and any further discussion will have to wait till after the ceremony. Are we clear? What about you, father? And what about my siblings? Victor asked with a half-believing look as if he didn't already know. I have an authority of 6 and I am a great warrior. After my ceremony, I had a good start with 3 levels of authority, something that few in the family could achieve, and after that due to hard work and a certain opportunity one was able to upgrade to this level. As for your siblings, you will have to ask them yourself. His father answered as if he did not want to waste his breath. It was not that Theodore hated Victor, it's just that he thought that Victor would probably lose his life in the ceremony. And can't help him, every pureblood von Weiss has to go through the ritual, that's the rules, and the rules can't be broken. His father stood up and looked out of the window with his back to Victor, probably hiding the worry in his eyes. Now go. Say goodbye to your mother and sister. And remember, don't reveal anything to anyone. If anything leaked, you would be punished according to family rules. Yes, father. Victor stepped back while almost failing to hide the shake in his hands. They were not shakes of fear, but excitement. After leaving the study, Victor's first action was to return to his room. He instructed the maids to pack the last of his luggage. And it will be shipped out after the ceremony. Then after the maids left, Victor sat on his bed and waited while thinking about his next step. This is going to be another gamble, he thought. He had a reason to wait. As there is an important item that he needs for his plan, and this item will be delivered to him at any moment now. He did not have to wait for long, as a few minutes later, the room's heavy door was pushed open. Ha ha, brother, I hope you get a good result tonight. I heard about it from my big brother. The ceremony is very dangerous and half of the candidates would die every year. A youth with curly purple hair swaggered into the room with an evil grin. And behind him, an exquisite maid followed in silence. This was Luke von Weiss, the youngest son of the first lady of the house and Victor's last stepbrother. The maid behind him was his personal maid and bodyguard. If outsiders saw her, they would presume she was Luke's little lover, but Victor knew that the heirs of the von Weiss family were forbidden from getting laid before the coming-of-age ceremony, as it is said to dilute their bloodline. As for poor Victor, he was forbidden from recruiting a maid till his ceremony because he was almost seduced by one when he hit puberty a few years back. That accident ruined his reputation and he was punished very hard by his father and had to spend the rest of his middle school days in an all-boys aristocratic boarding school. Victor looked at Luke and smiled. I am not afraid, I will make our father proud like my elder brother and sister. I heard that big brother Rex's results were barely passable, and father was so angry with him that he sent him to be a part of the Dark Jungle expedition, he said. The first mother has 3 children, the eldest, Max, is a player. While the second, Rex, is just a semi-player and his father was very disappointed with him back then. And the youngest was Luke, who is yet to be an adult. This lineup put Luke's mother in a tight spot. Victor's mother already has 2 full players' offspring, and there were talks in the family for her to be the main wife. Although his mother's and younger siblings have no knowledge about the hidden rules of the world and who is a player and who is not, they know that some heirs would be more valued than others after the ceremony, and it has to do with some secret test and bloodline purity. Hearing Victor's ridicule, Luke's face turned red with anger. But he was no fool and knew that he can only swallow this bad breath. He can't screw up his brother's plan. He knew that using the thing his father gave him, he can ensure that Victor will disappear forever. Brother, there is no need for such talk, said Luke with a silly smile. I just came here to wish you a good ceremony, and hope that you will succeed. With that, Luke stepped forward and gave Victor a tight hug, then backed away awkwardly and left the room in a hurry. If his father saw that right now, he would really believe that Luke cared about his brother. Watching her master leave, the maid followed him quickly, without forgetting to give a bow to Victor before closing the door on her way out. Victor stared at the door for a moment, then burst into a laugh. Ha ha, this stupid bother of mine can really act. In my past life I did truly fall for this stupid play of his. Reaching his hand into his jacket's pocket, he took out a pure black octagonal piece of jade. This thing was put there by Luke when he hugged him. At last, in my past life I was screwed by this rune, but now this will be the key to my success, thought Victor. This jade is called Reduction Rune, and it was a very rare SSS item. Its effect is the permanent reduction by one of any attribute defined by the user. However, it also has the passive effect of reducing all the attributes when equipped. Of course, his brother did not know what was this thing nor how to activate it, but he seemed to have figured out that this stone will make the holder weaker. It was probably one of his elder stepbrother's plans. He planned to use it to lower Victor's chances of completing the ritual. In his past life, his brother's plan only half succeeded. With his qualification and bloodline, Victor should have been able to be a full player with ease, but he fell short by just a few points because of the rune, and could only be a semi-player with a very weak position in the family. Victor knew about this plan later, when Luke bragged in front of him on the night of his banishment. He still remembers the ugly smirk on his face to this day. Looking at the jade Victor sighed. This thing was kept by him in his past life as a memento. Before discovering its real use, this rune will be the essential key to his next step. Victor took a leather bag from his closet, then put the rune in it, before returning it to his pocket. Holding the rune in a bag will not be considered equipping. Then he adjusted his clothes, and gave his room one last look, then went downstairs. His mother was waiting for him in the hallway. She gave him a tight hug. Be careful, and no matter what, you have to return alive, she said with tears in the corner of her eyes. She had to act strong. Yes, mother, he replied while feeling the warmth in his heart. His mother is the only one who has never lost hope in him. His little sister Lara peeked from behind his mother and looked sadly at her brother. Goodbye, brother, she said, and ran away. But Victor noticed the tears in her eyes as well. Likely she thought that she would never see her brother again. It's probably Luke's instigation. He will take his revenge on him back later. Are you ready? Let's go, we have a long trip. His father's sound came from the back. Yes, father, said Victor. Then, after letting go of his mother, he walked out of the mansion's door in silence. Not failing to notice the shadows of his stepbrothers who were smirking while peeking at him from the windows upstairs. After leaving the mansion, Victor and Theodore took a 15-minute trip by car to the island's harbor, where a fully serviced yacht was waiting for them. After boarding the yacht, Victor sat down on a fancy seat and looked out of the window to watch the waves, while trying to relax. After a few moments, his father, who was talking to the captain about the course of the trip, entered the cabin and sat on the adjacent seat. We will be there in 3 hours. The captain informed me that we need to make a detour to pick up some other participants, said Theodore. Try to relax your mind. It will be over soon, he added. The yacht soon started its engines and began its trip. The family owns an entire archipelago where each island contains facilities that have specified functions such as training, research, or residential. On normal occasions, the residential islands would house the lonely wives and their children with some servants. The husbands are busy doing business or searching for other potential wives on the mainland. Their trip's destination is the central island. It houses the main seat of the family, the elders' halls, as well as the treasury and punishment halls. The ceremony will take place at the ancestral hall at the center of the island. Victor watched the waves go by as he reminisced about this same trip in his past life. He was so nervous back then that he could not focus on anything. Turning his head from the window, he began to observe the maids who were busy preparing drinks for him and his father. While they are called servants by the family, in fact, these girls were all slaves of his family. The family has brought and trained them from their youth so that they would be faithful and loyal to their masters. His father caught his look and could not help but to chuckle a little. Don't worry, after the ceremony, if you manage to survive, depending on your rank you would be given a chance to get your own servants. But if you didn't, I will let a few of these girls accompany you in your grave. He said with an evil smile, making the girls shiver in fright. Victor nodded his head, then took a sip of his freshly brewed coffee that a shivering servant girl just handed him. His father's poor sense of humor never changes. But he knew that he was subtly encouraging him, like any father he wished for his son's success. Soon, the yacht came to a stop in a small harbor, and a few passengers boarded. 2 girls and 3 boys. They were Victor's cousins from some branch families. They will also join the ceremony today. They saluted Theodore and Victor, then sat down in their seats nervously. They did not dare make a noise in the presence of the main branch members. The family hierarchy was engraved in their bones. After a few similar stops, the small cabin was almost full, but still, no one dared to sit near the father and son. The ceremony will include family members from different classes, including the direct heirs, talented disciples, and servants, who had to spend their trip on the deck. The yacht made one last stop, however, this time only 2 passengers boarded. One middle-aged man with a pointy beard and one burly proud youth who had his nose pointed to the ceiling. When they entered the cabin, all the 20 participants seated inside stood up and saluted in respect, but the 2 didn't even look at them, just continued their way till they reached Victor and his father. They were Victor's third uncle Patrick and his son Ron, who saluted Theodore, then sat down with his father on 2 opposing seats, while giving Victor a mocking look as if he was looking at a dead man. "It's been a while, Theodore. How is your business these days?" Patrick said to Victor's father, while completely ignoring him. "It's all good. You have been busy yourself lately. I heard you opened a new pharmaceutical company." Theodore replied, "I see your son has grown up." He examined Ron. "He should be able to succeed today, like his big brother did back then, I hope." "Yes, he has already reached the 3rd level of the secret art. I have high expectations for him," Patrick said while casting an approving gaze onto his son, who raised his chin, trying to look valiant. While still ignoring Victor, Patrick continued, "I heard you found a new concubine. It had been said that she is already pregnant. You already have 3 wives and 3 player sons. Aren't you planning on stopping with this wife-hunting routine?" "It's not good for your health," he asked with little annoyance and envy on his face. "Why would I?" answered Theodore with a proud look. "And it's not like I am actively hunting for wives, but I do run a media production company after all." Victor's grandfather, the current patriarch of the von Weiss family, has only 1 wife who gave birth to 5 sons and 1 daughter. Theodore, who was the 5th and youngest child, already have 3 wives and many heirs, while his older brothers only have 1 wife each and 1 or 2 qualified heirs. And it is not that they are faithful to their wives, but finding a spouse who gives birth to a pure-blood heir is no easy feat. Each of his uncles has already slept with hundreds of women, but only a handful of women were suitable. Ron looked at his uncle Theodore with envy. After the ceremony, he intends to sleep with 100 women in one go. Then he looked at Victor with contempt. "Not like this cripple, who would probably die tonight," he thought. Victor, who was watching from the side, figured out exactly what Ron was thinking about. It was easy to tell from the perverted look in his eyes, but he knew that unfortunately Ron will not live past tonight. The ceremony hall's graveyard will be his resting ground. The cabin was silent for the remainder of the journey, as both Theodore and Patrick, despite their relaxed looks, were nervous for their sons, and the rest of the passengers dared not make any noise. It was almost late afternoon when the yacht came to its final destination. The central island was the biggest in the archipelago. It contained the central administration of the family as well as a fully functioning military base and an on-water airport. In fact, in the past World War, some idiot tried to invade the islands but ended up having his entire fleet decimated. Since then, no one dared to make a move on the family. The island looked as magnificent as ever, thought Victor as he gazed upon the towering mountain in the center of the island. There, in the awakening hull, he will take his first step. The yacht was anchored in the harbor, and the passengers stood up in respect while waiting for the main branch members to disembark first. The two father and son pairs soon went ashore, followed by the rest, where there was a full convoy of cars waiting for them, so they boarded them and headed up the central mountain to the ancestral hall. During the journey, Victor made sure to keep a timid, anxious look on his face, which made his cousins give him a disgusting look. Everyone had heard the rumors. They are better than him, they thought. But Victor did not care. He knew that many of them would not survive the ceremony. And that in this place, there exists many enemies and many opportunities. Presumptuous, how dare you trespass into this hall? Don't you know your place? I am going to make an example out of you. When the convoy reached the outer gate of the ancestral hall, there were a lot of people gathered, most of them assistants and guards. There seemed to be some kind of trouble. An old man with a short white beard wearing an elder's purple cape was scolding a petite girl in a black dirty tight suit who had dark black unkempt hair covering her face. She seemed to be injured, was shaking, and kept her face to the ground, anticipating her grim fate. The family never forgives rule breakers. Uncle Patrick stepped down from the car followed by the rest of the passengers. Looking at the gathered crowds, he quickly signaled one of the guards and asked him what was going on. "Master, this girl is a trainee slave from the Assassin's Hall. She was caught by the guards after trying to sneak into the ancestral hall," the bowing guard reported respectfully. Looking at the girl, Victor happens to remember such an incident from his past life and knew that the girl will be killed in a very gruesome way by his uncle, because the delay she caused made he was angry. Victor can't allow that to happen this time. This girl has a big secret, and if he put his hands on her, she can bring him huge benefits in the future. He had to act fast. He suddenly stepped forward before his uncle could act, and to the astonishment of his father and uncle pulled the girl's hair back with his hand, revealing a delicate face covered by blood and dirt. It seems she had a fight with the guards. Impressive, he thought. Her features were not clear, but everyone could see how beautiful her black eyes were. "I like you, girl," he said in a perverted way to the astonished girl. Then he turned to his father and said, "Esteemed father, I wish for this girl to be my servant. As far as I know, every heir has the right to choose a servant before his ceremony, and this son had not yet chosen any. I would like to request that this girl would be my servant and attend to me before and during the ceremony." The elder was angered by this arrogant youth's interference and was about to blast him into pieces when he noticed Theodore and Patrick, who had black lines all over their foreheads. Everyone heard the rumors about Victor being a pervert, and this guy just proved the rumors true. Theodore did not know what Victor was playing at, and he was angry with him for causing such a fuss, but he had a face to keep, and his son's face was the same as his face. However, there will be punishment for Victor later. If he lived anyway, he thought. He will consider this Victor's final wish and fulfill it for him, he decided. So Theodore looked at the elder and said after he cleared his throat, "Elder Ross, excuse our interference in your duties. This is my son Victor, who has come to participate in the ceremony, and he seems to be interested in this girl." Then he looked at the girl. "I just heard that you trespassed onto the ancestral ground. May I know the reason?" he asked her. The elder did not like how Theodore is meddling in his job, but he can't be careless as Theodore held a very prestigious position in the family, while he was just a management elder from a branch family. Looking harshly at the girl, he rebuked, "Answer tch, why we're trespassing on the ancestral ground?" The girl shook while biting her little lip, then answered in a crystal voice, "Master Elder, I wanted to volunteer to be one of the servants attending for the young masters and try to attend the ceremony. While having a bloodline is important, some people have other talents and can pass the ceremony without it. But their chance is slim. From every 10 servants only one usually survives. The survivors who can awaken are usually those who have great talent and a huge amount of luck, and usually, only those servants who were forced by their masters or have a lot of courage attend the ceremony. If they can become players, they would no longer be treated badly. On the contrary, their standing would be better than a lot of the family's disciples. Theodore's butler George is such an example. He was Theodore's servant during the ceremony, and he benefited greatly. The elder locked his eyebrows. There was an announcement for participation requests 2 weeks ago, and now that deadline had already passed. "You should have been nominated by your hall master. It is not up to you," he said with annoyance. The girl kept biting her lip. My hall master chose not to accept my request, so I could only sneak here myself. I am really sorry, the girl said while bowing. There are usually some politics and schemes that go on in the side halls, so it's not unusual for some hall masters to have some agendas. And while it is a big chance for a mere slave to be able to become an awakened, only a few usually volunteers, and the rest is forced to participate by the elders. It seems like her hall master had other plans for her. Victor stepped forward, putting the girl behind his back, and said, "It does not matter, I like her, she is mine now. This young master has already decided." The elder wished he could slap this perverted youth, but he could only look at Theodore and Patrick for guidance. While it is unorthodox for such a thing to happen right before the ceremony, every heir has the right to choose a servant before he becomes an adult, and Victor was forbidden by me previously from doing so as a punishment. Theodore said while thoroughly examining his son, "Now I will allow him to choose this girl as a servant, and using my authority as a grand elder, her hall master's permission would not be necessary." "I believe this is still in accordance with the rules," he questioned the elder. "Aye, it is in accordance with the rules." After some hesitation, the elder responded. "Then, let's consider this matter already done. As for the girl's punishment, it will be handled by Victor after the ceremony." Theodore confirmed before looking at his son with a strange light in his eyes. Why did Victor, who was usually timid, display such courage when facing the elder? "Let's see. He may be able to survive this after all," he thought. "What are we waiting for then? Now that this matter has concluded, let's head inside," Patrick interjected while glaring at Victor. "We have duties to attend to," he said, then stepped towards the gate. With that, the crowd diverged, and the participants started heading inside the enormous bronze gate of the hall. After his father and uncle went in, Victor grabbed the delicate hand of the girl and followed them. "Now you are mine, you better behave, or I will chop your head off myself, understood?" he said to her while hurrying forward. "Understood, young master," the girl gratefully looked at him and answered in a soft voice. The ancestral hall was not just one hall as its name suggests, but a complex array of buildings and preparation rooms. It also housed many important treasures and was attended around the clock by many guardians and family elders. Stepping into the entrance, Victor's father and uncle had to leave alone with the elder to prepare for their roles in the ceremony. The participants will have to wait for a while. Before leaving, Theodore gave his son one last examining look. Then without talking turned around and followed his older brother through one of the branching corridors. The ceremony participants were guided respectfully by one of the staff into a grand hall to wait. This hall was not empty as it was already full of other candidates who arrived before from other places. Some were sitting on lavish chairs around round tables discussing the ceremony and sipping on their drinks, while others were standing in respect and waiting nervously. In the family, there are two types of people: players and non-players. Players are usually ranked according to their authority, level, and skills into elders, core members, inner members, and outer members. Like sects do. While the non-players had 5 levels, first are the elders, followed by the unawakened purebloods of the main branch, the side branch heirs, and those offspring who do not have pure bloodlines come next, and after that comes the disciples. They are members who were not originally part of the main family but were adopted or accepted as disciples because of their talents, or special family needs for them. They had to change their family name to von Weiss. In the last tier are the servants, who are the lowest caste in the family and mostly do not have any rights. Of course, within each tier and even between different tiers different levels exist. Like the punishment hall disciples who only answer to their hall's master. And from every one of these tiers, there will be members participating in the ceremony. Participation for those of pure blood is mandatory, as for the rest it is optional because their mortality rate is much higher. While they were not expected to achieve great results and most likely would die, if even 1% were able to succeed, they would add great power to the family, and they would be like the carp leaping over the dragon gate. In this hall, there were 30 members and disciples sitting around the tables in addition to about 80 servants standing in the back. To participate in the ceremony, there are 2 conditions. The candidate must have been an adult for no longer than a year. The candidate must be a virgin. When Victor and Ron entered the hall, all the candidates gathered there, looked at them and tensed up, then everyone stood up and respectfully saluted. Victor and his cousin were the only main branch heirs participants, so their entrance exerted tremendous pressure on the others. Acknowledging the salute with a nod of his head, then found an empty seat. Victor sat down casually while ignoring his cousin, who passed him with a glare, then went on to find another seat at the other end of the hall, followed by the rest of their convoy. They seemed to have made up their little minds to be on Ron's imaginary team. Victor grabbed the petite servant girl whom he had just acquired and ordered her to sit on his lap, which caused her ears to turn red in shame, but she could only obey. "I am sorry, I am a little dirty," she said while sitting under the astonished look of the observers. She was not that heavy. "I need to feed her more," thought Victor, who was actively confirming the rumor that he is a perverted young master, to everyone around, and that was his plan. "That does not matter. What is your name?" he asked. He didn't know her name. "Lily, young master," she answered in a barely audible voice. As a servant, she did not have the last name. "Why do you want to participate in the ceremony, so bad as to break the rules?" he asked. "And why does your hall master forbids you? Looking at the spider tattooed on your neck, I can tell that you should be from the Assassin's Hall. You don't seem to be that great of talent that he would not want to sacrifice you," he questioned while gently caressing the tattoo on her small white neck. Every hall and member of the family would tattoo their emblem on their lower members' necks so that they can be identified. But what only players knew was that this tattoo was created using an artifact and can be used to locate and eliminate the servant if needed. Victor would need the family's approval to change this tattoo on her to his own emblem after the ceremony. The girl hesitated a little, then answered his question. "The hall's master intended to gift me to his son after the ceremony. But I hated him. He is a vicious and merciless man. I was tortured by him many times during our training. If ended up in his hand, my destiny will be worse than death. So I thought if I was able to succeed in the ceremony and was valued by some elders, the hall's master will find it hard to force me. Young master, you can look at him. He is also participating in the ceremony today. He is there in the back glaring daggers at you," she said while pointing with her pretty eyes. She did not tell the whole truth, he knew it, and she was trying to use him. He had too much experience to be lied to by a little girl, but he did not care, because he could guess what she wanted to do, and he does not mind helping her a little to gain his trust, so he will not expose her for now. Victor looked at the back of the room, matching his eyes with a remarkably normal brown-haired young man sitting lonely in the back. Really fits to be heir to the Assassin's Hall. If Victor didn't know about this guy, he would have never suspected that he wanted to murder him, let alone notice him at all. But Victor knew him. His name is Guy, and he will betray the family with his father, the Assassin's Hall master, in the future, in about 10 years probably. He has to find a chance to get rid of them. He returned his eyes to Lily, who was trying to act calm. "This ceremony is very dangerous, and the Assassin's Hall's master is a branch family member. His son does not seem to have the bloodline. Is he really willing to sacrifice him for a chance of better status? Using his connection, he can easily arrange a manager or a supervisor position for him," he asked Lily, whispering in her blushed ear. "Young master, that is exactly what I thought," she answered in a serious tone. "He is his father's only child, and he is an evil person. Many of my sisters have suffered in his hands." She had a painful look in her eyes. "But..." She lowered her voice. "I heard a rumor. One night while one of my sisters was accompanying him, he was very drunk, and because he had to keep his virginity and couldn't sleep with her, he could only vent by abusing her. One time she was very hurt and told him that he should die in the ceremony, so he rebuked her and had a slip of tongue. He said that his father has acquired some kind of a rare pill and fed it to him, and he was pretty assured of his success. Luckily, he was very drunk back then and could not remember what he had said. If not, my sister and I would have been already dead by now." She shivered a little while saying that. "A pill?" Victor thought with surprise. "It can't be." No wonder they betrayed the family back then. It seems the family found out, so they had to escape and seek refuge with other families. He knew exactly what kind of pill it was, as there are only a handful of pills that can increase a candidate's awakening chance. And there is only one kind that can be feasible if not cheaply acquired by them if they utilize the resources in their hall. But he can't accuse them without solid proof, and he didn't really need to. There are always many methods to get rid of annoying ants. This will have to wait till after the ceremony. But it did not mean he couldn't interfere with Guy's ceremony. He will have to use a little trick, and if his conclusions were correct, he may be able to cause him some trouble without being discovered. Looking at Guy, Victor smiled, then whispered in Lily's small ear, "Do you want him dead?" "I dare not, young master," she answered while keeping her face down, but he can hear the desire for revenge in her voice. "Whatever, you just need to listen to me, and do exactly as I tell you to," he said, and waited for her to nod before he continued whispering in her ear, "During the ritual that will happen next, make sure to focus on him, and although it would be painful, the moment you feel a piercing pain in your head, I want you to keep your eyes open looking at him and remind yourself with what he did to you and your sisters. You will need to do this for about a minute and no more, or it will affect your ritual. It will not be easy though. After that, you can return to focusing on your ritual and ignore him completely." "Understood?" he asked. "Yes, young master," she answered. He could hear a hint of doubt in her voice. She did not understand how the ceremony worked, nor what it implied. Even the family only had a very rudimentary and experimental knowledge about it. But he understood it well. He didn't spend all those years researching in vain. While he has no idea if this would be effective, if Guy was unlucky, he would end up in a coffin. Victor, who had Lily on his lap feeding him grapes, was enjoying his time under the envious gaze of the crowd. They all had one thought on their minds. "Damn you, pervert," while the males had an additional thought, "Why not me?" Most of these guys have never touched a girl before in preparation for the ritual. After 2 hours, an elder entered the hall with 2 assistants. All the participants, including Victor, who swiftly held Lily in one arm and carried her to the ground, had to stand up and salute in respect. The elder was an old man with purplish-white hair. He wore a golden rope and held a wooden cane. Victor recognized him as one of the 3 keeper elders of the family. Keeper elders have the job of protecting the treasures and performing rituals, so they usually held a mage player class and were very strong. After an examining look at the participants, the elder began to speak. "I want to welcome all of you to the family's awakening ceremony. While some of you have already been informed by your elders, most of you do not have an idea of what to expect, so listen carefully. I will make this brief," he said, then cleared his throat and continued. "In a while, you would enter the Jade Hall, where the ritual will take place. You will sit down in a circle around the awakening orb. The higher your rank, the nearer you sit," he said while turning his head, looking at Victor and Ron. "In the ritual, you will understand what awakening means. In the beginning, you will be tested by a light passing through your heads. But let me warn you, this test will be painful. It will feel like someone is poking your head with sharp needles at the beginning, so make sure not to resist it. It is the orb's power, examining your potential. It will take roughly 5 minutes, then you will be presented with a choice," he continued. "I can only tell you to try to raise your authority as high as you can," he said while looking at the unsure gazes of the participants. What does he mean, they thought. Don't panic, you will figure it out easily. After the ritual, you would be required to keep in order and wait for further instructions, and I have been instructed to remind you that any troublemakers will be punished by death, he said. Victor could feel Lily beside him flinch, so he squeezed her little hand to assure her. Follow me. The elder ordered them, then turned around and stepped out of the hall, and the crowd quickly followed him, headed by Victor and Ron. Going through one gilded corridor after another, they reached a heavily guarded closed gate. At last, many elders were standing in formal ceremonial grabs. Victor's father and uncle were here too. They were going to take part in the ritual. The elder stopped and knocked on the door 3 times while speaking with an incomprehensible voice. Suddenly, the gate shone with a faint blue halo and opened to reveal an oval hall decorated with green jade slabs on the walls and shiny black marble floor. In the center of the hall, placed on a raised pedestal, was a sky blue-colored fist-sized throbbing orb. It was as if there was a living heart inside of it. Looking at the orb, Victor could not help but remember his past life. At that time he had no knowledge of the mysteries of the world and could only be amazed by such treasure. He was so anxious back then he almost fainted. This mysterious orb is an A-level rare natural artifact. It has only one use, granting player status to its users. It's not the only way for someone to be a player. In fact, there are countless methods, but every method or artifact has its rules and bonuses. While this orb was not the best awakening artifact, it belonged to the top tier. And for the current him, it was the only way available. And after awakening, an artifact like the orb will have no use for a player. Now go inside orderly and sit on the ground near the orb, and wait silently, the elder sternly said before moving to the side to grant passage to the participants. Ron moved forward first and found a suitable position near the orb where he sat down and began to meditate, like someone trying to cram before an exam. Following him, Victor moved forward with the rest of the participants. He seemed to be undecided where to sit, but after more than half of the crowd were seated, he moved forward and ordered one random girl to move and make a place for him and his maid. The girl could only comply and find another place to sit down as she did not dare make any trouble. The reason Victor did this was to find a position where it would be easy for Lily to have direct sight of her target, so he only took his seat after Guy was seated. The distance from the orb did not really matter as long as he was inside its sphere of influence. When Lily took her seat behind him, he turned his head and winked at her. She responded by nodding. She knows what she had to do. After waiting a few moments for everyone to be seated, the elder pounded the ground with his cane. Then he began chanting with the rest of the elders who strode into the room and surrounded the participants, forming a polygon of light between their outstretched hands. The orb seems to respond with the throbbing blue light in it getting stronger every beat. Victor reached his hand to the back and tapped Lily on her legs, signaling her to be ready. Then it happened. A bluish-white light shot from the orb and filled the entire room, blinding everyone. The participants had no time for astonishment. Just as the light faded a little bit, they started to feel a piercing pain in their heads. It was as if the light itself was floating between their heads. There were a few who could not withstand it. They started to foam from their mouths, then fainted. This caused the elders to frown in disgust, but that's all they could do, as they were forbidden from interfering until the ritual was concluded. However, the people who nominated those weaklings would be demoted. Theodore silently looked at Victor and was relieved to find that he was just sitting there calmly and nothing bad happened to him. There may be a chance, he tried to convince himself, then returned to focus on the ritual. Victor put his hand in his pocket, then relaxed his mind, closed his eyes, and only held thought about his future plans to relax in a hot spring with Lily while waiting for the probing to end. This is the first part of the ceremony. The orb was now probing and examining the potential, suitability, and bloodline of every candidate. The orb does not differentiate between good and evil, it has no emotions, but it will always be affected by the rules of this world. It is like a machine executing its program. Just as the pain started to fade away, Victor silently used his hand to take the little black jade from the leather bag inside his jacket and hold it firmly in his hand. Now it can be considered equipped and the test is already over, so it will have no bad effect on the results. After just a few moments, the probing was over. Victor opened his eyes to find himself in a black, infinite void. The test was finished, and this is now the second phase of the ceremony, the points allocation. Welcome player. Analyzing input data finished. Analyzing test results finished. You have successfully awakened as a player. Now you are required to allocate your points to your attributes. Depending on your allocation, you will be offered a class. You have 1 hour to complete your application, if not your account will be permanently terminated. Player points results. Alive, plus 10p. AAA level bloodline 100%, plus 1500p / awakening 0%, 0p. Human, plus 30p. Virgin, plus 500p. Young, plus 200p. Martial Arts Potential F, plus 007p. Mystic Arts Potential D, plus 320p. Destiny Potential E, plus 20p. Your total, 2,587 points. Please allocate your points wisely. / base values can't be decreased. Player name, Victor equals Von Weiss. Level 0, basic costs apply. Authority, 00, will affect your status and potential, price, 1000p. Warning, 0 authority will result in account termination. Warning, need 02 authority to get a class and gain level and EXP. Strength, 07, will affect your strength and muscular power, price, 10p. Intelligence, 13, will affect your ability to learn, think and perform mystic arts, price, 10p. Agility, 09, will affect your maximum movement and arts performing speed, price, 10p. Luck, 13, will affect your luck and chances, price, 40p, max, 10 per level. Charm, 15, will affect how your look and charisma, price, 30p, max, 10 per level. Order, 10, nabla, price, 50p, max, 10 per level. Victor was suspended in the endless void, looked at the shimmering blue screen in front of him. So this is his test results. 2,587 points. It should be enough for him to exchange for 2 levels of authority. In his past life, he could only get half of these points, because of the reduction runes equipment effect, which halved his potential and consequently his allocated points in the test. So he could only get a level 1 authority and ended up as a semi-player. A player couldn't get a chance to increase his authority until he leveled up or used some kind of treasure, which he couldn't do or get because of the authority levels limit. His chance came 70 years later, on the Night of Reckoning, when all the players gained 2 additional authority levels as a reward for a hidden mission about being a player before the reckoning. As for those players who could not allocate at least 1,000 allocation points, they were out of luck, their account will be terminated, which means permanent death, not even their souls will survive. Now, how should he allocate these points? If he used 2,000 points to buy 2 authority points, he will be left with 587 to use for other attributes. But he is going to take a gamble, so after little thought he allocated his points as Authority, 00. Strength, 07 plus 44. Intelligence, 13 plus 50. Agility, 09 plus 44. Luck, 13 plus 10. Charm, 15 plus 10. Order, 10 plus 10. EXP, 7,000/10,000 till level 1. Warning, your authority is 0, are you sure you want to continue? Yes/no. Victor looked at the shimmering screen and contemplated. The most important attribute is authority, as it affects everything from classes and skills availability to level limits. In addition to that, some treasures and skills could only be used if he has sufficient authority. It was not written on the screen, but a player can only level 10 levels per authority point, and increasing authority would require a huge amount of allocation points. For example, all the players who have 2 authority are capped at level 20. And they cannot level up without increasing their authority. His father was lucky and got more than 3,000 points in his ceremony, so he was able to exchange for a level 3 authority, which paved his road to become a great elder. Then he used all his powers to get treasures and complete dangerous missions, and was able to get to authority 6 just last year. The awakening is the only chance a player gets to edit his points directly. After that, there are only 3 methods to increase the attributes. First, the attribute's points would be increased by random value each time he levels up, but this value usually depends on luck. The second method is by training. Someone who wasted most of his time on the battlefield will naturally get his strength increased slowly. And someone who spends his time studying will have his intelligence increased. Although this method is not very efficient, as the increase tends to be minimal, many strong players rose to power using it, thanks to their perseverance. The last method is using treasures, forbidden arts, and completing missions which depends on luck and the family's wealth and reach, like many pay-to-win games. As for the order, it will have a very important effect on growth and plays an important role after the reckoning. It is a little troublesome, and he has an easy way to increase it after the ceremony. Now it is time to gamble, he thought. While he believed that this method should work, he is gambling with his life by keeping the authority to zero, but this is the only way. It is just as his father said, with great risks comes great rewards. After taking a deep breath, he pressed yes. Player registered. Congratulations. Now process data. Please wait. He felt his power and intelligence increase, and it was a very refreshing feeling as every thought and sense of his has become sharper. Now he is a player, and he can use artifacts. No time to waste. He hastily felt his equipped artifact with his mind and quickly activated its one-time use effect and specified the authority attribute as its target. Although he couldn't see it, he felt the rune in his hand disintegrate. He knew it was a success and that its effect has been applied. Now, he could only wait. The screen went blank, then it shimmered and a new line appeared in front of Victor's eyes. Insufficient authority detected. Initialize player termination process. Thank you for participating. How can this be? He made sure to do as his father told him to. No, this can't be, he thought. I don't want to die. I can't die. I still have many great things to do, many beautiful girls to conquer. He tried to scream, but no voice came out of his mouth. He could only float there in the dark void waiting for his inevitable doom. Why? His father has assured him that the blood pill would allow him to have sufficient points. His body started to fade away as he could no longer feel his legs. No. Please, no, he thought. I was supposed to be a protagonist who tramples all his enemies under his feet, like in a fantasy novel. Why? Then in his last moments, he had a crazy idea. Could it be him? He did feel a slight murderous intent coming from him and that bitch. No, that's impossible. No one can interfere with the test. Father assured me of that. And with that, full of questions and full of regrets, Guy's soul was completely disintegrated. His soulless body collapsed on the black marble floor in the Jade Hall. Termination complete. The shimmering blue screen displayed its last message in the empty void. Warning, bug detected. Victor looked at the screen with a smirk. It seemed to have worked. A bug can only be used once. Is the golden rule he was taught. All systems have bugs, and by exploiting those bugs players can gain enormous profits, like speedrunners finishing a video game in minutes, or abusing the auction system in an online game to get a lot of money. The world system has bugs too, but they are well hidden, and the world is always searching for and fixing them. After a player activates a bug, it would be fixed pretty quickly. Users sometimes gain something from bugs, and other times lose their lives because of them. Bugs fall into two categories. First, direct effect bugs. They are the bugs that affect a state or an attribute directly. For example, one player found a bug that made him double his strength 10 times, and started committing all kinds of crimes around the world. But his rampage ended after 3 days when the world rules found the bug and corrected it. That idiot died under the feet of more than 100 players, whom he angered by sleeping with their wives when they could do nothing to stop him. Victor still remembers that guy, and if truth be told, it was a real achievement to sleep with all of those women in just 3 days. Maybe he got an achievement for that. This bug no longer works after that, and these kinds of bugs are rarely useful. The second is indirect effect bugs. This type is like finding a loophole in a mission's objective to clear it, or passing through a wall to bypass the boss and getting to the treasure room in a dungeon. Although the bug would be fixed, that will not affect the player as the rewards would have been long acquired. Most useful bugs are like these, but they depend mostly on luck. Bug fixing routine initiated. Bug fixed, val *0 to val *= 0. Correcting player data. The screen was continuously updating as Victor crossed his fingers and waited. This might not work. He knew that well, but even so, he gambled. Not because he is reckless, but because he was from the future, and he knows well how to count the cards while gambling. Now is the moment of truth. The cards are about to be flipped. With a double beep, a second screen suddenly appeared, but this one was in his mind. Alert. The agent, /system 11C54H/ reported an error 401 and is actively trying to modify your attribute authority. Do you want to grant him access? Yes/no. Looking at this, Victor smiled. His assumptions were correct and he won the gamble. No, a better way of saying it would be he beat the house. He pressed No. Failed, insufficient system authority, could not correct data. Error catching routine finished. Bug fixing routine terminated. Resuming operation. What he did was to use the SSS level reduction rune on the authority attribute, which he intentionally left to be 0. He had to use the rune at an exact point of time, when even if the world tried to correct its value, it would be too late. The rune reduced the attribute from 0 to -1, and in a system that does not have an authority value of -1, there is one natural result, and that is what computer scientists call an underflow, which meant that the value rotated and became the maximum possible. He now has more authority than the system itself, so even when the world found the bug and tried to correct it, it couldn't modify his attributes. Congratulations, data registered. Name, Victor equals Von Weiss. Level, 0. Authority. Victor couldn't stop laughing, he really did it. In his past life, such a bug does not exist because every creature from birth and all the living ones would be at authority 1 at the very least after the reckoning. But now he is the creature with the highest authority in the world. This does not mean he can do what he wants, as the rules of the world should always be followed, just like how you might get a god mode in a video game, but if your save files get corrupted, you will lose all your progress. Now, it's time for me to exploit my new authority, he thought. Looking at the screen. Class options were generated based on current level and authority. Please choose a class and 5 skills. You have 351 base classes to choose from. You have 358, 7741 skills to choose from. Great, he thought, last time he did not get to choose a class and only had 2 skills. Usually, a player would only get to choose from a set of 10 or 15 skills, and 1 to 3 classes max. The class and skill slots are limited by level. But the available skills are set according to the authority. Now, what should he choose? Looking at top skills like God's Fist, or the Dragon's Charge, Victor sighed. Well, he can learn those, but he wouldn't be able to use them as they require high strength or intelligence attributes and attainments to activate. So he focused on the authority-based skills. There were many that he had never heard about before. So that's how, he thought as he browsed them one after another. After a while, he made his mind up and chose his skills. Admin Appraisal SSS rank, appraisal skill, allows a player to see the truth of the world, limited by authority and level. Admin Merchant SSS rank, passive, allows the player to act as if he had trading class. He can trade with and monitor all merchant class players through the system, in addition to privileged access to system merchandise. Limited by authority. Blood Seal SS rank, he who drinks your blood's essence voluntarily will become your blood slave. /2 slots / can only enslave lower authority beings. Contractor of Doom S rank, can sign a system enforceable contract with any other player. Second party approval required. Unlimited Disguise SS rank, can disguise shape, voice, and attributes, limited by authority and level. That should suffice. He will not need fighting skills as he does not intend to fight personally, and because of his current attributes, he is already invincible in the human realm. Looking at his attributes. Strength, 51. Intelligence, 63. Agility, 53. Luck, 23. Charm, 25. Order, 20. A normal human male has about 10 points for each. So now Victor is 5 times stronger, 6 times smarter, and twice as good-looking compared to a normal human being. There will be a chance for some more practical skills after he levels up, he thought. Now time to choose a class, and Victor already had one in mind. He wanted to choose a Dragon Disciple, one of the strongest and most diverse basic classes, as it offsets one of his major weaknesses, being a human. It turns him into a dragon as he levels it up to Dragon Master. But after seeing the list, it only took him seconds to choose another one. This one required a lot of authority. He quickly chose it and smiled when he saw the 3 new skills it added. Good, with this I have hope of killing that guy now, he thought. Everything is set. He pressed OK. Player generation complete. Then the screen disappeared, and after a few moments, he could see he was back in the Jade Hall, where all the newly awakened players seemed to be opening their eyes in astonishment. They had the same question in their minds. Was that true? Is this world some kind of an RPG game? Did we succeed? No wonder no one was told what the ceremony was. For them, it took about an hour to complete the ritual and choose a class, but for outsiders, it was merely a second. And it only took another second for a sudden loud scream to break the solemn silence in the hall. Looking around, Victor could see that the one who screamed was a girl from a branch family. The boy next to her collapsed on her lap with blood rushing out of his mouth. He seemed to be her servant. Maybe there was something more between them. He noticed them before as they were with him on the yacht. This was not the only case, but the others were more composed when they saw the dead bodies of people with whom they had just had a drink. While there were some noises, they did not dare make much ruckus. Only about 60% of the participants survived. And by family standards, this was a very good result, as can be seen from the elders' big smiles. Victor was very surprised to see his cousin Ron has survived when he should have been dead. He did not appear to be in a good mood though. He should only be a semi-player. As for the reason why, who knows, maybe he was too stimulated when Victor was cuddling Lily on his lap earlier, that his bloodline awakened a little. His return has already started to change things. His predictions will not be as accurate in the future, but he long expected such results and did not care. Looking for Guy, he found him dead on the floor. Oh, not bad. Looks like my guess was correct, he thought. He turned to the left and looked at Lily, who was looking at him with a worshipping gaze. Oh, she survived too. Before he could say anything, the elder knocked on the floor with his cane, making the hall go silent once more. Now, I want to congratulate you all for completing the ritual. From now on you are real members of the von Weiss family. All of you should be able to see your status window on the edge of your vision. Try looking at it and it will come into focus. Only players can to interact with it, as for semi-players, they would only be able to observe it. On it, you can see your current attributes. I want you to keep all these attributes a secret for now. After the evaluation, you would be told what you can reveal. Now, stand up orderly and follow my assistant to the side hall, then wait for your names to be called. He said. The assistant was a fat middle-aged man in white robes. He was standing next to the elder, so he bowed down a little to everyone, then turned around and headed toward the exit, and the participants including Victor had to follow him quickly. While heading outside the hall, Victor looked at his father who was standing with the other elder. Their eyes met. Theodore smiled and nodded to Victor. He seemed relieved by his son's survival. Victor nodded back, then turned and continued to follow the others. At the same time, many maids entered the hall and started cleaning up the bodies of the unfortunate participants. Reaching the waiting hall, everyone was surprised. This time there were seats and tables prepared for all the participants, even the servants. Although their social status has not changed, their position in the family is now different, and they would probably be promoted later. Sitting at a table for two, Victor ordered Lily to sit on his lap again, and she could only comply with her young master's unreasonable demands, so she sat with a blush on her face. This was not the first time anyway, and her feelings seemed to be a little different. After everyone was seated, the assistant glanced at Victor before shaking his head and informing the participants to wait for their names to be called. Then he left the hall in a hurry. A few seconds later, many maids entered with plates of well-prepared foods and drinks. It is time for them to relax a little and have a late lunch. Their ordeal was over, and what is left is the family's evaluation and rewards. Their next step in life would be decided after that. Now it was unknown who from the participants gained what class or authority. Usually only 10% becomes full players. But that did not stop many participants, and especially the servants, from going around to socialize with and congratulate the higher-ranked members. Cousin Ron already had a long line of admirers waiting to congratulate him. As for poor Victor, who had a bad reputation, to begin with, having a petite girl in his lap did not help his case, so no one came close to him. Looking at Lily on his lap, Victor activated his appraisal skill and looked at her status. Name, Lily. Level, 0. Abnormal status, slave, weak. Class, shadow dancer. Authority, 3. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 22. Agility, 36. Luck, 11. Charm, 39. Order, 10. Skills. Shadow Cloak, A. Penetrating Dagger, A. Mesmerizing Dance, A. Area Inspect, S. Quickstep, B. Not bad at all, he thought. A level 3 authority is really amazing for a newbie player. Maybe she had some hidden bloodline or martial arts talent. But he needs some artifact to examine and verify those, as they were not system parameters. Looking at her pretty eyes staring back at him, he thought, this little girl will be a great assassin in the future. Too bad she died too early in his past life. Young master, Lily suddenly said, about what happened, No need to report, Victor interjected while patting her head. When they call me to the evaluation room you will follow me. I have already told you that you are mine no matter what your results are, he said, and be careful not to reveal any information, walls have ears. He warned her not to ask about Guy's death. Yes, young master, Lily bent her head down and answered in a low voice. In fact, she was very curious why looking at Guy for 1 minute resulted in his death. Was it just a coincidence? But Guy looked very assured of his success before the ritual. After a few minutes, one servant entered the room and called politely for Ron to follow him, so he left the room under the gaze of his admirers. Not many noticed, but there was a look of distress in his eyes. He was afraid of his father's rebuttal. For a servant, a semi-player status was a great result, but for someone from the main branch, it was a disgrace. Victor activated his skill and looked at Ron's status while he was leaving the hall. Name, Ronald = Von Weiss. Level, 0. Status, agitated, bloodline awakening, plus 0.5% per hour, 2 hours. Class X. Authority, 1. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 12. Agility, 13. Luck, 5. Charm, 15. Order, 10. Skills. Tiger's Fist, D. Basic Sword Arts, F. His bloodline really started to awaken, Victor thought with a smile, but his attributes are pretty stranded, like mine in the past. He may have a chance if he completes the bloodline awakening though. Victor opened his mouth, and Lily, who was waiting for his signal, quickly inserted a seedless grape in it. This girl is really smart, he thought. I should lighten her punishment for breaking into the hall. Now he should think about how to present himself to the family. His attributes were pretty stunning, even without considering his authority, because he used the 2,000 points he should have wasted on the authority to buff the rest of his attributes. He closed his eyes as if taking a nap, then activated the disguise skill and began to adjust here and there so that he would present a normal status to the family. A good result would gain him a good position in the family, a shocking result would gain him a lot of enemies. A few minutes later, a servant entered the hall and called Victor's name, then politely asked him to follow. Victor commanded Lily to go with him and left the hall, with her holding his hand, under the scrutinizing gaze of his peers. Following the servant, Victor and Lily were led through many corridors till they reached another grand door. 2 armored guards were standing there. One of the guards looked at them and said, "Only the heir Victor von Weiss was called, explain yourselves." Before the servant could speak, Victor stepped forward and answered with a clear voice, "Victor, son of Theodore von Weiss, is here for the evaluation. As per the regulation, I may bring my personal servant who attended the ceremony with me. The guard looked at him, then at Lily, before nodding and stepping aside, opening the door for them to proceed to the next room. Stepping inside the room, Victor could see a huge white jade slate placed in the middle, with the elders surrounding it. His father and uncle were there too. The look on his uncle's eyes was not very good, and he glared at Victor when he stepped inside the room. "You should be grateful," thought Victor, "I saved your son's life." If his uncle knew what he was thinking, he would probably vomit blood and rage. Behind the elders, sitting on the only chair in the room, was a middle-aged man with a heroic figure and only 2 strands of silver in his purplish-black hair. This was Marcos von Weiss's grandfather and the current patriarch of the family. Victor bowed and cupped his hands when he entered the room, while Lily behind him knelt with her head down as per family protocol. "Victor von Weiss greets the patriarch and the elders," he said in a clear voice. Said Marcus. "Both of you stand up," he ordered. Then started to inspect both of them with his eyes. "And who might this slave be?" he questioned. Before Victor could reply, Theodore stepped forward. "Esteemed father, this is the slave I just told you about." Victor helped her on a whim and took her as his follower, and it seems her luck was good, as she survived the ritual. He said. "Good, let's start with her then." He looked at Lily and said. "Step forward, identify yourself, then place both of your hands on the inspection jade." Lily, a former apprentice of the Assassin's Hall, and currently young master's Victor von Weiss servant, she said, then moved forward nervously and placed her little hands on the jade slate. A faint light shone and passed through her. Then on the slate words magically appeared. Level 0. Shadow Dancer. Authority, 3. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 22. Agility, 36. Luck, 11. Charm, 39. Slave. Bloodline, SS rank /100% /not awakened /no record. Victor was surprised. An SS rank bloodline, not bad, I have to train her well, he thought with an evil grin, then looked at astonished elders who began to drool. Now it might be a little tricky to keep her. His grandfather stood up and moved closer to the slate as if he was not believing his eyes. Then turned and looked at her and began to inspect her thoroughly, and when he was about to start using his hands. Ahem, Victor cleared his throat. "Excuse me, esteemed grandfather, but Lily is already my property," he said, making Marcus look at him angrily and wanting to rebuke him, but he suddenly remembered the family rules. What Victor said is correct, the girl was his, and no one can take it from him, not openly anyway. Looking at the girl with little reluctance, he let go and returned to his seat. "You may step down," he told her. "As for your assignment, it is up to your master since you are already his slave, but the family orders you to keep your bloodline hidden," he said in a cold voice. Theodore looked at Victor and shook his head as if to tell him to give up on her to please the patriarch. But Victor could also see his father's hand, which was hidden from the other's sight, was signaling to him, "Keep her for yourself." "Now, what are you waiting for? Go test yourself, we don't have all day," Marcus rebuked Victor, who could only swallow his breath and move forward to the slate. Putting his hand on it, he could feel the warm current flowing through his hands, then it glowed. Level 0. Supreme Merchant. Authority, 3. Strength, 21. Intelligence, 25. Agility, 20. Luck, 15. Charm, 20. Bloodline, AAA rank /100% /not awakened /von Weiss. His disguise skill worked. He chose to disguise his true class as a merchant, as he already has the admin merchant passive skill, and this class would allow him the freedom of movement and spare him from forcibly joining deadly missions. A merchant would usually be assigned to a city to oversee his own or family's business. Merchant players have the ability to make transactions across vast spaces with other merchants using a system market, and that makes them theoretically an important logistical asset. But right now this role is not very important as there are no more than 30 merchants across the world, but after the reckoning, things would be different. Their most important role in purchasing items from the world system. To do that he would need a system virtual currency known as coins. Normal players have no access to this store. To gain coins, 3 ways exist. The first is completing system missions, the second is trading from other players, and the third is selling raw materials to the system, which can also only be done by a merchant. The higher the level of the merchant, the more preferable the prices he would get. The elders didn't know what the supreme means in the class title, but it can't be bad. Watching Victor complete the examination, the elders, including his father, was excited. Even the face of his angry grandfather relaxed a bit. Having an Authority 3 Supreme Merchant is a great addition to the family. In addition to that, having a 100% purity blood makes Victor a true bloodline holder belonging to a small group in the family who are highly valued and protected, as he might have a big chance of fully awakening his bloodline, and their offspring would have a big chance of having pure blood too. The only downside is that Victor's measured attributes are on the weaker side, and as a merchant, his attributes won't rise much as he levels up. Good, Marcos exclaimed. Victor, your luck was really good, you make me and your father proud. But your rank is higher than anticipated, so I have no assignment ready for you. He pondered for a moment, then continued. Looking at Theodore, he said, Theodore, you have a good son, how about you send him to Vane City? As far as I know, it is under your jurisdiction. Let him start a business there, or let him work part-time in your company while attending the elite academy there, he commanded. Then looked at Victor and Lily. You don't need to keep anything hidden. You may leave, he said. Victor looked at Marcus and wanted to curse at him. How could he not give him any reward? He is probably holding a grudge, or does he have some other plans for Lily? He thought. Knowing that no matter what he said the results would be the same, Victor decided to try to ask someone else for help, so he quickly saluted the elders and then left the room with Lily. After leaving the room, Victor was led to another hall where he should wait for his father until he finishes his duties before they can head back. Ron and a few other participants were already there, busy socializing. It seemed that Ron hid the fact that he was just a semi-player. Victor did not disturb them, and neither did they care about him. They were too busy sucking up to Ron. Victor sat down, and Lily naturally sat on his lap without him asking her to. Not bad, this girl is a fast learner, he thought. Then he asked one servant for a pen and a piece of paper, which he folded and put in his pocket after writing a few words on it. After a few minutes, an assistant soon came with a letter for Victor from his father, telling him that he would be staying here till the morning and that Victor should leave by himself and wait for him in the private villa down the mountain. Victor naturally knew the place, so he thanked the assistant and quickly headed outside with Lily. The ceremony began in the late afternoon, but it was already dark when they came out. Looking at the bright full moon illuminating the empty mountain road, he couldn't help but look at the sky and laugh loudly. Victor may have appeared composed, but he was very nervous all the time. If anything went wrong inside, he might have ended up as a corpse. Lily looked at him strangely, but she can understand his situation. As a direct heir, he was under great pressure, and now he seems to have been relieved after fulfilling the expectations of his family. She thought. Congratulations, young master, she said with a big smile. Victor looked at her and smiled, then slapped her on her butt and started walking up the mountain, which made her face turn red in shame. This new young master of her is a bully, so she wanted to change the subject before her young master gets any other strange ideas, but suddenly she noticed a very strange thing. Young master, your esteemed father has ordered us to go down the mountain. May I inquire why are we heading up? She asked. Victor stopped walking, then turned around to examine her, then slapped her butt again and continued climbing up. This made Lily's eyes tear up because of the injustice. She didn't do anything wrong, why slap her? Just before Lily, who was wondering if she should ask, opens her mouth, Victor spoke. I am heading up the mountain because of you, he said solemnly. Lily was surprised. Because of me? Why? She asked in wonder, but he answered her with a serious question. Do you want to keep following me, or would you prefer to follow my grandfather, the so-called patriarch? I am sure he would welcome you with open arms and will not let you suffer any injustice if I were to give you to him. So me, or him, whom do you prefer? Answer truthfully, no need for hesitation nor fear. No matter what answer you choose, I won't get angry. he said while facing forward and kept walking, not letting her see his expression. She pondered for a second, then answered firmly. No matter what, I am young master's belonging, and I don't want to be touched by any other, she continued with a faint blush on her face. The moment young master saved me and helped me exact revenge, I was already his, she said with her beautiful voice. Victor knew from experience that she did not lie, she was telling the truth, and that made him feel really touched. Young master, according to the rules, no matter what the patriarch wants does not matter, it is your choice. Right? She asked with little tears in the corners of her eyes. Does the young master wish to get rid of me? The answer she was expecting did not come, but another spank on her but did, a heavy one this time. She almost let out a shameful voice. Young master, you promised you will not get angry, she exclaimed in shame. I am not angry, he said while continuing his climb up the mountainous road. It is just that this situation is very tricky, and I know that Guy will never give up. You mean the patriarch, she exclaimed at the rude way her young master was calling his grandfather. Who else? He said. So she interjected, but the family rules. Ha ha, the rules have always had exceptions, and there are always back doors, just like how I saved you from a certain death earlier today, he said, and that made Lily a little shocked. If it is like that, her situation is really tricky. So. Young master, you can give up on me, she said with a downcast tone. No, there is a better method. He firmly answered, then stopped and looked her in the eyes. Lily, let me ask you a question. Do you know why most of the world's great leaders have secret mistresses or second wives? Because they have the power, the wealth, and no one would say no to them, she answered truthfully. Exactly, then why is it that my grandfather, the patriarch of one of the greatest families, he who can replace any president or king with a flick of his finger, only have one wife? He asked with a smirk. Is it family tradition, or is he deeply in love with your grandmother? She wanted to ask, but then she corrected herself. No, all the elders and purebloods have numerous wives and lovers. So it can't be it, and all of them have favorite wives, and that did not stop them from having others, she thought with a soft voice. Then she got an idea, but did not find the courage to say it because it was too outrageous. So Victor said it for her. Exactly, he is afraid of his wife, he said, and that made Lily turn around to see if anyone around heard them. Don't worry, I already used my skill, so no one can hear us, he said. He has already begun using his disguise skill to hide their voice when they started their trip. As the mountain is crawling with family secret guards. Lily sighed with relief. Young master, don't scare me like that again. Such matters could cause our death. She said as she have already discovered all the hidden eyes around them using her area inspect skill. He laughed. If we want to restrain any schemes of my dear grandfather, we have to act before he gets a chance to weave his web. So do you know where are we going? He asked. To meet your esteemed grandmother? She asked while tilting his head. To meet grandma. Victor confirmed with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The truth was something he wouldn't tell Lily, because he couldn't tell her from where he knew about it. It was something he pieced together after scavenging his family's ruins in the past. He has gained knowledge of many secrets back then. Some of them are hidden even from the top echelons of his family. They had no idea to what degree their family was penetrated with spies and enemies. If the family was not obliterated back then, it would have changed its name in a couple of years. But now he is back and he will make sure to save his family and make it all his at the same time. When Victor said his grandfather is afraid of his grandmother, he was not lying, but that was not the full truth. The patriarch was terrified by his wife, would be a more accurate sentence. Looking at the mountainous road and the green trees ahead of him, Victor thought about his, namely, grandfather, Marcos. Very few people know that he does not come from the main family branch, but from a side branch family. It was his grandmother, the last living offspring of the last patriarch, who chose him and made him what he is today. For her to keep the power as a woman, she had to find a suitable male partner to act as a puppet patriarch for her, as females were forbidden from taking the head seat according to the rules. And in fact, Marcus is just one of his grandmother's husbands. And he was the weakest member of her harem. Theodore was not Marcos's son, but the son of one of the other family's masters who followed his grandmother. But no one knew about that, not even Marcos, as his grandmother kept such secrets under tight wraps. To get such information, he had to desecrate the graves and sample the DNA of his entire family. After the family's demise, this entire archipelago became a deserted land where only grave thieves and criminals roam with the beasts. His grandmother and von Weiss is a very powerful woman, Victor thought, but he knew that every man or woman has something they desperately want or need, and he has now a method of getting exactly what she wants and getting himself rich in the process. Victor was prepared to expose a few of his secrets to his grandmother in order to gain her trust and support, as Marcos has already started his plan when he ordered Victor to go to school in Vane City. Yes, Marcos is that kind of a guy, he would stop at nothing to get what he wants, thought Victor. After walking for another 15 minutes while holding hands with Lily, he reached the gate of a grand mansion, surrounded by a fancily worked iron fence. Standing there on the door were 2 female guards, who had a purple hue in their hairs, pure bloods. "Stop right there," one of them said. "May I inquire about your identity and the reason you are here?" she asked in a slightly artificial polite tone, and at this hour, she continued after a pause as it was already late. Victor took out the folded piece of paper he prepared before leaving the hall and gave it to the guard. "I am the heir, Victor von Weiss, and this is my maid, Lily. We wish to meet your mistress for a very important reason." The guard hesitated for a mere second before accepting the paper. "Please wait a moment," she said before signaling the other guard to keep watch over them, and heading inside the mansion. After 3 minutes, a sturdy female housekeeper walked out of the mansion with the guard. She looked at Victor and said, "Follow me please." Victor turned to Lily and said, "Wait for me." The housekeeper interrupted him. "The mistress asked for both of you," she said, then turned around and headed inside the fence. Victor and Lily followed after a brief hesitation. *T, I made a big mistake, Victor thought as his face became very bitter. He really overestimated Marcus's courage. It seems he did not want Lily for himself, but for his dear wife. The situation can still be salvaged, I hope, he thought. After walking through the lavish mansion's front yard and passing through the front door, they were guided into a lavish room, where Victor took the liberty to sit down on a comfy chair, while Lily stood quietly behind him. Lily still had some dirt and some blood traces on her face and her clothes, as she did not have a chance to clean up, while Victor's clothes were not very clean as Lily was forced to sit on his lap a couple of times. After a few minutes, a beautiful woman with curly purple hair and a lavish black dress entered the room with 2 pretty handmaids. She looked about 30 years old, but Victor knew that she was at least 70. There were no aging marks on her face nor body, her blood was fully awakened. She was Victor's grandmother and von Weiss. Looking at her enter the room, Victor and Lily quickly saluted in respect. Victor activated his appraisal skill, but after a split second he felt a piercing pain, so he deactivated it quickly. And coughed twice to hide the painful look on his face. It seems he used this skill too much today that it strained his eye, in addition to the fact that N's level is much higher than him, but that split second was enough for him to confirm the piece of information he wanted. And equals von Weiss. Level, 15/99. Abnormal status, poisoned, SS, mid. Authority, 09. Strength, 4. Yes, the rumors he heard back then were true, she was poisoned. And looked at Victor briefly and examined Lily for a whole 10 minutes before looking back at Victor. "What do you mean by this?" she asked, and then threw a piece of paper to the ground. It was the same piece of paper he gave to the guard earlier. "It reads a few words. I can get a white lotus pill." Looking at it, Victor started talking. "Esteemed grandmother, as grandfather may have already told you, I have awakened a supreme merchant class, and this allows me to have access to a random selection of system wares every month to buy, and it happened that this pill was one of them, and I wanted to inquire if my dear grandmother is interested in it." "And how do you know that I may be interested in it?" she asked. "Ah well, the grandson happens to have attended your birthday this year and the previous one and happened to notice that most of the presents grandma seems to favor had a detoxification effect," he explained. "Oh, And since when are you proficient in drugs identification? She asked with a smile. Damn, he thought. This little one is well read, he answered with a few beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Oh, she said. He knew that she did not fully believe him, but that does not matter as she would want to get the pill first, before grilling him. The price? She asked. 3 million coins, in addition to a promise from you that you would not deliberately hurt me in any way as long as I don't interfere with your business, he said firmly. Oh, but I already want this girl, Marcos has already sent a letter about her, she said looking at Lily, who unconscionably flinched. But that would make me very hurt, he said with a pitiful look. And that made Lily's eyes sparkle with tears. Her young master is good to her. I know that grandmother wants to use her bloodline to breed a new kind of warriors for the family, right? He inquired, and his grandmother did not respond, and that made Lily flinch again. But there is no need, as I intend to take her as a wife so her children would still be parts of the family, he continued, as this was the only solution he can think of to convince his grandma. His grandmother looked back at him with a piercing eye. As far as I know, you already have a fiancé, and she can't stop you from having a few other wives, but she would not like that, she said with a smirk. She has already become an adult, so she should learn that you can't always have what you want. I will deal with it, he said. That fiancé of his is really troublesome. She is a slut, and he has to find a way to get rid of her. Oh, okay, I agree, his grandmother said. She urgently needs that pill. She has been poisoned for too long and her level has already declined to 15. If this goes on any further, she might not be able to control the family. The White Lotus pill is a very rare medicine that can cure her completely. And just when she wanted to inquire when would Victor get the pill, he flashed a gold parchment in front of her. Created by his contractor of doom skill and containing their agreement. After signing it, if any party broke it, they will have to face severe consequences. She knew what this was, and that made her surprised, as she always viewed Victor as some kind of a weakling, but today's events proved her wrong again and again. Seems like he is not useless after all, she thought. Maybe I should give him a chance to prove himself. Well, that's for later. She nodded her head. Okay, she said, but add a clause that the price you ask must be exactly the system's store price, she added with a smirk. She will not let him get away with any advantages. Victor flinched, then corrected the contract with a flick of his hand. Fine, that makes it 2 million coins. His grandmother glared at him. This piece of shit was about to scam her for 1 million coins. That is the family's revenue for one entire year. But she didn't scold him, as she was beginning to like this cunning grandson of her. She bit her finger and a purple drop of blood fell onto the contract, and Victor did the same. The contract shimmered with golden light, then disappeared. The contract was done. She waved her hand and a system prompt appeared in Victor's head notifying him that 2 million coins have been added to his account. So he quickly operated his merchant administrator skill and bought one White Lotus pill for the listed price of 2 million coins, then applied for a discount using his authority and got a 50% back, 1 million coins. I am rich now, he thought. After this, he has to wait 2 days to be able to use this skill again, as his level was still too low, and the transaction very big. But it was worth it. He took the pill out of the store window and it appeared in thin air, so he presented it to his grandmother who grabbed it immediately, and with a wave of her hand, Victor and Lily were thrown out of the house. I will not see you off, come visit me again when you have time. And be careful about your fiancé. Her parting words echoed in Victor's head, which was planted in the dirt outside of the mansion. He stood up with the help of Lily, who started dusting the dirt off him. He smiled at her, then slapped her on her little butt and said, "Let's go home." This trip was a success. Yes, young master, Lily answered with a sweet smile. Going down the mountain was easy. Victor only had to ask one of the mansion's guards to find a car for him, so a luxurious car was quickly prepared to take them back. Victor quickly explained his destination to the female driver, who nodded her head in understanding and started the engine. Sitting in the back seat of the speeding car, Lily looked out of the window and watched the passing scenery while wondering if all of today's events were just a sweet dream that would end when she woke up. But Victor proved her wrong by suddenly laying down on the back seat and placing his legs against the window with his head on her lap. "Don't move around, I want to have a nap," he said. "Wake me up when the car stops." With that said, he closed his eyes and started snoring. Lily was very embarrassed. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and she did not know where to put her hands. But looking at the driver who faked not knowing what's happening in the back, she took a little breath to stabilize her shaking hands. Then she slowly began to caress Victor's head in her lap. Time flowed quickly, and after half an hour, they reached their destination. When the car stopped, Victor opened his eyes to meet Lily's, who was about to wake him up and caused her to have a blush on her face. "Young master, we have arrived," she said softly. He smiled at her, then quickly got up and out of the car. Facing him was 3 stories modern villa. Even though his father only stayed here a few nights every other month, it was well maintained. When he stepped down from the car, a tall man in a black uniform was waiting for him. It was George, his father's butler. Victor smiled and saluted him. "Uncle George, I did not expect to see you here. It is already late. You should be resting in bed instead of waiting for this youngster," he said with a smile. George was always good to him. Even after being kicked out of the family back then, he still received occasional help from him. "Young Master Victor, this is just my duty, please follow me," George said warmly, then guided them into the house. After stepping inside, George ordered the maids to escort Lily to the bath and arrange a new set of clothes for her, then requested that Victor follow him. Victor gave Lily a wink signaling her to follow the maid, then turned around and followed George into a side corridor leading to a well-lit study. Once inside, George took out a black briefcase. "In here, you will find your new credentials and the documents for some properties and businesses the family granted you. It is your reward," George said as he handed it to Victor. "Oh," exclaimed Victor, "what an unexpected reward. Master requested that after getting this bag, you should get familiar with what's inside as soon as possible, and you will need to catch the plane to Vane City tomorrow at noon. You will act as the new CEO of the Master's branch company," he emphasized. "Is there anything else?" Taking the briefcase and weighing it in his hand, Victor asked. "I have already prepared a room for you and a fresh set of clothes. As for your luggage, it has already been sent to Vane City. If the young master have any further requests, then the maids and myself are at your service," said George. "Nothing really, just ask Lily to find me in my room after she finished her bath," said Victor, then left the study with the briefcase and ordered a maid to lead him to the room prepared for him. After washing and changing his clothes, Victor sat on a comfy chair in his room with a freshly brewed cup of premium coffee. Opening the briefcase George gave him, he started examining the documents inside. The first documents were a new identification card, a passport, and a school acceptance letter. When heirs leave the family, they would, more often than not, be given a fake identity for their protection. Influential families like his have many enemies. His new name will be Victor White. He will act as the new CEO of Horizons Media, a place he knew well from his previous life. It was also a branch of the mega multimedia production company his father runs. In addition to that, he has to start high school in about 2 months. After that there was a book called A Guide to New Players. That explained everything from status, skills, and the major powers in the world. Next, there were many documents for different properties and estates inside the city, including a grand mansion. After skipping those, he took out a purple ornamented jade token. Looking at the rewards, Victor could only smirk. It seems his family truly values him now. It is probably his grandmother who commanded them to give him these. Because after the ceremony, he noticed that his father and the patriarch were not sure what assignment to give him, so he guessed that they would have had to think about it for a few days at the very least. But now, after only taking the time he spent on the road, about 30 minutes, they decided to give him not only a complete company but also a high rank in the family. This purple token is an artifact, and having it meant that he is now a part of the True Bloods, the core members of the family. It is similar to a core disciple position in the martial arts sects. With this, he has no reason to fear his fiancée or his stepbrothers, as the family will side with him and protect him as long as he does not break their rules. Yet with it comes some troublesome responsibilities. It seems his grandmother began to like him, or maybe wants to keep a close eye on him, or a bit of both. It does not matter. Victor returned to the briefcase and continued to examine the documents one by one. They are all properties and resources allocated to him by the family. It seems his grandmother intends to test him. Well, that won't be a bad thing, he thought. In his previous life, Victor's position was not this good. After he barely survived the ceremony, the family ordered him to go to the same vain city, but not as an heir, but as a small manager in his father's company, where he had to work for a few years. It was not bad, but he could not reveal his identity and was not given much power. It was probably a part of his father's efforts to protect him from his stepbrother's schemes. Additionally, he had to go to high school as a student of a commoner origin. While it was not that bad, it made him very tired. And he couldn't get any resources from the family to improve his strength and position. When he fell into deep trouble later, he had very few allies in and outside of the family helping him. A sudden knock on the door brought Victor back to the preset. "Young master, it is me, may I come in?" Lily's crystal voice sounded across the closed door. "Come on in." Hearing Lily's voice, Victor answered her, but kept his head down examining the documents in his hands. And after hearing the sound of her little footsteps entering the room, he raised his head to look at Lily, who had just entered the room, and stood gracefully waiting for her young master's commands. He had to swallow his saliva. In the morning, he could see that she was beautiful, despite the dust and dirt that covered her. But now he discovered that he underestimated her beauty. He could not stop staring at her snowy white skin, her dark black hair, and her pretty face. She was wearing pink pajamas, probably prepared by the maids. It suited her very well, and although Lily did not have a curvy body shape, her slim stature suited her well. He had lived for a long time, but few of the beauties he knew rivaled her. But unfortunately for him, there are things he must do first, before he can devour her. "I have to make her wear a veil, I can't let other men look at her," he thought. Victor, after being astonished by Lily's beauty for a brief moment, he quickly reminded himself to keep cool and be a good young master, so he coughed twice, covering his nose, as he felt the blood leaking. "You look pretty, now go, close the door." Lily blushed because of his words, and while keeping her head down in shame she turned around and closed the door. Her actions made her fail to see the bewildered look on Victor's face right now, whose nose started to bleed. And how he quickly took out a handkerchief from his pocket and stealthily wiped away the blood from his nose. Then coughed a few more times, hiding his embarrassment. Lily, hearing his cough, looked at him with concern and asked, "Young master, are you okay?" "I am fine." "Now come here and sit down, we need to talk." Then he pointed to the opposite sofa. Lily looked a little nervous, but she went and sat there. "Don't be nervous, I know what you are thinking about, but I will not sleep with you right now," Victor said, and that surprised her as she has already prepared herself. "Young master, are you in any way dissatisfied with me?" she asked while feeling a little aggrieved. "Don't ask stupid questions, or I will punish you," Victor replied with a smile. "It is just not the time yet, as both of us need to fully awaken our bloodlines first. Any nightly activities before that will have a detrimental effect on us," he explained while watching the anxious Lily becoming relieved. He wanted to awaken his bloodline during the ceremony by choosing a blood master or a dragon disciple class, as they had skills that can help him ignite or awaken his blood, but he ended up preferring to choose a different class. Now he has a grand plan for his and Lily's bloodline awakening, and she must be a virgin for it to succeed, and the same goes for him. "Then, may I ask the young master, why did you request for me to accompany you in your chamber at this late hour?" she asked in a cold voice. It seemed she was really looking forward to sleeping with her young master. "It's not me who wants something," he said while holding his laugh. He seemed to have understood what she was thinking, and that made Lily blush even more. "Didn't you want to ask me something?" he asked. Ah, yes, she seemed to have finally remembered what she wanted to ask him about. It's about Guy's death, as he did not allow her to ask in the hall earlier. Young master, about Guy, she began to question him in a low voice, but Victor interrupted her and asked. Why did you want to kill him? Did you think I would believe your pathetic excuse at the hall? You were there to find a suitable chance to disturb his ritual and kill him, right? That made Lily stand up and bow her head in shame. Then nodded. Young master, I am very sorry I lied to you and the elders, she said with a serious tone. Guy was a monster, and there is a reason I wanted to kill him. It was because he killed my best friend for fun during one training session a year ago. He tortured her there and let us watch. Then he promised us that he will do the same to me and my sisters after the ceremony, she said with her tears dropping on the floors from the top of her flushed cheeks. I had to avenge my sister and protect the others. Then she bowed deeply. I am really sorry. Victor looked at her and then rebuked her. When did I allow you to stand up? Sit down. She quickly sat down timidly. So Victor continued. You don't need to be sorry for killing a monster like him, but needs to be very sorry for lying to me, he said. I will forgive you this once, but don't ever do it again, he said with a cold tone. If Lily looked him in the eyes at this very moment, she would be shocked by how chilled they were. Then his tone became cheerful again. Now, wipe off your tears. He didn't like the sight of her sad tears. Do you want to know how Guy died? He asked with a smile. Lily quickly used the cuffs of her pajamas to wipe her tears, then looked up at him with her red eyes and said in a firm tone, May the young master enlighten me? Victor looked her deep in the eyes and said, What I will tell you now, will not leave this room, understood? Lily quickly nodded her head in acknowledgement. The pill Guy took should be the misty blood pill. Do you know anything about it? He asked, but Lily shook her head. She has never heard of such a pill. Victor continued with a solemn look, It is a very evil pill. To create it, you are required to refine 10 pure blood babies while they are alive. That made Lily feel a chill in her back and gasp for air. They are monsters, from where would they get the bee? She wanted to ask, but Victor beat her to the answer. Guy's father should be Dick, the master of the Assassin's Hall, so it should be doable for him. You have not completed your assassin training yet, right? He asked Lily. She shook her head. No, not yet, only the final test remains, but the hall master listened to Guy's request and delayed it till after ceremony. Oh, so that's what happened. Well, that means you don't know. It's just that the family sends its assassins on all kinds of missions. Some of them are to spy at and sometimes assassinate members from other families. Victor explained. Then, would the family give orders to kill babies? Lily's face turned white when she thought of that. She was trained as an assassin, and she was even made to kill someone before, but never a child. She wouldn't be able to do that. No, they wish they could, but there was an agreement between the major families many years ago. It stated that no assassination would be attempted at any family member before his ceremony, Victor reassured her, then continued. So it is most likely Dick's idea. He probably kidnapped some low-level or illegitimate children here and there and kept a secret. Searching for someone with a pure bloodline is not an easy task. It probably took him many years. Perhaps, he started this operation when Guy had just been born. But the one thing that puzzles me is from where did he get the recipe for it? It is a forbidden pill after all. He said with his hand holding his chin. Lily was a little shocked by such news. Yet she had to ask with concern, shouldn't we notify the family? If the family were to be alerted, she might get into trouble. No, not, for now anyway, I have plans for him, and you don't need to worry. It will have nothing to do with you. Dick's end will be more miserable than his son's, he said with an evil grin. Then he continued. When Guy took that pill, his bloodline purity increased. But his blood essence became heterogeneous, as it came from different sources, and probably none of them is from the von Weiss family. So they do not mix with Guy's original bloodline well. At the ceremony, the orb only samples the bloodline once. So it does not matter. However, when you kept looking at him, the orb kept going back to him. Just like when you keep pressing the same link in a smartphone, and that made the system retest his bloodline quite a few times. He said slowly. Ah, Lily exclaimed. So the orb found that he has multiple completely different bloodlines and they didn't belong to him, and that triggered an error and caused a bug. When the world rules fixed the bug, it removed the conflicting bloodlines altogether. So poor Guy lost all bloodlines, including his original one. Victor finished his explanation. Young master, while I get the gist of it, I don't understand how this bug thing works. Lily tilted her head and stated. You will learn about it in the future, but not now, it is still too early. He answered with a head shake. And remember, not a word to anyone, understood, he ordered. Lily nodded her head. Understood, she confirmed. She is now full of reverence for her young master. Now, for the second thing, I need you for, this happens to be a very important task, he said, as looked at Lily sternly. Yes, young master, she answered nervously. He stood up then walked to where she was sitting and put his hands on her shoulders. I am feeling tired, so I am going to sleep now. However, as I am not used to the pillows here, you will have to be my pillow for tonight. Victor ordered the speechless Lily. And with that, he ruined his good image in her mind again. Lily does not remember much about her early childhood. She was sold to the von Weiss family at a young age. They took her with other children and began their training right away. They sent them to a huge camp on one of the archipelago's island. There were many children like her there. They were taught basic knowledge at first like reading and writing, with some martial arts, then when they seemed to have learned those, they would be castled to one of the family's numerous halls. Lily had a petite body, and a high aptitude in martial arts, so she was sent to the Assassin's Hall, where her suffering began. All the children in the Assassin's Hall had to suffer through very harsh training, where they even had them kill people and fight criminals, causing many of them to die early. Whenever one of the young family heirs comes to the hall on missions or for training, she would look at their princely look and yearn like every little girl, that someday one of them would take her away on a white horse. But she knew in her heart that these are mere dreams. She still persisted, hoping that one day she would finish this training and be able to roam the world. The worst day in her life came when the hall master's son Guy decided to create a special assassination unit under his command, so she and a few of her sisters were chosen because of their nice looks. Especially her. She could see the perverted look in Guy's eyes, so she made sure after that to always smear some dirt on her face so that she would not attract his attention. Guy was a monster. He enjoyed torturing them in various methods. Under the excuse of training them, they still persisted, hoping that one day this will be over. Until that day, when Guy made Lily and her sisters watch as he brutally tortured one of them to death, saying that he is training their mentality. That girl was her best friend. He seems to have regretted killing that girl, but for the wrong reason, as he wished to sleep with her first. So he asked for permission from his father to sleep with the girls before their final test, as they will become agents of the family when they pass. The family will not blame him if a few trainees died. On the other hand, killing an agent of the family is not a small offense. But his father refused, telling him that he can do what he wants after the ceremony. As for the girls, he will delay their test. Hearing Guy brag in front of them about how he will fix every one of them, she made a decision. She is going to sacrifice herself for her sisters, as she was the best assassin amongst them. She is going to enter the ceremony and take Guy's life there where she might get a chance. So she volunteered to be one of the servants in the ceremony, but Dick refused, as he knew his son had his eyes on this girl. Left with no other choice, she took advantage of the situation on ceremony day and secretly boarded the ferry headed to the central island. She was prepared to die, and she will take Guy's life with hers. But she underestimated the family's preparation, as after reaching the ceremony hall, she was caught by the guards, and she had to fight with them, and although she was able to defeat many of them, more kept coming, but she was finally subdued by a strike from an elder who showed up out of nowhere. She knew she was going to die. But she did not want to, not before killing that monster, and just when she was planning to make her last struggle, someone grabbed and pulled her head, and then she heard his arrogant voice. "I like this girl," he said. Looking at the boy's charming face and grayish-purple hair, she felt her heart beating faster. Is this my Prince Charming, she thought, but then she shook her head. She should not hold much hope, she told herself. But to her surprise, this young master, who she did not know, was able to get her out of trouble with ease. And he even called her his own. After entering the hall, the young master made her sit on his lap. This made her feel very ashamed, but she had to persist. It will all end when she kills Guy. He asked her about her reasons. She felt ashamed as she had to tell him a lie, but she couldn't tell anyone about her objective. But somehow she was able to divert his attention to Guy, who was there staring at her with murderous eyes. Maybe he can help her, she thought. She has become his anyway. But the young master's reaction exceeded her wildest expectations. He did not get angry at her, but gave her a weird method to kill Guy. That can't be true, can it? She thought. After starting the ceremony, he helped her sit in a place where she would be able to target Guy, so she decided to follow his crazy plan. If it failed, she will try after the chaos starts. She has heard that many people will die, so she can use the chaos to act at that time, but still, she held some hope in the corner of her heart. Maybe her young master's plan would work. The ceremony started, and it was like something of a fantasy tale. She kept her eyes open despite the pain and stared at the Guy for 1 minute just as he told her to, and she could feel a wave of light going between her and Guy. Then after 1 minute, the pain was so unbearable that she was forced to close her eyes, and her ritual began. She succeeded, but that did not matter at that time. Only one thought was kept in her mind: to kill Guy. When she opened her eyes, she quickly started looking for Guy, who was there, dead on the floor, with blood rushing out of his 7 orifices. It worked. Her young master told her the truth. He did really help her. She looked at him and he looked at her and smiled. She fell in love at that moment, and she knew it. After that, he stood against his family's interests and helped her again and again. It was all like a dream for her. She was ready to repay him with her body tonight. When he saw her, he was so astonished by her true beauty that his nose bled. She saw it, but she acted as if she did not see a thing. And then he forgave her for lying to him, and in the end, did not agree to sleep with her so that she can become stronger later. She does not know if he loves her, but she knows that he cares about her. Looking at the morning sun out of the window while feeling her young master's faint breath on her lap, she looked down at him, who was drooling while using her thighs as a pillow, and smiled. She had decided, from this moment onward, she is his property, and no matter how he feels about her, she would spend every moment in her life in his service. Victor woke up early in the morning at the sound of his phone ringing. He could feel Lily's thighs under his head and her hands caressing his hair. But he had no energy to open his eyes, so he could only utter a couple of words to Lily: "You answer it." He was too sleepy to answer it himself, and there should be no one important on the other side. "Good morning, madam." "Yes, this is his phone. I am Lily, his personal maid." "No, he is sleeping soundly in my lap right now." Victor briskly opened his eyes when he heard Lily. "Shit, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have let her answer," he thought. He quickly sat down and took the phone from Lily's hand, then shot her a threatening look while he greeted his mother. Yes, it was his mother, Elena, on the phone. He should have called her the previous day to report his results, but totally forgot. "Ah, hello dear mother," he said with a shallow smile. "Now, you remember your mother. I guess you were too busy playing with that new maid of yours." His mother's angry voice sounded from the other side of the phone. "It's not that, I just thought that father should have already told you my results," he explained. "And? What about your father telling me? Does it have anything to do with you?" Put that maid back on the phone. What was her name? "Lily, right, I will talk to her. I don't want to hear my ungrateful son's voice," she said. Victor knew that his mother is a little upset with him, and no matter what he told her, he would not be able to please her. The only solution for such situations is the same they use on nuclear reactors: to let her cool down on her own. So he gave the phone to the surprised Lily and signaled her to talk to his mother. Lily quickly adjusted her mentality and answered Elena's rapid barrage of questions. most of them on how was Victor's health and if he was injured during the ceremony. Elena knew well that she does not have the right to know about the ceremony, but she had to make sure that her little boy was fine. And at last, after 15 minutes, Lily said goodbye respectfully and ended the call. "Young master, your esteemed mother has ordered me to tell you that no matter what happens you should take good care of your health and that you should call her often. Not like your brother and sister," Lily reported. "Is that all?" he asked. Lily's face blushed as she said with her face down, "She ordered me to take care of all your needs, no matter what is your request." "Good," said Victor with a smile. "Then we shall start with your punishment," he said, to the shocked Lily. "Young master, why?" Lily asked with aggrieved eyes. "First, you broke the family rules, escaped from the assassin's hall, and tried to sneak into the ancestral hall, so as your new master I have the responsibility to punish you," he said. "Second, you lied to me, and third you told my mother that I was sleeping in your lap, and destroyed my good boy image in her mind. Without discipline, you will grow up to be a bad girl. Now, stand up, face the wall, and bend down," he ordered Lily, whose face turned white with fear, but had to do what her young master ordered. And then he spanked her but hard, but he didn't using his full strength. It was 10:00 when Victor got himself dressed, then went downstairs to order a late breakfast. But to his surprise, his father was already having a meal at the table in the kitchen. He seemed to have just arrived. George was there too, he serving behind his master. "Good morning, father." Victor saluted his father, then sat down and ordered the maids to prepare some cereals for his breakfast. Theodore looked at Victor with a strange look in his eye. "Is this still my coward son? He has some questions to ask him. Did you go to your grandmother's house yesterday? How did you convince her to help you?" he asked. Theodore knew his mother was very stubborn, but his son was able to make her change her mind. He wanted to know, how did he do that? Is his son really that competent? "I did go there. Grandmother seemed very impressed by my talents, so she promised to help me," said Victor while stuffing his mouth with a toast covered in butter. "Like I would believe that," Theodore rebuked, then continued, "When I got the call from her late last night I was very surprised. She granted you a true blood status. You know that your big sister had to survive a deadly dungeon in order to get that status. Your grandfather almost had a nervous breakdown as your grandmother rarely interferes with the ceremony," he exclaimed. Victor stayed silent and continued to stuff his mouth with food. "Where is that girl Lily? I heard you spent the night together," he asked after realizing that he wouldn't be able to get anything but lies out of Victor's mouth. "I am here, master." "Good morning." A crystal voice sounded, then a beautiful well-dressed Lily entered the kitchen and saluted with an aggrieved look in her eyes. "Young master, why did you have to spank me so hard? I was barely able to change my clothes," she thought. She was wearing a black sundress, prepared for her by the maids. Theodore forgot to breathe for a second after looking at her. Yesterday, when he saw Lily in the hall, she was nothing special, just a little beauty, but now after she cleaned up, she was on a completely different level. Damn it. I should have taken her for myself. Maybe, he thought. Then coughed twice to clear his throat, and stopped staring at her. He has an image to keep. Good, good, you are really fit to be my son's maid, he said with an appreciative look. Come then, help me and your young master pour some morning coffee, he said, wanting to change the subject. Lily nodded her head and then turned around and went to get 2 cups. Theodore could not help noticing a limp in her walk. She seems to be in pain. Damn you, Victor, he thought, then shot his son a murderous look. You took advantage of her as soon as you got here. Can't you have mercy on this little girl? Damn it, now it is too late, I can't take her, and with that, he abandoned his previous plans. Victor knew what Theodore was thinking about, and flashed a wide grin at his annoyed father. He did that to Lily on purpose. He had to make sure that the family thinks he had already slept with her. Theodore shook his head and thought with a sigh, that his son has fooled the entire family for the past few years. He seems to be a wolf in sheep's clothes, just like the rest of the family. He should take care of this son more in the future. He seems promising. Victor cleared his throat and interrupted Theodore's dark thoughts. Father, I want to remove the Assassin's Hall soul mark from Lily, and put my own, as per family rules, he said. That is easy, Theodore said, then he took out this golden token that hung on a chain around his neck. Theodore ordered Lily to give him her back, then he pointed the token on her neck and activated some sort of command. A light shot from the ring and the spider tattoo on Lily's disappeared, leaving behind a very faint family crest. Now she has become ownerless, it's your turn, use your identity jade to brand her, he said. The identity token is the one he was given yesterday. It is a low-ranking artifact with functions related to the family. Victor looked Lily in the eyes, and she looked back at him then nodded then she revealed her white nape before him, so he took out the purple jade hung around his neck and pointed it at Lily, and activated the branding command. A red light shot towards Lily, making the family crest flash, before reappearing, indicating that the owner has changed. Victor quickly made the crest disappear using his token. He didn't like its look on Lily's white neck. Now, no one in the family would be able to take her away from him. After breakfast, Victor had a brief discussion with his father, where he requested some documentation for Lily, so Theodore ordered George to prepare them immediately. After everything was ready, Victor left the house after saying goodbye to his father, who only seemed to be interested in giving Lily a goodbye hug. It's not that he still has thoughts about her, but with her bloodline and talent, she was the perfect daughter-in-law. He wants to see her give birth to his grandchildren fast. If they also turned up to be as talented as their parents, his rank in the family would become even higher. This made Victor suddenly remember something very important. He quickly went back into the house and talked to one of the maids, then returned with a veil and handed it to the astonished Lily. Cover your mouth with this. Your beauty is going to cause me a lot of problems, he said in an annoyed voice, but Lily, who quickly put on the veil while smiling, knew that he was very jealous and protective of her. But the veil was barely able to hide her beauty, as even with only her eyes showing, Lily was still a charmer. He could only sigh. His target was to live as a low-key young master, but with such beauty at his side, that will be much harder. It was noon when the black luxurious car stopped at the airport. This airport was built on an artificial island, near the coast of the central island. It was the only official way in and out of the archipelago. They did not have to wait for long to board the plane as it was a private jet, and they seemed to be the only passengers, as the allocations of the awakened players will not be over in a few days, so the others can't leave here yet. The beautiful flight attendants welcomed them and led each of them to a wide comfy chair to sit on. These chairs are so different from the ones in commercial planes. Here each chair is so wild, you can squeeze in at 3 people if you tried. And after fastening their seat belts, the plane shortly took off on time. Sitting on the comfortable chair, Victor could not help but yawn. He only slept for 5 hours last night. Then he looked at Lily, who was having difficulty keeping her eyes open. She slept even less than him, so he quickly stood up, took a blanket, and walked over to Lily's seat. Then to her and the flight attendant's surprise he sat with her in the same chair and then put the blanket on both of them, then said, I didn't sleep enough last night, and I need a good pillow, so I will use you, he said to the astonished Lily. Her young master is reaching new levels of shamelessness. She looked at the flight attendants who had strange look in their eyes. What are you all looking at? If any of you dares to disturb my young master's sleep, I will kill her. She warned. She sounded stern, but in fact, she was hiding her shyness. You should sleep too, this is an order, Victor told her. If I wake up to find that you are not asleep, I will punish you again, he said, and with that, he reclined the chair, then put his head on Lily's shoulder and dozed off. Poor Lily did learn her lesson the hard way. So she followed her young master's command and went to sleep immediately after giving the pretty attendants a threatening look. It was 6:00 p.m. when Victor woke up, and to his surprise, the situation between him and Lily has reversed. Now his head is resting on the seat's headrest, while Lily's head was on his shoulder. Feeling Lily's relaxed breath, It seems she was really tired, he thought, so he did not disturb her and looked around the cabin for some flight attendant to molest, but to his disappointment, he found none and the cabin was empty. Apparently Lily scared them away. Too bad, he thought, he wanted to flirt with some of them. Well, Lily will have to be punished again, it seems. He waited in silence for half an hour, using it to think about his next move. Vane City, a place full of memories. Back then, he had to take this plane with 10 others. And it was not a happy trip. The others kept taunting him, they were probably following someone's order. He will get his revenge, but it is not the right time yet, he was still too weak. His enemy was still not that strong at this time, but the forces behind him are. So he will have to blind them and act in the shadows. His first step would be to take care of their agent in Vane City, his enemy, his cousin. But that will have to wait until school starts, as there would be a chance for a hidden attack then. But he will need some preparations. He did hear of a dungeon that was discovered shortly after he arrived there. Maybe he can use it to level up a little and find some treasures that can help at the same time. Suddenly the lights in the cabin turned on automatically. It seems we are going to land soon, so he closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. As in this moment, Lily opened her beautiful eyes and discovered, to her dismay, that her head was on her young master's shoulder. First, she blushed, but then she panicked. What if the young master got angry? So she slowly raised her head and looked around, making sure there was no one in the cabin, then slowly adjusted herself so that Victor's head naturally fell onto her. Victor played along and his head fell again onto Lily's shoulder. So she breathed a sigh of relief, but this relief did not last, as in the next moment she heard her young master mocking voice. "Did you really think you can trick me?" Victor asked while keeping his head on her shoulder. "Sorry, young master, I did not intend to disturb you," Lily said in shame. "I am not disturbed. We will probably be landing soon." Victor raised his head, then looked Lily in the eyes. She seems to have rested well, he thought, as her eyes are no longer bloodshot. So he stood up and started to stretch his limbs while watching Lily tidy up the blanket with a smile on her face. She thought she got away with it, he thought with an evil smile. Before Victor could implement his evil thoughts, the captain's voice came through the internal speakers, requesting the passengers to return to their seats and fasten their seat belts, as the plane was about to land. Through the window, the sparkling lights of Vane City could be seen. Getting off the plane, Victor hugged Lily from the back like a perverted young master and whispered in her ear. "From now on I will start to act like an arrogant young master who fears the strong and abuses the weak, so play along with me," he ordered her. Lily was surprised, but she understood him and nodded her head. "Young master, you genuinely like to abuse the weak," she whispered in a faint voice. But Victor acted as if he heard nothing. They walked straight from the runway to the street outside of the airport, as this airport was operated by the family and he came in a private family jet. He didn't have to wait for his bags as he didn't have any. All of his luggage was sent to the mansion. As for Lily, she had none and she needs to go shopping ASAP. At the door, there was a luxurious car waiting for them. It held the logo of Horizons Media, so Victor recognized it at once. It was sent by his new company, so he walked towards it with Lily. Standing next to the car was a young driver with oily combed hair. When Victor approached him, he quickly looked at a photo in his hand and then walked forward and saluted Victor. "Mr. Victor White, I presume?" he asked to make sure. Victor nodded his head a little in confirmation. "Hello sir, my name is Leo, I am a driver in your company. I was tasked to pick you up by the vice president." The driver? Why were you so late?" "You should have driven this car through the runway to get me," said Victor arrogantly, putting his hands on his waist. "How dare you make me walk? And where is that vice president? I heard she is a beauty, and even my father liked her. Why is she not here to welcome me?" he continued while looking around as if searching for someone, making Leo wonder if this new CEO was an idiot or just arrogant. As for Lily, she looked at him strangely, but then quickly remembered what he told her before. And decided to play her part as well. "Don't be angry, young master, he can't enter there, he is just doing his job." Let's quickly go and see the mansion your father gifted you. Didn't you say it was very grand and promised to show me around? As for the vice president, you will be able to see her tomorrow anyway and maybe punish her for her disrespect, she said as if she was appeasing a child, making Victor nod in agreement and seem to repeat the word punish silently with an evil smile. Then Lily turned to the frowning Leo and bowed slightly. Sorry Mr. Leo, but my young master is usually on a tight schedule. He did not mean any offense. She stepped forward and said, let me introduce myself, my name is Lily, I am a young master's assistant. Looking at Lily, Leo was startled. He didn't pay attention to this veiled girl earlier. But now after he looked at her he could tell that she must be a super beauty. Too bad he couldn't have a clear look at her face, as the thin veil only revealed her beautiful eyes. He was able to pull himself back together and stretched his hand, offering Lily a handshake, with a bright smile flashed on his face. Hello, Miss Lily. But he could never touch her, as Victor interrupted him rudely while shooting him an angry look. What are you waiting for? Do you want this young master to beg so you can open the door for him? Do you want to be fired so bad? Why are there no work ethics no more? He mumbled. Leo was a little annoyed. This morning the vice president told him personally that the new CEO of the company would arrive this afternoon. She gave him the task of being the CEO's driver for the time being. When he got Victor's information, he was flabbergasted. The new CEO turned out to be a teenager, so he inquired about him from the VP, but she did not tell him much, so he did his usual information gathering the old way, and after collecting gossips from here and there, he got a general idea. It seems this Victor is the son of the owner of their parent company, and he was here to attend high school, so his father gave him a company to train his hands. When he woke up this morning, Leo thought that this was his chance. If he can please this guy and gain his trust, he is set for life. Now, it seems like this young master has something wrong in his head, and this girl is taking advantage of that. No, I have to find a chance to get in his shoes too, Leo thought while opening the back door of the car and waiting for the passengers to get in. Victor looked at Leo's frowning face with some amusement. This guy is as opportunistic as ever, he thought. He met Leo in his past life too, and he knew that Leo was not the simple guy he seems to be. But Victor is not going to throw him away, on the contrary, he is going to put him to good use. He is not a bad guy anyway. Lily entered the car first and dusted the seat for Victor, who entered the car arrogantly, but due to his weird posture, he hit the car's roof with his head, so he screamed and shot Leo a murderous look. But Lily quickly appeased to sit down. Leo acted as if he saw nothing and professionally closed the door, went to his seat, and started the engine, then inquired about their destination, so Lily quickly gave him the address of Victor's new mansion. After the car drove for about 5 minutes, Leo started to adjust the mirror casually, wanting to use it to sneak a peek at Lily, but what he saw made him almost hit the car in front of him, but as an old driver, he was able to get hold of the car pretty quickly. It was Victor who ordered Lily to massage his injured head, then he gave her the signal to kiss his injury so it can heal. So the blushing Lily removed the veil and quickly pecked her young master on the forehead, before putting the veil back on, hiding her blushing face. This was seen by Leo, who after stabilizing the almost wrecked car, did not dare look anymore. Damn, this chick is so pretty, he thought, why does she have to be with this idiot? It's like putting a fresh flower in cow dung. Very rich cow dung. He really began to hate this new CEO. But he quickly reminded himself to be patient. He has to get close to this young master, so maybe someday. A perverted smile slowly appeared on Leo's face. They reached the mansion pretty quickly. While it is called a mansion, in fact, it was a complex of 4 huge buildings built on top of a hill. It contains everything a young master might need, from a pool to a gym and a separate building for the servants. It was also surrounded by lush evergreen forest. Leo could not help but swallow his saliva. Damn, if this is just his son's mansion, how rich the father. As for Victor, he looked at this complex strangely. When he arrived at this city back then, this entire hill was burnt to the ground. He wondered what happened, so he decided to task Lily with surveying the property, just to be sure. After the car stopped next to a closed gate down the hill, a guard went out of his booth to check the visitors. He spoke with Leo, then looked at the back seat where Victor and Lily were sitting and nodded in respect before quickly retreating to call his boss. After a few minutes, a middle-aged woman came out of the gate. She seems to be the manager here. She was dressed in a dark blue long dress and her brown hair was arranged in a bun. On her face, Victor could see the signs that she was a beauty when she was younger. And he could immediately tell that she must be a player. She just came from the top of the hill and didn't seem to be out of breath at all. So he activated his appraisal skill. Name, Hilda. Level, 21. Class, Maid Plus. Abnormal status, Slave, Weak. Authority, 3. Strength, 29. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 30. Luck, 15. Charm, 9. Order, 15. Skills. I for talents, S, passive. Spotless cleaning, A. Dagger arts, B. She must be one of my father's servants, but I have never seen her before. Her status is average, but she has some interesting skills. Thought Victor before leaning out of the window to address her. Are you the manager here? Why are we not inside yet? This young master is hungry and wants to have a good meal. Victor said with a loud voice. Hilda frowned a little, but after a minute she recognized him as the new master of this mansion, according to the information sent by the family, so she quickly reacted and greeted him respectfully. I just wanted to make sure it was you, young master. My name is Hilda, I am the manager here, and the master has already informed me of your arrival, she said. Then she berated at the guard. What are you doing? Quickly open the gate for the young master. The guard, who was surprised, quickly responded by pressing a button on a bulky device in his hand, and the large gate opened a second later. Hilda entered the car with them and sat next to Leo, who after greeting her, started to drive uphill, towards the central building. The car took 10 whole minutes to reach the top of the hill, where the main building was built in Renaissance-style architecture. After the car stopped, Hilda quickly got out with Leo, who went and gracefully opened the door for Victor, allowing him to swagger out of the car, with Lily, who quickly thanked Leo with a little bow. Leo seemed interested in coming along for a tour of this fancy mansion, but Victor quickly sent him away. You return to the company for today, and make sure to be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow to pick me up, Victor said to the dejected Leo, who could only drive the car back to the company. He had to think of a good way to get into this young master's good book. After watching the car leave the gate down the hill, Hilda looked at Victor and introduced herself again with a deep bow. Hilda greets the young master. I have been instructed by the master to take care of all your needs. Now let's head inside, Hilda said as she started to walk towards the door. I have no interest in old women, replied Victor arrogantly while following with Lily, who could barely contain her laugh. Hilda stumbled a little, but quickly adjusted her steps and acted as if she did not hear anything. What's wrong with this guy? And am I really that old? She asked herself. She has heard rumors about him being a pervert, but no one said anything about him having something wrong with his head. There seems to be a red bump on his head though, she thought. Entering the villa, they were greeted by a big entry hall floored in black and white marble tiles, and 2 symmetric flights of stairs heading towards the upper floors. Hilda quickly began to introduce the villa to this young master. She started to walk through the rooms one by one. The more rooms he walked through, the more satisfied Victor became. This mansion was built sparing no luxury. It had 3 stories, containing 5 bedrooms with their baths, and a special grand bathroom located in the first basement. In addition to that, there is a grand hall for parties and many unused rooms. The interior was decorated heavily with expensive antiques, like ancient vases, wool carpets, and Baroque paintings, giving it an aura culture and deep heritage. It was built about 25 years ago by his father, who did not live in it in the end, due to him having been gifted a better place by the family for one of his accomplishments. When they reached the garage, Victor was surprised to find it empty. Where are all the cars? I didn't see any outside. What way of transportation do you use here? He asked, as he didn't want to use the company's car all the time. There are no cars here, young master, there was no need to until now. The bus stop is right down the hill, she answered. Victor nodded his head and decided to go by a few cars later, but he might need a trusty driver, as he didn't have his driving license yet and driving was not good for the image he wants to build. Do you know how to drive? He asked Lily. Yes, young master. But I don't have a license, she answered truthfully. She has been trained to use many kinds of combat vehicles, including helicopters. Hilda, contact the administrative officer in this city and ask him for driving licenses for us. Understood, he ordered Hilda, who quickly nodded her head, then took a small notebook and recorded his instructions so she does not forget. After that she took him to tour the two adjacent buildings. They were relatively new, they seemed to have been built about 4 or 5 years ago in a full expansion project. According to Hilda, the separate servants' resident building contains a dormitory and a dining room for the maids and some empty apartments for the employees. As for the gym and the indoor swimming pool, they were in a separate domed building. There was another unused 4-story building a little further from the other 3. But Victor was not interested in touring it, as according to Hilda, it was completely empty. Hilda also informed him that each building has an additional 3 floors underground as per family regulations. The bottom basement was designed as a nuclear shelter. There is also an outdoor pool and a prepared martial arts training ground. As for the lush forests surrounding the villa, they are also a part of the mansion. In fact, this entire hill is one complete property. Victor was quite satisfied with this. It was perfectly suited for his plans, as he intends to build his future base here. He looked at Hilda, who seemed to have ended their tour. Who do you report to? He asked her. I report to young Master Nick usually, she answered. Nick was his illegitimate half-brother. Although he had no pure blood, he was quite talented and brave, choosing to attend the ceremony, despite its dangers. There he was able to awaken as a semi-player, so his father let him take care of the business here in Vane City. He should have been the caretaker of this mansion before it was granted to Victor. The new buildings are probably his idea, maybe he thought that one day he would inherit it. In his past life, he did not meet this half-brother, as he died a few days before Victor got here. Victor didn't care back then, but later when he read the records he discovered that this guy was not a good thing. It was all thanks to his mysterious death when this mansion was burned that all the dirt on him was discovered. The family didn't know who killed him, but they had a few suspects, and he knew one of them very well. I have to be careful, he warned himself. You will be reporting to me from now on. Where is that bastard Nick? Why don't I see him? Doesn't he want to come and welcome this young master? He asked arrogantly. He is out of contact since last week. Every month, young Master Nick has such times where we can't reach him, she answered. I see, he said, trying to remember what he read about Nick back then. Don't worry, young master, as soon as I can contact him I will inform him of your arrival, Hilda said. That's fine, are you the only servant here? He asked her. No, not anymore, I used to be alone here, but now there are 2 others, but... She hesitated a little then continued. About 2 years ago, 2 intruders broke into the mansion, but when I caught them, they turned out to be 2 twin sisters. Apparently, their parents were killed by some loan shark, and the said man wanted to take them and sell them to some brothel, so they escaped here. After I interrogated them, they told me their story, and the loan shark seemed to have followed them here, so I took the liberty to have him in too, for a round of interrogation. And their statements matched. She paused a little. I am sorry, young master, when I found out that these 2 were very talented, I could not bring myself to kill them according to the protocol, so after I did a background check on them using the family's network, I offered them a choice, either death or becoming slaves to the owner of the mansion and serving as maids here. They argued and tried to escape first, but after some convincing, they agreed as they had no money and no place to stay, but with one condition, that we allow them to finish school, so I took the liberty to accept their condition. I am very sorry. She bowed down to Victor, who looked at her with a piercing gaze. Bringing outsiders to the family without a family member's approval is not a small offense. Does my father or Nick know? He asked. The master has not called here for the last 5 years, not until yesterday when he informed me of your arrival. As for young Master Nick, I may have forgotten to tell him about them, she said with sweat beads falling through her white hair. How much do they know about the family? He asked as if he didn't care about her misdemeanor. I didn't tell them any secrets, they only know that this housemaster belongs to a very rich and powerful family who seems to have some weird hobbies. But don't worry, master, I have been training them well. They should know their place. How did you put the family's tattoo on them? He asked. This tattoo requires special artifacts to be branded. I took them to a certain establishment in the downtown. It is run by the family. The owner there owes me a favor, she answered. Oh, interesting, where are they now? He asked as she just got him interested. I ordered them to prepare dinner for you, they should be waiting for us in the dining room by now, she replied. Fine, let's go see them then. What are we waiting for? He said. But Hilda did not move. After some struggle, she said in an anxious voice, it's just, young master, these two girls are really talented, I hope you don't be too hard on them, maybe they would have a chance to awaken someday, they might be of great use to you. She said before turning around and start walking towards the dining room. Victor looked at her back, chuckled, then followed. Looks like she treats them like her own daughters, but can they be trusted? He thought. When Victor entered the dining hall, what awaited him is a table full of all kinds of delicacies, but that is not what grabbed his attention, but the two twin girls standing nervously next to the table. The twins were the same age as him, very beautiful with matching red hair and black eyes. They were dressed in black maid dresses. Mina, Mana, greet the young master, Hilda ordered the girls, who quickly bowed and saluted Victor. Hello, young master. We are pleased to meet you, they said in unison. Victor stood there in shock. It was not because of their beauty, but because he knew those two. Oh, this is trouble, big trouble, he thought, now he gets it, it has something to do with them, it must be him. Victor quickly reassumed his persona of a perverted young master and began to inspect the girls with perverted eyes. Not bad, he said, a meal with beauties was worth the delay. He swaggered into the room, to the head of the table, where Lily quickly helped him pull a chair so he can sit down as a noble young master. Since this is my first meal in the house, I will allow all of you to sit and eat with me. I have some questions I want to ask, he said, watching Lily who began to fill his dish. Hilda and the twins looked at each other, then following a nod from Hilda they sat at the table and joined the meal. He tried to use his appraisal on the twins, but there was no response, they are not players yet. It seems he had to use his class's power. Troublesome, he thought and began to eat. After an award 5 minutes of silence, Victor who had just finished chewing a juicy piece of meat looked at the twins. You two are very beautiful, do you know that? He asked them, making them lower their heads in shame. He didn't wait for an answer to his rhetoric question, but glanced at Hilda and questioned her. How did you manage to hide their existence from Nick? That guy should come here quite often. He asked as he inspected the twins. As far as he knows, Nick was the perverted type. If he saw the twins, he would not let go of such a prized catch. Hilda got Victor meant. I purposefully hid the girls or sent them out to school when young Master Nick came here to inspect the mansion, she said. She was very protective of him. Stop calling him young master, that bastard does not deserve it, I am the only young master here, understood? He berated. Yes, young master, said Hilda. While thinking about a way to appease him. Victor nodded his head. Then looked at the twins. Hilda just said that the two of you go to school. What school? He asked, although already knowing the answer. Mina looked at her sister then answered. Young master, we went to a normal middle school, but this year we enrolled at the special high school. Oh, I will also attend that school in 2 months, we will be classmates, he said with an evil smile then glanced at Hilda. Getting 2 commoner servant girls into the special high school was not an easy task. There are quite a few commoners and non-player students in the school, but most of them either came from some official background or had very high talents. As for who she asked for the seats, he had no idea. Did you ask someone in the family for help to enroll them? He looked at Hilda and asked. Hilda shook her head. No, young master, I didn't need to, it was by their own efforts. They have attempted the school's exam by themselves and achieved full score, she answered proudly. Not bad, he thought as he nodded his head in approval. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sound of a phone rang on the table. Mina quickly fumbled around her pockets and took her phone out, but before she could press reject, Victor's sound came and surprised her. Answer it, with the loudspeaker on, he ordered. Mina shook a little, but Hilda's angry voice woke her up quickly. What are you doing? Quickly do as young master ordered, she told her. Mina hastily set the phone on the table and activated the loudspeaker. Hello, Mina, it's me, Tom, the youthful voice came from the phone speaker. Ah, hi Tom, I am a little busy, is there something? She asked with a hidden smile on her face. Oh, I just wanted to invite you and your sister to my birthday party tomorrow night, many of our class will be coming, are you available? Mina didn't know how to answer, she really wanted to go, but, so she looked at Hilda, who looked in turn at Victor. Victor gets it now, he could construct an approximate image of what happened in here in his past life. Hilda most likely sent the girls to the birthday party to avoid Nick's inspection, but something happens in the mansion late that night, maybe after the girls returned. It must be Tom. Victor knew him well, and he is very troublesome. Back then, when Victor entered school, the twins were inseparable from Tom, and they did not seem to have the servant mark on them. For erasing the mark, they would probably need a master seal, and Nick has one. He has to tread carefully now, he has two choices, one to let the girls go and be Tom's, or fix them to be his. And if chose to fix them, can he do it? Mina, are you listening? It is in the Flying Dragon restaurant, downtown, will you come? Victor looked at Mina, who had been looking at him with pleading eyes, and nodded that she may go. Let's play this softly, he decided. So with a smile blooming on her face, she answered, yes, we will be there, now I have to go. Take care. Then saying that, she hung up. But before she can thank the young master, he interrupted. I will go with you tomorrow, I want to see the city, he said with a smirk. The twins' faces turned white. I want to experience the world of commoners for once. So tomorrow we should shop for some gifts, we can't go empty-handed, he said arrogantly. With that, the twins' faces regained some color. At least he is not unreasonable. Victor soon finished his meal and stood up. Now I am going to sleep, and you girls will accompany me tonight. Guide me to my room, he said. The girls were frightened, they have already seen this coming, but still, this is going too fast. Even Lily looked at Victor with strange eyes. Hilda sighed secretly, then stepped forward and signaled Victor to follow her, while the twins began to shake with an anxious look on their faces. The master bedroom was huge, containing a double king-sized bed in addition to a big panoramic window looking onto the superb scenery of the forest below and the city in the distance. It also had a connected master bathroom. Victor nodded in approval, then ordered the hesitant Hilda to go get the girls ready. When Hilda left the room, he quickly looked at Lily and asked her to check the room for surveillance. So she quickly performed her task and reported that it was all clear. And just when he was about to tell her about her next assignment, there was a knock on the door. Hilda entered, followed by two red-haired, shaking girls in black silk pajamas. They had unwilling faces and aggrieved eyes. Victor swallowed his saliva. Not bad, he thought. But just when he was about to talk to them, he was interrupted again, but this time it was Lily. Young master, I want her permission to report to your esteemed mother that you have arrived safely at the mansion, she said while keeping her eyes on the ground, not daring to look at her young master. Victor turned his head and looked at her with a piercing glare. Did my mother order you to spy on me? He asked. No, never, young master, she just asked me to regularly report on your health. She was really worried about you, I know what can and can't be said, Lily quickly tried to explain herself. Victor knew well what Lily and his mother meant, and his heart was full of warmth, but his mouth was not. Okay, good then, go report to your heart's content, Then he turned to Hilda and yelled, "Hilda, find a nearby room for dear Lily so she can keep reporting all night," and with that, he pushed Lily and Hilda out of the room, locking the door behind them. Lily was shocked. Her young master's reaction was not what she expected, but while he was just driving her out he whispered in her little ear. "Survey the entire mansion, I have things to do here." It seems this was all part of his plan. So she quickly asked Hilda to guide her to a suitable room and then followed her. She was not really comfortable with the young master being alone with two pretty twins, but she knew that he will not touch them tonight. Probably. Victor looked at the two girls who were still shaking. Maybe he can use them for a massage? He thought with a smile. "Turn around and show me the tattoo on your necks," he said softly. The girls looked at each other, then turned around and held their flowing hair, revealing the family's crest in faint ink on the back of their necks. Since Hilda did not let them meet Nick, so their tattoos were the family's crest and not others. So any member of the family can claim them. Victor approached them slowly and took out his purple token. "Don't resist the feeling you will have, or it would hurt you," he said in a soft voice. The girls shook a little then nodded their heads. They have already been through this once. Victor quickly placed the token on their necks one at a time and marked them as his servants. Now, he got them, but how to keep them? He thought as he looked at the two shaking girls. "Turn around," he said softly, "I have now marked you as my servants, you will listen to me from now on. No one except for me, not even Hilda or my father can order you without my permission, understood?" The girls nodded in response. They knew that they have already entered the tiger's den and there is nothing they can do. Tears began to well in their pretty eyes. "Now I need you to act as my pillows, as I am not used to sleeping in a new bed without my hug pillows," he said that. Jan then headed to the grand bed and began to change his clothes. The girls were astonished. "Hug pillows? Is this a new play, or is there something wrong in this guy's head? Come help this young master get dressed, how do you button this thing?" His voice came to wake them out of their astonishment, so they looked at Victor who already changed his pants, but seemed to be having trouble putting on the pajama shirt, so they quickly went and helped him with a heavy blush on the face. After finishing, Victor climbed onto the bed and ordered the girls to sleep one on each side. So they did that, nervously, not knowing where to put their hands. Victor turned off the lights then hugged the two girls and closed his eyes. And that's it. For the next 10 minutes, the girls were nervous, but after another few minutes, they heard him snore. "Really, just sleep? Just like that?" they thought concurrently. They were surprised and a little relieved looking at each other's eyes. Now they can only go to sleep too, they have already reached this stage, what is the worst that could happen? So they closed their eyes to sleep. Victor secretly operated his token and used the seal's function to force them into a deep sleep. What he has to do next, no one should see. Victor snapped his eyes open, then sat down looking at the sleeping beauties by his sides. They were very beautiful, especially when they relaxed their anxious faces. Not as beautiful as my Lily though, he thought. As Lily was getting more beautiful by the minute after the ceremony. He carefully caressed their red hair. And thought. He has a choice to give up on them and let them go to Tom's side, this will allow him to avoid a very dangerous potential enemy. But he does not want to do that. He will never give up what is his, never again. So he will approach them slowly and make them fall in love with him, as he doesn't want to force them, he intends to keep them by his side for a long time, so he had to boil the frog slowly. As for Tom, he has already fabricated a good plan. Looking out of the window at a towering mountain on the horizon, he had a crazy idea. He remembered an accident in his past life, something that had nothing to do with him back then. This time he will use it to his advantage. He will dig a deep hole and let Tom fall in it smiling, he would not know what hit him. But those plans will have to wait until tomorrow. Now he will initiate his class for the first time and activate his skill. He did not want to be disturbed, and if the girls were awake it would cost him a lot. His level was too low for such a thing, so he made them sleep. I hope it was worth it, he told himself. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and initiated his class. Welcome Fate Weaver. X rank, class. Initiated. Skills edited. Now can acquire Fate rank with appraisal. The Fate's fabric had already been weaved, but you have been granted the power to untangle its lines and rebuild your own destiny. Analyzing player fate. Fate, rank E++, raising. Skills available. Eyes of Destiny, X, activate and glimpse the fabric of reality, its woven lines would be revealed to you. Taxing on the user. Can only see if authority level is higher than target. Tolerance grows with level. Cost, 1 order point per target. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Destiny Shield, SSS, bad things happen, sometimes for no reason, sometimes as a punishment. Protects you from destiny backlash. May incurs additional costs or temporary status. Grows with level. Cooldown time, 30 days. Fate Tracker, X, designate a subject to follow its strongest destiny line or an already designated one. Can only see if authority level is higher than target. Cannot use other Fate skills while activated. Cost, 1 order point. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Fate Instinct, passive, / random, X, sometimes you might get a glimpse at the things fate has hidden. Chance depends on luck. Chance grows with level. Victor looked at the screen and smiled. Between all the classes that were available to him, he chose this. He wanted to choose a class to awaken his bloodline. But when he saw it, he chose it immediately. As it was the only X-ranked class revealed to him. And because he knew some things that others didn't. In this world there exist very few X classes, and to get them one needs not just sufficient authority, but also luck and destiny. It is a ranking given to classes that have a direct impact on the world itself. Most of them are the last upgrade of a lower-leveled class. But not all. As far as he knows, only 5 were disclosed to the public, but in the Royal Library there were 10 recorded X-class players. He is sure he got this class because he changed his fate when he returned to the past. Just like how a soldier would usually get the choice for a warrior class. Fate and destiny are mysterious things. Victor only learned about it when he was trying to get the Black Book of Time. He had to work for a decade where the book was kept, at the Royal Library. He was just a small librarian back then, but it was a job that many wished they could acquire, and it was granted to him, by a friend, as a favor repayment. There he could abuse his position to read many rare books, and some forbidden ones if he had a chance. He learned a lot about how this world worked, the rules, and the bugs that were discovered so far. But amongst the subjects that eluded the researchers was fate. It was intangible, but it was there. Like how some people would find treasures that suit them perfectly, how a player would level up at the right time to save the day, or how some players will awaken on their own without an artifact. It is like the world had already decided for some things to happen. The luck status seems to affect fate, but only in a limited way. If someone is fated to be hit by a rock, luck would just affect its size. Fate was not unchangeable. In the rules of this world, free will is above all, and fate itself is ever-changing. But there are usually set lines and trends. Changing those is hard, very hard. He who had fate turn on him many times in the past knows this well. Some people are fated for greatness, while others are not. This class is mostly passive as it does not have any offensive skills in its first stages. But its existence by itself is the biggest offense. He was not bound by fate anymore, and he would be able to manipulate things to his advantage. He took a deep breath, then looking at the twins, he activated his skill. Eyes of Destiny. Targets. Human female, +1. Human female, +1. Cost, 2 order point consumed. Revealing. Victor's eyes turned white then black, as a yin-yang symbol slowly formed in them. Blood began to flow out of eyes and nose. But a confident smile slowly appeared on his face. He didn't care, because he saw it. The world became clear, like how when you look at a painting up close and be able to make out every brush stroke the painter did, every fiber and canvas was there in front of him. He looked at himself, but he was like a gray fog, many lines coming in and out of his body, but it felt intangible. This was the cost of having this class. He escaped the grasp of fate and his destiny became undefined, so he can't see himself. He knew he didn't have much time. This was just a glimpse and his body was too weak to handle it, so he quickly looked at his prime target, the twins. Their bodies shone with golden light, and then he saw a small window above each of them. Fate, a rank. Talent, a rank. Now, he is sure, he must get them. A rank is the topmost rank any normal human can get. Of course, there exist air ranks, but those are reserved for special and heroic beings. Looking at them, he saw many colorful lines around them being revealed. They surrounded them like cocoons. These make the canvas of their destiny. He could make out only 5 special lines. Those are the ones affecting the twins for now. Looking any further, that was not possible for him, as the lines of fate are infinite and ever-changing, like the choices they make every day. The brighter is good fates, while the dark ones are harmful. He felt that. The first was a shiny blue line heading down towards the first floor. It was probably Hilda's, as she is a mother figure for them. The second was a pink one directed out of the window, towards the city. Victor knew that this must be their fated loved one, Tom. The third is his. It had a shallow gray color, still fragile and undefined. The fourth is a black evil thin line going into the mountains. It seems to intertwine with his and Tom's lines, and Victor had a good idea whose it was. As for the last, it was bright red, a blood connection. It was the thickest and the most robust of them all, and it was towards each other. This one is nearly impossible to break, he knew that. My fate with them is too shallow. I can't change their destiny by using force, or it would probably break, thought Victor. But he had a plan. He has to make his destiny thread bigger while destroying Tom's. There will be a chance tomorrow night, he thought, looking at the black ominous line. He felt his body can't take this any longer, so he quickly stopped his skill. Victor was very drained. He also felt a piercing pain in his eyes. This skill is too energy-consuming, he thought. So he slowly left the bed without alerting the fast-asleep girls, and went to the bathroom where he took a quick shower and cleaned all the blood before he returned to the bedroom. He climbed into the bed and began to inspect his status. There was no change, but looking at his order points, he saw there were 19 left. He has to find a way to get more, he thought. Order points are a mystery to many, but he knew that they are mainly used by skills that affect the world. In the past, he only heard that those with the X-level classes would accept them as part of their payment for their services. Now he knows how precious those are. But that is a subject for another day. He was now too tired, so he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep after hugging the 2 girls on his sides. When Victor woke up, it was 6:30 a.m. He was still hugging the 2 girls by his sides. They had already woken up, but did not dare to move in fear of waking this young master up. They had blushed faces and aggrieved eyes. He nodded his head in satisfaction, then flashed them a warm smile. "Good morning, Mina. Good morning, Mana," he said. "Good morning, young master," they replied in low voice. He quickly let go of them and stretched out his stiff limbs. "Last night was amazing. I slept well thanks to the 2 of you," he said. "I want to reward you. Is there anything you want?" he asked. Mina and Mana looked at each other. To tell the truth, they had a very good night's sleep too, but they did not dare to say that. It was too shameful. "We does not dare ask the young master for anything," said Mina, while Mana nodded. It seems those 2 girls were taught to know their place, thought Victor. Then I will find a suitable reward later, he said. Now I have to take a shower. Prepare a good formal suit for me while I do that. I will be going to the company today, he ordered. Then he entered the bathroom after grabbing a towel. It's not that he does not want them to help him in the bath, but that is still too early. He has to cook them in warm water. The twins looked at each other, then quickly went and opened the wardrobe to choose an outfit. Victor's clothes has arrived the previous day, and were arranged by the 2 of them before his arrival. The girls were really excited to choose his clothes for him. He was very charming, and dressing him was like a game. All the clothes here were from renowned brands. The cheapest one would cost 100 times the monthly allowance Hilda gave them. By the time they agreed on a good outfit for him, Victor had already left the bath with the towel wrapped around his waist. Looking at his shiny skin, exposed chest, and perfect abs, the girls blushed and quickly covered their eyes with their hands. Victor had been practicing the family's secret art since he was a child, and although he had no breakthroughs, his body was sculpted to perfection. In addition to that, his strength and charm attributes were double that of a normal teenager his age. So it has to show on his body. "What are you two doing? Quickly help me get dressed," he said and quickly took off the towel. The girls did not dare look or move, and he could see that the blush had reached their ears. So he did not force them, he took the underwear they prepared and put it on, then he put on his pants. "What are you doing? Help me put on some shirts," he scolded them. The girls looked through their fingers, and when they saw that he already had his pants on, they gathered enough courage to help him put on the rest of the suit. While helping him, they couldn't help but touch his bare skin and tight muscles, which caused them to be very embarrassed and very curious. How can his muscles be so firm yet so delicate, they wondered, is he a model? After that, under his orders, they helped him dry and comb his purplish silky gray hair. When they finished, Victor looked at himself in the mirror and nodded. These girls have good tastes, he thought. The girls stood there in their silk pajamas admiring their work of art, looking at their perfect young master. Can a man be this perfect, they thought. "Not bad, I am quite satisfied," said Victor. "Now go get yourself ready and prepare me some breakfast," he said. The girls nodded with faint smiles on their faces. They were quite proud of the job they have done. Failing to notice that they are no longer as anxious near Victor. Then before leaving, they clumsily remembered to salute Victor, opened the door, and escaped from the room. When the door was just opened, Victor saw that there was an aggrieved girl in a veil standing there near the door, so after the girls left he called her in. "Come on in, Lily," he said. "Good morning, young master," she said, entering the room and saluting. Victor had a strange feeling when he looked at Lily just now. It is the same as last night when he spied at the twins' destiny. He couldn't see anything, but it was as if he could feel Lily's destiny connected to him. It was like flowing river. It seems his affinity with fate has increased, so he began to feel it naturally. Looks like he has to use it more in the future. As for why he could feel Lily, it is probably because he has a very strong destiny with her. When he saved her life, he changed her destiny and severed her death thread, which may have caused her new destiny to be intertwined with his. Then he helped her sever another thread when he killed Guy. And that strengthened their destiny. Looking at Lily, who stood there waiting for his commands, he noticed that her eyes were bloodshot. He could only sigh. This girl can be very stupid sometimes, he thought. "Did you survey the mansion last night? Were there any abnormalities?" he asked. "None, young master, the buildings are clean, but..." she said. "What?" he asked. "Something was missing. This entire mansion has no cameras or surveillance devices," she said. "Oh, I understand, we will add a few later." Victor nodded his head and said. It was probably Nick's idea. He might have wanted to use this place for some unclean business. "Why did you not sleep last night?" he suddenly questioned her. Lily's body shook and she lowered her head. Young master, I was worried about you being angry with me. I was afraid that you don't want me anymore, and you chose to sleep with the twins," she said with a few teardrops falling to the ground. Suddenly she felt Victor's arms surround her. He hugged her, bringing her close to his chest. "Foolish girl," he said in a warm voice, "I already told you, you are mine, and I will never give up on you, never." Lily hugged him harder and began to sob. Victor knew that Lily, despite her training and strong outer appearance, is very soft on the inside. She needs support, and he was her only one. When he kicked her out yesterday, it may have made her very worried. He might have to be more careful with her in the future. He hugged her and caressed her hair, slowly. Then he asked, out of nowhere. "Did you report to my mother?" The sobbing stopped and Lily shook a little in fear. The answer came after one whole minute of silence. "I did," she said, "but he already guessed that since he allowed it last night." "Young master, you gave me permission," she said with an aggrieved voice. "I know. But what did you tell her? Just that Master arrived safely and… And what? Victor had a bad feeling. Lily hesitated, then answered, that Master spent the night with two beautiful twins. Victor sighed. He knew why Lily told his mother about the twins. He knew that she would never reveal his secrets. The news of his last night's deeds has probably already reached his father's ear through Hilda, so this was not a secret. It was trivial for Victor to figure out the reason. Simply, Lily was jealous of them and wanted to vent her grievances. And the only one she could talk to is her future mother-in-law. Victor let go of Lily, went to the door, and closed it. Lily, although you did not do anything wrong, I have the feeling that your butt has been very itchy lately. Go put your hands on the bed and turn your back to me, he said to Lily, who just realized that she seems to have made her young master a little too much displeased. Victor has decided that Lily needs some education. After carefully educating a certain snitch girl, Victor ordered her to sleep till noon so that she can be of help at the birthday party tonight. Then he went downstairs for some breakfast. He was greeted by an already set table and the beautiful twins who were dressed in light blue dresses. He nodded his head in satisfaction and went to the table where Mana quickly held the chair for him to sit at the head of the table. And after he ordered the twins to accompany him, they obediently sat down to eat. A few minutes later, Hilda entered the room with Leo, who had just arrived. "Good morning, young master," they said. "Good morning. What was your name?" "Right, Leo, did you have breakfast yet?" Victor looking at them he asked. "No. Young master," Leo said while looking at the table full of delicacies, and the beautiful twins sitting there. He could barely hold his saliva. Victor nodded his head. "Hilda, take Leo to the kitchen and prepare a glass of milk and some cereals for him," he said. "We can't have him driving on an empty stomach." Hilda smiled slightly, then signaled the dejected Leo to follow her, while the twins couldn't hide their laughter. This young master is a bully, they thought, but his next question took them by surprise. "What are your plans for today?" he asked the twins. "Other than our friend's birthday party, there is nothing. We may go shopping for gifts in the afternoon," Mina said. "Okay, then you will accompany me to the company," Victor said. "Lily did not sleep last night, so she can't follow him. And he needs to increase his bond with the girls." The girls looked at each other with some uneasiness. "Yes, young master," they replied. "Young master, may I inquire which company you mean?" asked Mina timidly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am now the CEO of Horizons Media, you know it, don't you?" he said with a smile. "Ah," both of the twins said simultaneously. "Young master means the company who produced the current hit movie Dragon Hero 3, where John Sigma works." "Yes, if you don't want to come with me I can understand that. Don't force yourselves," he said with a pondering face. "No, young master, it's an honor to accompany you there," they said with a pleading smile. Which little girl does not have a dream of visiting such a huge media company? Perhaps they would get a chance to meet some of their idol stars and get their autograph there. "Okay then, finish your breakfast, then get ready," Victor said. After another 30 minutes, Victor left the mansion with the twins, who changed into fashionable identical red t-shirts and blue ripped jeans. Leo was already sitting in the car, looking a little aggrieved. But when he saw the twins, he changed into a professional, handsome driver mode. But they could see him secretly glancing at their legs every now and then. After Victor got seated with the twins by his sides, Leo started the car as he looked at the back seat with envious eyes. "I want to be like him too," he thought. Sitting in the moving car, Victor began to inspect the twins. He noticed something yesterday. Although they had the same looks, they had opposite personalities and different air surrounding them. Mina was the outgoing cheerful kind, while Mana was the introverted silent one. He rarely heard her voice. Soon they reached the highway. Leo, who was driving the car, looked at Victor in the mirror to find that he had put his hand around the waists of the blushing twins. He could only shoot him an envious gaze. Why does this guy have two girls around him today? He changes girls every day, can't he simply sit alone? Leo wanted to have some man time with Victor so he can get close to him. Victor didn't care about Leo nor his thoughts. He was looking at a high mountain to the right of the road while lost in thoughts. If he played his card right, he might solve the twins' problem once and for all and get a very powerful servant on the way. Suddenly there was a honking sound from the back that broke Victor away from his thoughts. A pink convertible sports car shot like a bullet next to them. If not for Leo's timely maneuver, there would have been an accident. The car did not slow down, it just continued its path on the highway as if nothing happened and soon went out of sight. K them, don't they know how to drive? I will report them when we reach the company. Then he said to Victor, don't worry young master, I will make sure to break the leg of whoever was driving that car. He failed to notice the murderous look in Victor's eyes. Victor knew who that was. But before he could tell Leo not to bother doing anything, Mina, who has also recognized the car's driver, answered. Mr. Leo, I think that would be pointless. The one who was driving the car is Miss Linda Cross, the daughter of the current appointed Governor Otto Cross, she said with a firm voice. Are you sure? Leo asked with an uncertain voice. If it was that girl, he can't do anything to her. Yes, I am familiar with that car. She said. Do you know her? Victor suddenly interrupted. Not personally, young master. She is a very famous person in Vane City and has a lot of followers on social media. She answered truthfully. Tell me what you know about her, he asked in a slightly cold voice. Well, she is both a very powerful and very benevolent woman, although she tends to act a bit arrogantly most of the time. She occasionally appears on television, like when she donated millions to an orphanage last month. She is very rich and she started a successful cosmetics company when she was still in middle school. Mina answered with a worshipping look in her eyes. Linda was one of her idols. She has many dedicated fan clubs on the internet and in real life. She is our age, can you believe that? And I heard she would be attending the same high school we are going to attend. She added with a smiling face, then looked at Victor. But young master, I know what you are thinking. Although she is very beautiful, she already has a fiancé, and the rumors are that he is from a family that is even more rich and influential than hers, she said as if she understood her young master's intentions. Oh, a fiancé? Victor asked with a cold voice. Oh, a fiancé? Victor asked the twins in a cold voice. According to rumors, he is a perverted and depraved young man. It is said, he sleeps with 2 maids every night and spends his days in brothels. In addition, he tried to rape his new maid, and because she refused him, he almost killed her. And I heard he once tried to force Linda to do it with him and 3 other men at the same time, but was saved by a friend at the last moment. Poor Miss Linda has to marry such a shameful man because his family can make hers go bankrupt and her father would be demoted in seconds. She has no choice. I hope that evil fiancé dies in the arms of some prostitute so that Miss Linda would be free. Mina said with hatred spilling from hers and Mana's eyes. As if they were wishing they can strangle such a beast fiancé and save the noble Miss Linda. But what surprised them was the sudden smack upside their heads. It made them almost hit the front seat. Ah, why, young master, they said while looking at Victor with tearful eyes. In truth, Victor did not want to smack them, but these 2 fools were cursing at him. Let me tell you a little secret, he said with a cold voice. I am your sweet Miss Linda's evil fiancé. Ah. Both Mina and Mana screamed and quickly pulled back from Victor's sides as if they were avoiding the plague. Calm down, he ordered them in a firm voice. And you, focus on your driving. He yelled at Leo, who was so agitated he was about to lose control of the car. After about 2 minutes in silence, Victor began to speak after a long sigh. You shouldn't trust rumors, most of them are not true, although I don't have to tell you the truth, I feel that I should make things clear. He said. But what I am going to say now will stay between us, understood? The girls looked at each other and nodded. You too, Victor said to the sweating Leo, who stretched his neck wanting to hear the conversation in the back. Yes, sir, he said, while big drops of sweat were forming on his forehead. Well, it is not really a secret, but you must know that my family forbids sexual relationships before becoming an adult. And my adulthood ceremony was the day before yesterday. So how can attempt to rape Linda, let alone spend time in a brothel, he said to the skepticizing girls. As for the raping a maid rumor, that one has some truth to it. But she was the one who wanted to seduce me, and I was young back then. Luckily, my father caught us in time, or else I would have been kicked out of the family. As a punishment, he sent me to an all-boys boarding school. I could only sleep with 3 other stinky guys in a dormitory most of the year. He continued with an aggrieved voice while remembering his roommates. I only met Linda 3 times anyway. And that was with our parents. As for the engagement, it was her mother, Amelia Cross, who begged my grandmother for help before, as she needed help due to some internal turmoil in her family, and she promised to be my family's ally in return. My grandmother asked her for a guarantee so that she would not burn the bridge after crossing, so that woman packaged her daughter and offered her to be a wife to any heir in my family, and my grandmother chose me as I was only older than Linda by a few months, and we were suitable for each other. You have to understand something. The one who truly holds the power in her family is her mother. She belongs to a branch of a family as strong as mine. As for her father Otto Cross, he is just a facade. But young master, doesn't that mean she was a hostage? Manna asked in a timid voice. Yes and no, while in theory, she was like that, the truth is, women from noble families rarely have a say in their marriage and would be sometimes offered for some old men to be concubines, especially a beautiful girl from a branch family. So for her to marry me, and as an official wife, was a very good deal. According to my father, her mother was very pleased, at that time. The girls were a little shocked. They did hear of such practices. Arranged marriages between big families have been practiced in old times, and appeared frequently in novels and dramas. But they didn't know that they continued to these times. Victor looked at them, then continued. It was all good until I was about 10 years old. Due to me being sickly, I didn't have a good standing in the family and soon fell out of favor. It was expected that I will not inherit anything, and be kicked out of the family sooner or later. Seemingly, Linda and her mother heard about that and began to have second thoughts about this engagement. After the incident with the maid, she took the opportunity and came to see my grandmother. Using the incident as the reason, she requested the change of the engagement target to another heir, but my grandmother firmly refused. Changing the engagement is not good for the family's image and would cause some internal conflicts, as Amelia now holds an important position in her family. After that, the rumors defaming me began to circulate. So who do you think is spreading those rumors? Ah, young master, that, Miss Linda would never. The twins did not seem to know what to say. They didn't know if they could believe Victor. I don't really care if you believe me or not, and Linda would never confirm any of these rumors. She dares not. But you two are my maid, and you are now siding with someone who you barely knew against your young master. You should be ashamed of yourselves, he said, and caused them to lower their heads in shame. Well, not all the rumors are false, anyway, he said with an evil smile. I did sleep with the 2 of you last night. Suddenly the car jerked. Poor Leo could not swallow that last piece of information. He lost his attention for one moment, and almost hit the car in the front. He quickly adjusted the car and made a sharp turn to the right while pressing the brakes, but they did not seem to work. In the next instant, the car turned over and began to roll at a high speed, crashing into the highway's traffic barriers. For half a second there, Victor felt as if an ethereal black thread was strangling him. He knew something has caused his fate instinct skill to activate, but it was too late, as the car started to roll, but thanks to his heightened attributes he knew what he had to do. He quickly grabbed the twins, who were frozen in shock, and held them close to his chest. And the next moment when the car crashed, he used his legs to push himself to the opposite side and absorb the shock. Luckily, the car finally stopped, and although it has been heavily scrapped on the outside, aside from the broken and cracked windows, the interior was relatively intact. But Victor quickly noticed a wisp of smoke coming out from the front panel, so without thinking, he quickly tried to open the door, but it did not budge. sh*t, he knew something was wrong. This was no mere accident, someone was targeting him. He took a deep breath and used his leg to kick the door with all of his strength, and it broke right away and was sent flying across the highway. He quickly left the car and moved away while holding the twin. Looking back, he could see that Leo has already squeezed himself out of the car through a broken window and ran to his side. He had blood all over his face and he held his hand to his chest in pain. But before he could say anything, boom! The car exploded and sent everyone flying into the air. Victor opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky above. Despite the ringing in his ears, he could hear the sound of an ambulance's siren getting near. He got up and sat down slowly while looking around him. He was sitting on the dirt on the side of the highway, not too far from the burning vehicle. The twins and Leo were unconscious on the ground next to him. He could see that they were breathing, and other than the bloodied Leo, the others probably had only some light concussions. He looked at himself and could see that his clothes were ripped, and he had some cuts on his hands and forehead, but nothing serious. He would probably heal in the next 2 hours due to his inhuman strength and recovery. But what just happened took him by surprise. A luxury car like this would not fail just like that. And would definitely not explode due to such a minor accident. He felt at the moment of the crash that malicious fate lying, trying to strangle him. It was intentional. He must question Leo to make sure, but he was pretty sure someone tampered with this car. And he had a good idea who that person might be. A few minutes later, a police car, a firefighter truck, and an ambulance were parked next to the wreckage of the car. A young policewoman, who had a heroic look, blonde hair, and a very tight uniform, approached Victor with the paramedics and stood there watching while her partner, a fat middle-aged cop, went to check on the exploded car, which was now covered with white foam. Victor was terrified for the first time since his return when he saw her. He knew this young woman, her name was Leah Smith, and she was a major pain in the ass. She was a very good, dedicated, and commendable police officer. But she tends to get her nose into many things, with absolutely no regard to the consequences. She got her police station into many troubles before. But she had a very powerful background, and no one dared to do anything to her. In the end, they decided to put her in the traffic police, where she would not be able to create much trouble. But he reassured himself, as he did nothing wrong this time. She has nothing against him. But he didn't want to stay with her for long, as she was like a dog, and could smell trouble a mile away. The paramedics checked on him and found that he didn't suffer anything serious, so they asked him to go for some checks in the hospital later, and the same for the twins, who regained consciousness pretty quickly. Apart from some light bruises, they were fine. Although their clothes got a little dirty, it added to their ripped jeans style. They looked at Victor with a grateful gaze. If he did not grab them and pull them out of the car at the right time, they would have been dead or seriously injured at the very least. As for poor Leo, apparently, he suffered some broken ribs and a serious concussion and was still unconscious, so the paramedics had to take him to the hospital. While watching the ambulance take Leo and leave, Victor heard a voice from the back. "Are you the owner of this car? Name? Occupation?" Leah asked him coldly after seeing that he began to look at her with a perverted look. He seems fine after having such an accident, she wondered. "No, this is my company's car. My name is Victor White, a student and a CEO," he said with a proud voice. "White? You look similar to him. Do you know a Nick White?" she asked as her voice got a lot colder. What did that guy do to her, Victor wondered. "Ah, yes, he is my stepbrother, but I never met him before," he said. "Do you know that your brother is a suspect in a human trafficking case?" she asked him while examining his expression, looking for a sign of him lying. "No, I told you I never met him. If he is a criminal, why don't you arrest him, officer?" he asked. But she didn't answer, but looked at her partner, who returned after examining the car. "Found anything?" The car would need to go to the lab for testing. There were no explosives, but if someone rigged the engine we won't be able to tell straight away. But the cop took a half-burnt plastic bag containing some unknown substance. I found this, it is a new drug on the streets, they call it the tiger's breath. It should be the driver's as it was in the close compartment. Damn you, Leo, Victor screamed silently. This was a recreational drug, and it was a forbidden substance. You three, come back with me to the police station. I need your statements. Leah said. If he went with her, it would take him at least a few hours to get out. But there will be a problem when questions the twins. The twins will not reveal any secrets, but they are still too young and inexperienced. And this woman was very nosy. She had something against young masters like him, and she would sniff the scent of any misdemeanor a mile away. He is sure she would find an excuse to keep him locked up for at least a few days. He could already see that from the glares she was shooting at him. So he has to find a way out. Ah, yes officer, can we come by to the station later? This is just a normal accident, and I am feeling very hurt, and I need to go lie down at home, he said, not wanting to get the police involved. No, there are drugs involved, so I would need your statements. She shot him a gaze, then looked at the twins behind him. Her instinct was telling her that this young master was not a good one. I assure you, officer, there is no need to, you would never find my fingerprints over those, and it was not my car, to begin with, this is only the second time I have ever been in it. I have an important meeting that I need to attend. And I didn't commit any crime, you can't just take me, he pleaded. Then he looked at her partner. Sir, can you help us here? He looked at Leah. He has a point, and we have his address, no need to make things complicated, he said, as he could guess that Victor was an influential figure and he didn't want to make unnecessary trouble. But he is the brother of Nick White, he might know about, she whispered. And you are no longer on that case, didn't you cause enough trouble, he pleaded to her. She didn't understand how dangerous this White family was, but he did. If you don't back down and let me take him in, I will call my dad and make him fire you, she threatened. So the cop could only flash Victor an apologizing look and back down. Now, you have to come with me, I am suspecting that you might have something with drug trafficking. If you don't come voluntarily, I would arrest you, she turned to Victor and threatened unreasonably. While watching the reaction of the twins behind him, Victor knew that no matter what he said, this crazy chick will take him with her, so he did what every responsible young master does. Then, I will have to inform the company that I will be late, I can't have them wait for me, he said in a firm voice, making her nod her head as he sounded convincing. He quickly took his gilded phone, which had a cracked screen but was still functional, and called a number that was given to him by George the previous day. Leah turned her head as if she didn't care, but Victor knew that she was listening very closely to what he would say. Ah, hello uncle. Yes, I am Victor White. Yes, I arrived yesterday. I know, and that is why I am calling, I just had an accident on the highway. No, everything is fine. It's just that I was delayed by an unreasonable young police officer. She insisted that I should go to the station with her. Yes, precisely. Okay. Then he looked at Leah and handed her phone without forgetting to flash a charming smile. It's for you, he said. But Leah did not take the phone but kicked it using her slender legs right out of Victor's hand into the ground. I don't care who you called, and no matter who they are, or what they said. You must come with me to the station. Now get moving, she said unreasonably. He looked at her and smiled. This idiot will get herself killed someday, he thought. Fine, I am all yours, Miss Police Officer. But don't regret it, he noted. I will not, but you will. How dare you threaten a police officer, she snapped at him. She picked up his phone from the ground and put it in an evidence bag, then ordered him to follow her to her car, where she asked him to get into the back with the twins, then changed her mind and asked her partner to sit in the back while Victor would sit in front, beside her. She will interrogate them alone later and find out about all the dirty things he had done. Maybe she would be able to find a piece of incriminating evidence this time and lock this idiot with that snake brother of his for good. But just as they were about to get into the car, Lee's phone rang. Harold Smith was busy reading an important document when his private phone's ringing sound startled him. Looking at it, he saw that it was an unknown number. but still, he chose to answer. In his line of work, he can't afford to miss an important call. "Hello," he said. Hello, uncle," a confident young man answered from the other side. "May I know who is it?" he asked. "Yes, I am Victor White." "Ah, young Master Victor, your father has already informed me that you would be living in Vane City. Are you here already?" he said politely while remembering Master Theodore's stern order to take care of his son who will be living in Vane City. As the city's police chief, he knew some secrets, held a responsibility toward the safety of the family's heirs under his jurisdiction. "Yes, I arrived yesterday." "That's good. If I can help you, young master, with anything, I am always ready." "I know, and that is why I am calling. I just had an accident on the highway." "Ah, are you all right?" he asked in a frightened voice. If anything were to happen to this young master, especially on the day of his arrival, he might lose his head. Or worst, his position. "No, everything is fine. It's just that I was delayed by an unreasonable young police officer. She insisted that I should go to the station with her. There is only one young traffic officer who came to his mind. But he hoped it was not her." "Can you see her tag? Is her name Leah Smith?" "Yes, precisely." He cursed, "Young master, don't worry, I will fix this right away. Please get her on the phone." "Okay. This is for you." He could hear the young master talking to his daughter, but the next moment there was a sound of a crash and the call ended. He could guess what had just happened. This daughter of his is getting more unreasonable as she grew up. So he quickly fumbled with his phone to make a call, but due to the shaking of his hand, it took him 2 full minutes to dial his daughter's phone number. She answered after a few beeps. And her sweet voice calmed him a little bit. Maybe he can salvage the situation, he thought. "Hi Daddy, is there anything? I am busy arresting a filthy criminal down here and I will call you when I finish," she said, intending to hang up. "Is his name Victor White?" he asked. "Ah, yes. He didn't do anything illegal, right? Let him go right now, that's an order. He can't be soft with this girl anymore, or she would be the end of him." "No, he didn't. But Daddy, he is very suspicious. I am sure he has some nasty secrets," she said in a soft voice. "Look, if you don't let him go right now, I will fire you from the police for disobeying orders." He didn't want to yell at her. But some things must be done. He can't simply tell her how horrible this guy's family is. She would probably naively attempt to arrest them and end up dead with the rest of the police squad in the process. "Okay, fine," she said. He could hear the aggrieved voice of his daughter and that made his heart bleed. But before he could say anything she hung up the phone, and he knew she was very angry with him. But he was sure she would do the right thing, probably. Leah hung up the phone and looked at Victor with murderous eyes. "You may go, but I will be keeping an eye on you," she said with a cold voice. "Your connections can save you today, but can they when I catch you red-handed?" She thought naively. Then she got into the car with her partner and drove away while making sure that enough dirt was blown into Victor's face and clothes. Victor could not take it anymore and cursed at the back of her speeding car. It seems he has to take care of that chick sooner or later. Now he needs to get a ride. Where was his phone? He looked around. "Young master, it seemed that cop took it," said Manna as she was observing what just happened. Her. He screamed. When he gets his hands on Leah, he will make sure to take revenge for his phone. She was probably planning to extract some information from it. But she would defiantly fail. Family devices are not something amateurs could manipulate. And he needed a new phone anyway. He looked at the Manna. "Give me your phone," he said as he needed to call Hilda or the company to fetch him a ride. "Sorry, young master. Our phones were still in our purses in the car when it blew up," they said with an aggrieved voice. Victor and the twins were in trouble now, as they had no phone and no money, so they could only walk. I should have forced Leah to give me a ride, he thought. Looking around him at the road signs, he found out that he was not too far away from the company. So signaled the girls to follow him and began to walk towards it. He lived in this city long enough to navigate it blindly. It took them about half an hour of walking under the hot sun to reach the towering building of Horizons Media. Victor was okay, but the girls were very tired. But just as they were going in, they were stopped by the two guards at the entrance. Only employees and people who have business inside allowed in, one guard with a big belly said while looking at Victor, who looked like a beggar with his tattered suit and dirty face. And we are not accepting models right now. The audition was over yesterday, he continued toward the twins, as they stood behind Victor. Victor was not in a good mood to argue with a guard, but he did not want to create unnecessary trouble. My name is Victor White, and I have an appointment with Ms. Carla Rice, and I look this way because I just had a car accident on the way here, Victor clarified. He didn't say anything about being the CEO, as he was too young and would make them laugh. The guard did not budge. You have an appointment with the vice president? You must be kidding. How can an esteemed person like Ms. Carla see a beggar like you? Now shoo, the guard dismissed him again. Confirm it with the front desk, it would only take a second, Victor said angrily. I said, get out of here, or I would call the police. The guards replied in a cold voice. Victor frowned. This guard is too unreasonable. Was it someone instructing him? He thought. Victor did not waste any more breath on the guards. So he just did the thing no one expected him to do. He slapped both of the guards before they could react and made them crash into the glass door behind them. And could hear the twins gasp behind him. He did not hold his hand, and those guards will have to eat through a pipe for the rest of their lives. He needed to kill some chickens to scare the monkeys. If he didn't make some trouble, some idiots will look down at him. So he strode confidently into the company's lobby with the twins, who looked at each other, then followed him. In the lobby, the receptionist, who was stunned by the ruckus on the door, quickly grabbed the phone intending to call the police, but Victor's strong hand suddenly pressed hers and stopped her from making the call. Looking at him, the receptionist was surprised because she had just seen him at the door. When did he arrive next to her? Back down, or I will call the police. Do you know that you are committing a crime by trespassing on company property and making trouble here? She threatened. I will not say this twice, he said with a cold voice. Call Carla, your vice president, and tell her Victor White has arrived and is waiting for her in the lobby. I already have an appointment with her, he said while taking his hand off the receptionist's arm. She looked at him with suspicious eyes, hesitating whether to call the police or just inform the vice president. But in the end, she decided to consult the vice president first to confirm what he said, as she has already seen that a few security guards were making their way to the lobby. So she raised the phone under Victor's cold gaze and made a call to the VP's office and told the secretary what just happened. Then she nodded her head and hung up. Looking up, she saw that Victor was standing there, with his hands in his pockets, while more than 10 security guards with batons were glaring at him and waiting for her to end her call. Miss Susan, the vice president's secretary, has informed me that Mr. Victor White does have an appointment with Ms. Carla today. However, she is already in an important meeting and can't meet him, so she requested that he waits in the lobby for her, she said. That made the guards back down a little, but they did not leave the lobby and just stood near the walls watching for any trouble. Oh, okay, then I will use your phone to make a quick call, Victor said, and began to use the phone on the front desk without waiting for the receptionist's response. She looked at him angrily but said nothing. First, he called the mansion, and after a few rings, Hilda answered. So he told her that he had an accident on the road and assured her of his and the twins' safety. Then he told her to ask Lily to get him his credentials, credit cards, and some clothes, and come meet him at the company. Then he called Harold, the police chief. He had already memorized his phone number the moment he looked at it when he called him earlier. He hanged up only after saying a few words. It's me, Victor. Ignore all the calls about Horizons Media for today. He understood that Carla intended to show him who was in charge here, but after today's accident, he was not in the mood for these stupid social tactics, so he will make his fists do the talking. He intends to use her to spread his reputation as an overbearing young master. No matter what type of ruckus he makes, it is his company anyway. So he put his plan into action. Making this young master wait, you would have to pay the price, he shouted with an arrogant voice. Then, under the surprised look of everyone in the lobby, Victor grabbed the phone and threw it at the first guard in the face. Then started to wrestle with the rest of the guards. The truth is, it can't be called wrestling nor a fight but a beating. Because after he grabbed the baton from the first guard who attacked him, he used it to beat all the others in mere seconds. Victor hit them hard on purpose, as he knew from his previous life that those guys were not a good lot, and he intended to replace them anyway. So after 1 whole minute of misery, there were 10 blood bags wearing security guard uniforms, crawling on the floor with broken hands and feet. That made the receptionist and the employees present in the lobby faces turn white, and they began to shake in fear. Then one by one they took out their phones in secret and began calling for the police. Victor already knew they would do, but he didn't care. No police officer would come near here today. He signaled the horrified twins to follow him and strode up the stairs. He knew the layout of this building like the back of his hand. If that ****ch did not come downstairs to meet me, then I will go up to her and kick her and make her know her place. When the receptionist saw him going upstairs, she wanted to quickly inform the vice president and the security manager about what had happened and warn them about Victor. But she discovered that her entire desk was already smashed up by Victor. All along the company's corridors, many employees and guests were wondering about the identity of this young man dressed in rags. He seemed to blow any security guard who stood in his way to the ground. Are they shooting a new movie? They thought. The twins who followed him were very embarrassed, especially since some of the people on those corridors were known idols whom they admire. But they did not have the face to ask them for their autographs in this situation. There was also another thought in the twins' minds. The young master is not that muscular. We have already seen his body, they thought with blushed faces. How can he be this strong? Is it an act, or are all of those guards here rubbish? It didn't take a long time for them to reach the VP's office, where a hot secretary in fashionable glasses stopped Victor with a stern look. Who do you think you are? How dare you trespass on the vice president's office? I will call your manager to fire you right away. How could you dress like that? This is a reputable company, she yelled one idiotic sentence after another, seeing him entering and heading towards the VP's room with no regard to her. So he stopped, turned toward her, and greeted her face with a heavy slap. It sent her crashing with her shattered glasses onto the floor. He knew this one too. Her name was Susan, a vain woman who was one of his girlfriends in his previous life. She swore that he was the love of her life. But after he was kicked out of the family, and ended up poor, she left him the next day and hooked up with another guy, who she seemed to have been keeping as a spare tear. After that, she made sure to taunt him and humiliate him every time she saw him. This slap is something he didn't have the chance to do in his previous life. Then, under the shocked eyes of the twins, he turned around and kicked the VP's room door open, and walked right in. We must never anger the young master. He is too overbearing, they thought. It was a grand room with huge glass windows and a big meeting table in the center. Here the company's top executives and managers were having a meeting headed by a beautiful blonde woman who seemed to be in her 30s. Carla Rice, the vice president of Horizons Media, was a legendary figure. She had both the brains and the beauty. And thanks to her brilliant business strategies, she took the company from the brink of bankruptcy to become a prominent actor in the movies and entertainment scene. That was the official story anyway. She was also one of the many concubines of Victor's father, Theodor von Weiss. And Victor knew better than anyone that she was just another foolish money-loving snake. Victor did not speak at all. Instead, he walked straight to Carla's seat and began slapping her on the face under the shocked gazes of the surrounding managers. A few of them quickly reacted and tried to catch him, but they ended up on the floor with broken noses, so no one dared intervene after that. But they could only order repeatedly for him to stop. How dare why? Ah. Stop. You can't. As for Carla, she began to threaten him first, but in the end, he could only hear her saying one thing. Please, no, not on the face. So he stopped and looked at his masterpiece. Her cheeks were bloated like watermelons, and her lips were puffed like balloons. Even her mother would not recognize her after such remodeling. And this was the result of him keeping his hand. If not, she would be picking up her teeth from the floor. Slapping her to this degree can be accepted as a punishment, but acting any more than that his father would blame him. He threw her to the floor and sat on her chair, facing the horrified executives who wanted to say something but dared not. He could see some of them were using their phones and calling for help under the table and repeatedly looking at the door, expecting the police to burst in at any moment. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Victor White, I am the son of Theodore White, and I am as of today the new CEO of this company. He said in an arrogant tone while rising his legs and putting them on the table. The executives looked at each other for confirmation, then at Clara, who stayed silent. But when she looked at Victor's threatening eyes, she dared not make more trouble and knew that no matter what, she would not be able to shake him after this. So she could only comply. Yes, everyone, she said with a puffed face, I wanted to hold this meeting to welcome the new CEO, she added in a shaking voice. She didn't expect this guy to be so overbearing. She needs to change her plans, it seems. So everyone looked at each other, then one by one began to stand up and salute Victor respectfully. As for the ones who lost teeth on the ground, they were feeling aggrieved, as they had just got beaten for nothing. Young master, may I know why did you enter like that and began hitting the vice president? Asked one senior manager. That's a question for her. Victor looked at Carla and asked, do you know why? Answer, he ordered. Carla hesitated a little, wondering how to phrase it. It is my fault for not perfectly explaining your arrival to the employees, and that made them act disrespectfully toward the young master, she said at last. Don't worry, young master, they will all be punished. I didn't punish you for that, said Victor, while shaking his head. I punished you because you did not come to pick me up yesterday from the airport. You made young master lose his face in front of his maid. This made Carla open her mouth in astonishment, not knowing what to say. Is this young master really that unreasonable, or is he an idiot? Maybe there was no need for her to act at all. He would probably ruin his own image by himself sooner or later. Then Victor turned to the astonished managers. Now, about the farce in the company entrance, that will be your next job assignment. Before I leave the company today, I need you all to figure out who did it and then punish whoever participated. Now go do your jobs. He ordered them. They were not idiots and quickly understood what he meant, so they looked at Carla with blaming eyes. It is all your fault, they thought. Then they stood up, intending to return to their posts. Just as the executives were about to leave the meeting room, the door was pushed open by a valiant young woman, with bright purple hair and a fashionable office lady outfit. She entered the room with 20 guards with firearms following her. It seems the help they requested has arrived. Victor looked at her but said nothing, just smiled warmly. And before she could say anything, one of the smart managers quickly introduced Victor, to avoid serious problems. Mississippi Aria, you are right on time. This is Mr. Victor White, the new CEO of our company. Aria looked at Victor with her clear eyes and seemed to have recognized him, especially his purplish hair, so she turned to the guards and ordered them to stop. But they didn't listen to her but looked to the back where a burly man entered behind them and looked at the situation, then ran straight to Carla and checked her situation. Then he looked at Victor and ordered. Take him down. Stop, Carla interrupted him. You can't touch him. We will talk later, now help me go to the infirmary, she said to him in a soft voice. He nodded his head and gestured the guards to be dismissed, then helped Carla walk out. Aria also ran to them and tried to help, but Carla seemed to dislike her because as soon as she stood up, she quickly pushed her away, then she quickly staggered out of the room with that man. Victor looked at that guy with murderous eyes. His name was Jacob Rice, the head of security in the company and Carla's brother. He was also the culprit behind today's accident. Back then, Jacob once executed the same operation successfully against an opposing company chairman, and Victor was responsible for covering him back then. So the moment he had an accident today, he knew who was behind it. Victor knew him very well. He was a snake who would not stop at anything in order to fulfill his desires. He was probably afraid that Victor's taking over the company would reveal how much money he embezzled with his sister. So he tried to get rid of him. But Jacob didn't understand anything about the family and didn't know that if something bad were to happen to Victor, his head would be chopped without a trial. Victor will not let him go. The reason he didn't want the police involved was that he plans to get rid of Jacob by himself. Soon the rest of the employees left the room one by one, leaving the twins who were standing next to a wall while holding each other's hands. They were probably wishing they weren't there. The good image they just built about their young master seems to be crumbling, and Arya, who kept standing there, waiting for the last executive to close the door on his way out. Arya White has seen the young master, Arya said as she bowed to Victor per family protocol. "Aren't you going to call me brother?" he asked warmly. "Don't joke with me, young master." "This one knows her place," she answered coldly. Arya White was his half-sister and Carla's daughter. Although she had purple hair, she did not have the family's bloodline, so she was not considered a legitimate daughter. This meant she could only address the heirs by their titles, as she was not considered a part of the family. Victor looked at her beautiful face and remembered how many times she aided him in his previous life. She was one of the few people who he truly trusts and admires. "Young master, don't you think you went a little too rough on my mother?" she blamed him politely. "Don't play this game with me. If I had to punish her for her disrespect, according to the family's rules, she would lose an arm at least." "You know that well," he said. Arya knew that this was the truth, and indeed Victor went easy on her mother. And although Carla didn't treat her well, she was her mother after all, so she looked angrily at Victor. Victor was amused, so continued to stare at her face, and that made her soon a little bit nervous. She have heard certain rumors about this younger brother. So she decided to end this pointless confrontation. "Young master, why don't you let me lead you to your office?" she asked, intending to divert his attention. Victor nodded his head and gestured for her to lead the way. And so she did. And after following her with the twins to the upper floor, she led him into a spacious office. It had a huge window overlooking Vane City and was furnished with a luxurious desk and leather chairs and couches, in addition to many famous paintings on the walls. "Young master, this was esteemed father's room, but now you are the CEO, so it would naturally be yours. It has already been thoroughly cleaned yesterday," she said as she showed him the room. "Good, I don't want to know or see any shreds of evidence of father's hobbies here," he said, and that caused Arya to blush as she knew precisely what he was talking about. "Don't worry, everything here is new, young master," she said while intending to leave. But his next words took her by surprise. "You work here as your mother's second secretary, right?" "From now on, you will be my secretary," he said. "No, young master, I can't, that's impossible. If you force me, I would rather quit." She firmly refused, as she didn't want to be left alone with him in the same room. If the twins were not here, she would have already fled. She have heard about him, her brother was a beast, she thought. And with no other words, she turned around and walked towards the door, intending to flee. "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking about. But let me warn you, if you don't come work for me, I would expose to father that the one behind all the company's new plans and its recent revival was you and not your idiot mother," he said. "If he knew that, he may fire your mother right away, and maybe even punish her for scamming him. You know how much father hates to be lied to," he added. Arya stopped. How did he know that, she questioned herself. But she didn't know the answer. But it was the truth. Her mother's management made the company near bankruptcy, so she, who was a business school student, offered to help her mother fix the situation, and out of desperation, Carla agreed. To everyone's surprise, the company became like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Carla, who was the VP, and the actual manager of the company, took all the credit for herself and posed as a business genius, while her daughter Arya chose to remain silent and support her mother. Victor knew what Arya was thinking, and he also knew that she was a very sentimental girl. Although her mother treated her harshly, she still loved her and did everything in her power to help her. He looked at her back and continued. I will not be here in the company most of the time, and I have no interest in management. So if you were my secretary, I would leave all these troublesome things to you, and you only have to consult me about company plans once in a while. This made Arya choose to compromise, as she would not be spending much time with him, and it would be the end of her mother if he exposed her. Okay, I agree, but you have to promise me to leave my mother alone and that you would never lay your hands on me. She turned around to face him again and said nervously. She had to make things clear. Okay, I agree, for the first condition, but tell Carla to not cross my line. As for your second condition, as long as you don't want me to, I will never touch you, I swear on my honor as a young master. He said with an evil smile that sent shivers down hers and the twins' spines. As if I would ever want that, she thought with disgust. Now, does the young master need anything else? She asked him. A few things, he said. First, inform the reception that my assistant will arrive here later, so lead her straight to my office. And second, let someone prepare some cold drinks for me and my maids, we just had a long walk in the sun. He said as he stretched his limbs on his chair. Understood. What is your third order? Arya asked, then shot the twins an inspecting glance. She was wondering what was their relationship with this perverted brother of her. You might not know, but I just had an accident on the way here. And I have reasons to believe that someone may have tampered with the car I was taking. You can ask the driver Leo about that, he should be recovering in some hospital. Send him some flowers and a fruits basket in my name. What I need you to do is to investigate who did it. He said to Arya, who shivered a little. She know exactly who would do such a stupid thing. And get me a list of those guards who disobeyed you earlier, then fire them all, no matter who is behind them. This is an executive order. He said he intends to have them crippled later. Those guys were not a good bunch, he knew that from first-hand experience. Understood, I will see to it immediately. Arya nodded, before quickly leaving the room as if she was fleeing. She was going to arrange for that stupid uncle of hers to leave the country to protect him. But would he do that? Victor knows that he wouldn't, he just wanted to scare him out of his hole and kill him when he gets a chance. After Arya left the office in a hurry, Victor relaxed on his comfortable leather chair, then looked at the twins who were standing awkwardly near the door. Come, find a seat and relax, he told them. Sorry about scaring you earlier, but I had to act like that or someone would try something like the car incident again. The twins, who sat down onto the same couch, nodded their heads in acknowledgement. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Mana asked Victor timidly. Young master, why do you believe that someone tampered with the car? An expensive car like that would have multiple safety systems. Even if it were hit by truck, it would never explode. And didn't you notice how the door seemed stuck? How can that be? Why not tell the police? Asked Mina. Sometimes, it's better to fix our problems ourselves, that's how we do it in the family. He said, making the girls a little scared. What kind of family is this? Organized crime? After another minute or two, Mina, who had more courage than her sister, looked at Victor and asked in a low voice. Young master, our clothes were ruined in the accident, can we return to the mansion to change before the birthday party tonight? I forgot about that, Victor smacked his head as he shamelessly lied. Don't worry, when Lily arrives here we will go shopping. Didn't you want to get a few gifts for your friend? I also need to get a new phone anyway, so I would buy you anything you like, he said with a big smile. The girls nodded their head and smiled, they couldn't hide their excitement. Girls their age always like to go shopping, and they didn't have many chances to do that in the last few years. Young master, I have another request, said Mina after she mustered her dwindling courage. What? Asked Victor with a smile, as he already knew what she was going to ask about. In the party tonight, can you hide from our friends the fact that we are your maids, she said while keeping her head lowered in shame. So, you are ashamed of being my maids? asked Victor with an evil smile. No, never, young master, answered Mina nervously. It's just that we didn't want to tell them about our miserable past and only told them that we just live there with our aunt, who is the caretaker of the mansion. We don't want them to think that we are lairs, she said. Oh, Victor paused a moment, then asked them a question that they were not ready for. Answer truthfully, did you fall in love with one of those friends of yours? He asked, like that, Tom? He added, which caused the girls' faces to turn red with shame, and they kept their heads down in silent, refusing to answer. You can't ask a maiden this question, they complained in their hearts. I see, said Victor as he took their silence as approval, as if he didn't already know that. Hilda should have told you that you can't do that, right? He said, but the twins said nothing, they just looked at their feet in shame. I will not expose you, nor will I stop you, but I have a condition. Only one of you can try to be Tom's girlfriend, while the other will have to serve me faithfully for the rest of her life. He said, causing the girls to raise their heads and look at him with a surprised eyes. They didn't expect such outcome, as they have prepared themselves for a life in servitude, and now he is giving one of them a chance to live a normal life. This was the first step in his plan to untangle their destiny from that idiot's. He will pit their strong destiny for each other against their destiny with Tom. I can't hand you over to a bastard who likes to play with two twins at the same time, he continued. Would you love such a pervert? He asked with an educating tone. No, both of the girls shook their heads and answered at the same time. They were raised in a traditional house, and although they can accept loving the same man, that is their choice. They would never accept a pervert who would paddle two boats at the same time and plays with girls' feelings, they thought. But they failed to realize that they have already fallen into the hands of such a pervert. Then who wants to be Tom's girlfriend, and who would stay with me? Victor asked them while already knowing their answers. They did not disappoint him. I will stay with the young master. Mina, Mana, would go to Tom, both of them answered at the same time, sacrificing their freedom for the other's happiness. The girls looked at each other with gratefulness and blame, they wished the best for each other. Then how about this, tonight we will secretly question Tom and let him choose, suggested Victor, who was acting as if he really wanted to fulfill the girls' wishes. The girls nodded their heads in approval, that was indeed the best method. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in, said Victor. Arya pushed the door with an employee holding a tray with drinks, and three burly men who held a large stack of documents that she threw on Victor's desk as if saying, you want to be a president, then do your job. What are these? Didn't they say I will only be responsible for the company's plans and strategies? He asked while he took a cold lemonade glass and started sipping on it. These are the company's current plans and ongoing projects. Arya answered with a smirk, then followed the employees out of the room. Arya, stay for a moment, said Victor. What are your instructions, young master? She said in a business tone. Is there any projects planned in the Cloudy Mountain? He asked. The Cloudy Mountain is a known tourist attraction in Vane City, and many legends say it has a big secret, but no one discovered anything after exploring it for many years. Yes, young master, it is the set for our new martial arts movie. The filming has already started a week ago and will last for another 2 weeks. Are the young master interested in its legends? She asked. Victor already knew about the movie, as in his previous life an accident happened there when he just arrived about a week from now. Now he will use it to his advantage. Indeed, how about this? I will go inspect the set tomorrow, he said. Then he turned to the girls. Do you want to go too? I believe John Sigma is the main star. You might get to see him. He asked. The twins quickly nodded their head, who would refuse such an offer. Good, Arya informed the crew that I will be there tomorrow morning, and arrange a car to come pick me up in the morning. No, make it a van, I don't want to be cramped in the same seat for too long. He said. But what about the documents, young master? You would need about a week to review them, Arya said, feeling a little displeased as her brother didn't seem to be as annoyed about all the work she threw at him as she intended him to be. It felt like punching air. Send them to the mansion, I will have a look at them in my spare time. He answered without care. Then looked at her and asked, did you find anything about the accident? Arya stumbled a little, but quickly answered. No, nothing for now. Leo is still sedated in the hospital, so we will have to wait until tomorrow. But we did manage to acquire the road camera's footage throughout channels. She said, then subtly changed the subject. I was very surprised you survived such accident. When I saw you earlier, I thought it was just a minor accident, but I didn't think it was this serious. The footage shows you valiantly saving the twins from the car. I didn't know practicing the family arts made someone this strong. I wish I was able to practice too, but sadly I have no talent, Arya said, as she looked at the twins and then at Victor, and began to search for a trace of muscles under his ripped shirt. The scene of how Victor took them out of the burning car had changed her view on him. Although he is a pervert, her brother did not seem to be a bad guy, she thought. I just inherited the good family genes, said Victor with a shallow smile. His answer had a hidden meaning she did not get. Before Arya could rebuke him, the door was pushed open and Lily, who was carrying a suit bag, entered the room. She wanted to politely greet everyone here, but upon seeing Victor's sorry appearance, she rudely threw the bag at Arya, who was the first one standing in her way, and ran to her young master and began inspecting him. Young master, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? She asked in a worried voice. Victor patted her silky hair with his hand and said, Don't worry, you know better than anyone that no one can hurt me. We will speak about this later. Now, give me that bag, I need to change, he asked Arya. There is a changing room and a private bathroom in the back if you want to change, she said as she gave it to him. Lily, follow me and help me change, he said as he entered the back room. Then Lily naturally followed him under Arya's surprised look. No, he is definitely a pervert like father, Arya thought. As for the twins, they just sat there wondering if Victor would do something to Lily in there or not. They did not get a chance to know Lily and have a private talk. Maybe they would be able to get to know her better today, they thought. Arya, take the girls and give them a tour in the company. They seem to want some autographs. Victor's sound came from the back room. Arya nodded her head, gestured to the twins, who were exited to go meet their stars and run away from this awkward situation. Then he looked at Lily, who was looking forward to helping her young master get dressed, and whispered in her ear, Sorry to disappoint you, but you have a mission. Some people around here does not have long eyes. I have their files and information here. Have a look at them, then in the next few days, assassinate the one in red, Jacob. And cripple the others. Where did you meet him? Arya asked the twins, while guiding them through the company. We are maids at his mansion, answered Mina. Oh, I see, Arya said, and then kept her silent and led them through the company. She knew what being maid in her family meant. The twins was very happy as they could see many of their idols, who were very polite to them when Arya introduced them as the new CEO's friends. When they returned to the office an hour later, Victor was already back to his old look as a charming young master dressed in a white suit, making Arya look at him in surprise. She didn't see it earlier as he looked like a bum, but this brother of hers is really handsome. Are you falling in love with me? Victor asked Arya, who was lost in her thoughts. Yes, she said first, then she got herself back together and blushed. Blah, who would love such a narcissistic brother, she spat, then left the room in a hurry. Victor smiled, then looked at the girls and said, Let's go shopping, he said. Victor did not take a car, as the shopping district was pretty close by, so they just had to walk for a few minutes. And Victor enjoyed walking while surrounded by 3 pretty girls under the envious looks of all the guys on the road. Soon Victor, who was leading them, stopped at a luxurious-looking mobile phone store. Confirming the shop sign, he walked right in with the girls. The shop was full of all kinds of phones, but not the usual ones. Here, every phone was gilded or studded with diamonds. This is not a shop for commoners, but elites. Although the twins were not into these kinds of vanity items, they couldn't stop their eyes from looking around. Victor soon came to the receptionist, but she was already busy with a guy dressed in a black suit who wanted to buy a limited asterisk phone for his hot girlfriend standing near him. She couldn't decide on what color to pick. Victor didn't want to make much trouble, and decided to take a look at the phones on display, as he should get new ones for the twins. The guy who was busy appeasing his girlfriend to choose something a little cheaper suddenly saw the three girls who had just entered the store. Pretty twins, he thought. Who does not want to get two twins to serve him at the same time? And that veiled chick looked really pretty. He wanted to know what was under her veil. So he quickly left his stunned girlfriend who didn't seem beautiful in his eyes anymore and went to the girls to introduce himself. Hello beauties, my name is Lloyd Thompson, I am a senior manager at Green Technologies, he said to the girls. If you girls want anything from here, I can buy it for you. I make 6 figures every A sorry scream rocked the store. Under the surprised look of everyone, Lloyd bent down on the ground holding his crotch and wailed as he looked at Victor with murderous eyes. Like every arrogant young master would do, he just kicked that guy between his legs. Victor would never tolerate anyone hitting on his girls. Only he can do that. The girlfriend started to shout and yell pointing at Victor, while the receptionist gestured to the guards and wanted to call the police. But the next moment she stopped as Victor put a purple jade token on the counter. To everyone's surprise, the receptionist said stop and pointed at the token, and the security guards, who were approaching silently, stopped and looked then bowed down to Victor. We have seen the young master, they said. Take the garbage and throw it out, and add them to the blacklist. He said pointing to the suffering man on the ground and his girlfriend. The guards quickly took the man and the noisy girlfriend and walked out from the back door. Now that the store was quiet again, Victor looked at the bowing receptionist. Get us a private room, and call your manager for me, he said. The receptionist nodded and gestured Victor to follow her upstairs. She led him into a luxurious waiting room. Then she quickly left to inform the manager before returning with some tea, and telling Victor that the manager was out for some business and that he would be right back in a few minutes. Then she left in a respectful manner. Victor sat there sipping tea with the girls who were a little surprised and amused by Victor's violent actions. This guy can get very jealous, they thought. Did you like any of the phones downstairs? He asked the twins. Mina looked at her sister and after hesitating for a moment she answered. It's not that they are not pretty, but we don't want something that flashy, she answered truthfully. I see. What about you, Lily? Did you like any of it? You need a phone, so I can easily reach you, and it would be more convenient for you when you want to report to my mother, he said with a smirk to Lily, whose face turned a little red and her butt itched after remembering Victor's lesson this morning. But she really needed a phone. If her young master needed her when she was not near, she would be able to rush to his side immediately. I believe that the young master should get a VX custom phone for everyone, she answered. The VX phone is a custom model. It was designed for the family's agents only. It is at least 10 years more advanced than the latest phone on the market and contains some of the features of the more advanced MX, which is limited to the top echelons of the family. Victor nodded his head in approval. While the twins tilted their heads in wonder, they have never heard of this brand. Don't worry, Lily told them it's a custom phone, and it is much better than anything you could buy, she said with a smile. It seems like she had a good impression of them. The girls looked at her and nodded. They felt that they need to know more about this mysterious girl. She didn't seem to be a bad person. Soon after a faint knock on the door, a bloated middle-aged man in a suit who had a balding head entered the room with a smile. He should be the manager here. Ah, young master, welcome to our humble family shop. What can this lowly servant do for you? He asked. Victor got directly to the point. I need a new MX phone as my last phone got confiscated by the police, so I would also need you to disable that one and transfer my secure number to the new one. In addition to that, I would need 3 new VXs for the girls, 2 rose pink ones, and a purple 1-inch. He still remembers the colors of the twins' old phones. And they seem to have been focusing on phones of such color earlier. The manager looked at Victor with piercing eyes and said respectfully, Young master, I would be needing your token to get the MX, as it is only available for certain ranks. Victor nodded and threw the jade token to the manager, who was very surprised to see it was a purple one, damn, he thought. The receptionist only told him that a family heir came for some business, but didn't say anything of him being an elite. The man quickly returned the token after confirming its authenticity and its ID. He would need the ID to transfer the secure line. Sorry for the disturbance, young master, I will be right back, he said while bowing and respectfully leaving the room. Lily looked at Victor with strange eyes. Young master, how did you know that I liked the color purple? She asked him while tilting her pretty head. She never wore that color nor had it on her. How would he know that she loved it for as long as she can remember? Victor was stunned, and looked at her curious pretty eyes. This girl is getting smarter by the minute, he thought, but didn't tell the truth and only gave her a narcissistic answer like every young master would. I noticed that you liked to play with my purple hair when I slept, so I knew it was your favorite color, he said to the dumbfounded Lily. This young master is getting more shameless by the minute, she thought. Victor didn't tell the truth, he has just confirmed his thoughts. Lily truly favors this color, like a certain guy who wore a purple robe and adorned his hands with purple bracelets. He even remembered seeing his underwear once and it was purple too. It's probably in their family, he thought. The manager returned soon with the phones, and after Victor distributed them to the girls, he left the shop under the respectful gaze of the manager. Victor took the girls to a nearby mall next. He intended to buy them some clothes, but the girls were very shy, and although they liked many of the clothes they kept refusing him, as he kept insisting that he should join them in the dressing room. Lily, who seemed to have got a little annoyed, decided to step in. Young master, why don't you let me do the shopping with them? We can't delay any longer as we have a party to attend to tonight. So can you wait for us by in the cafe at the corner? She said, pointing to a nearby shop. And without waiting for his approval, she snatched his credit card from his pocket, then winked at him and grabbed the twins' hands, and walked away, leaving a lonely young master standing by himself. Victor shook his head and laughed. It seems that Lily is feeling a little jealous, but it's a good thing that she took them shopping. It would be beneficial for them to spend some girl time together. And that was his plan all along. He needed to get some things ready for tomorrow, and having them by his side was inconvenient. Now, what should he do first? He walked around the market watching the stores and the people going in and out when he noticed an antique store with many old and exquisite treasures displayed on its front. That's the first step, he thought with an evil smile. He entered the antique shop and started browsing his goods until he found an old bronze-decorated chalice. It looked like something from a Gothic movie set. This is exactly what he was looking for, so he bought it immediately, then paid a little extra and instructed the shopkeeper to send it to his mansion immediately while giving him the address, as he didn't want the twins to see it. After that, he went to some variety shops and ordered a few sets of hiking equipment and some other gadgets for tomorrow. Then he finished by entering a small traditional pharmacy located in a faraway corner. "Can I help you?" said the old man who was behind the counter. Victor looked at him and smiled. This one is a player. Name, Albert Nail. Level, 34. Class, Alchemist. Authority, 5. Strength, 25. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 50. Luck, 20. Charm, 5. Order, 17. Skills. Medicine Brewing, B. Basic Sword Arts, F. Mid-Plants Appraisal, B. Drugs Analysis, A. This shop specializes in player medicines in addition to normal drugs and natural remedies. I need these few drugs, he said as he gave the old man a piece of paper he prepared in the office earlier. The old man looked at them and frowned his brows. These are for easing the birth for pregnant women and might cause miscarriage if given before the right time. Are you sure these are the correct ones? The black rose petals are not a medicine for commoners, he asked Victor, who nodded in affirmation and whispered one word: a player. Usual drugs do not work well with players, so additional special materials should be added, like the black rose petals, to strengthen its effects. But those same materials would be dangerous if ingested by a normal human. So Victor clarified that they are for a player. The old man nodded his head and immediately prepared the materials. Do you know how to brew them? Only let the patient drink 1 cup. He told Victor. Yes, how much are they? 3,000 for the black rose petals and 200 for the rest, he answered. Victor quickly paid and took the materials which the old man packed for him in a paper bag. He should now find someone to send them back to the mansion, as he can't go around walking with a paper bag all day, not good for the image. Lily took the girls through many shops and to the twins' astonishment brought everything the twins admired. The twins were very embarrassed. Sister Lily, is it really okay for us to buy all of these using the young master's money? Mina asked. Don't worry, he won't go broke even if we would have bought this entire mall 1,000 times, she said with confidence, making the twins wonder just how rich is their young master. And consider this as compensation, didn't he sleep with the 2 of you last night? She asked with an evil grin. She has learned how to tease little girls from her bad young master. The young master did nothing to us. He only used us as hug pillows, said Mana in a soft voice and a light blush. Lily took a sigh of relief. She was afraid that her young master would have lied to her and slept with the twins first. I can't tell you why, but you don't have to worry, he will not touch you in the near future anyway, she said with a smile, assuring the girls as they were very nervous about this subject. Then Lily went and continued her shopping spree with them. She didn't bring any luggage or extra clothes with her to the mansion, so she needed some extra clothes in addition to underwear and pajamas. She would be too shy to shop for these with Victor. That is the reason she chose to betray her young master and go with the girls alone. Next, they started shopping for a gift for Tom. This didn't take a long time. Now that we bought all these things, let's find a hotel room so we can have a bath, then change and do our hair. We can't look like this at your friend's party, she said to the girls who nodded their heads in approval. They didn't notice it, but they have been opening up more and more to Lily, who was acting like their big sister. There was a small hotel next to the mall, so they rented a room and the twins took a quick bath. When they got out of the bath they found Lily in the room, trying different clothes, but there was something different, she did not have her veil on. Although they were girls, they could only look at her in amazement. They have never seen such a beautiful girl before. Not even the movie stars and models they saw today in the company could rival her in beauty. Lily smiled at them, then quickly helped them put their new clothes on, and when they finished Mina suddenly turned to Lily. Ms. Lily, I wanted to ask you a question. What is your relationship with the young master? You seem rather close. Asked Mina. I am his first maid, but I don't think that we are that close as I only met him 2 days ago, said Lily, making the girls feel very surprised. But you just helped him put on his clothes, and you didn't seem to be embarrassed, Mina asked, unconvinced. Didn't you help him get dressed in the morning? Don't worry about such things, the young master is very good to us, I can promise you that. 2 days ago, he confronted his elders to save my life and grant me my wish. So I decided that he is the only man I would serve in this life. Said Lily, then packed her things and left the room, making the girls quickly follow her out while wondering, he did save our lives too today, should we do the same as her? Lily asked the hotel to send their newly acquired luggage to the mansion, then left the hotel with the girls. It's time to reunite with the young master. It was already sunset when the girls returned. The twins were dressed in a fashionable red dress and seemed to have had their hair done, while Lily was dressed in a blue sundress. Victor glared at Lily, who lowered her head in shame as she seemed to have realized that she might have made her young master wait for too long. He gave them a long inspecting look. You look beautiful, he said to the blushing twins, then walked to Lily, who was looking at the twins with little jealousy, and whispered in her ear. You look the most beautiful of them all. So don't be jealous, he said. She lowered her head in shame, but he could see that her ears had turned red. Then he took Lily's hand and told the girls to follow him. They have a birthday party to attend. The Flying Dragon restaurant was a famous mid-range establishment located in the center of Vane City. It has a dining hall and also offers many private rooms for parties and business meetings. Victor and the girls did not take a long time to reach the restaurant. They went right in and asked a waiter, who could not keep his eyes to himself, about Tom's party. Tom has reserved the best room in the restaurant, and the waiter volunteered to guide them, so Victor's group had to take the elevator to the fourth story. In the elevator, Victor inspected the twins who bowed their heads in shame. They were very nervous, and afraid Victor would make trouble with them and their friend. "Don't worry, I will behave," he said as he understood their concerns. When the elevator stopped, Victor gestured the girls to go ahead, then hugged Lily and swaggered out like a young master. The twins could only shake their heads and continue to follow the waiter, failing to hear Victor's faint whispers in Lily's ear. During the party, find a suitable time to make your veil momentarily fall to the ground in front of Tom, and it would be better if you could interrupt him while he is talking to the twins, he whispered with an evil smile. "Young master, you are so bad," she thought. She knew how much her beauty can stun a man. Even a woman would have her jaws dropped when looking at her for the first time. And this Tom is just a boy in adolescence. Can he take such a hit? Her beauty has seemingly been increasing every day now, and she knew that it was the effect of the charm attribute. They reached the room quickly, where the waiter opened the door respectfully for them. "Mina, Mana, we were waiting for you," a gentle sound greeted them when they entered the room. The room had a birthday party atmosphere with dim lights. It had some decorations and balloons. There were only 5 attendants, besides the birthday boy. 2 boys and 3 girls. The one who spoke was a teenage boy with flowing black hair and a normal face, but he had an aura that forced people to like him and made them follow him. "And his name is Tom." The twins quickly entered the room, followed by Victor and then Lily. "Hello everyone, sorry about being late," Mina said. It's okay, we were just getting started," said a young man wearing fancy clothes while giving the twins an fervorous look. Then he looked behind them at Victor and asked, "And who is he?" "This party is for our friends only," he said with hostility. He didn't like the fact that the twins brought a boy along. "Peter, don't be rude," said Tom. "May I know who your friends are?" he asked Mina with a warm smile. Mina blushed a little, then got herself together and answered, "Those are." Victor didn't let her continue, but stepped forward and stretched his hand to Tom. "Hello, I am Victor White, and this is my assistant. Sorry about the intrusion on your humble birthday party, but yesterday when I heard Miss Mina talking on the phone, I couldn't help myself but ask her to bring me along as this one wanted to experience the life of commoners," he said with a proud face. The boys with Peter looked at Victor with murderous eyes. How dare he approach their goddess? What is his relationship with her? Tom's face cramped a little, but he quickly got hold of himself and shook Victor's hand. "Hello, I am Tom Watson, the birthday boy, please come sit down," he said with a forced smile. Victor helped himself to a random seat, and Lily quickly sat by his side, while the twins sat on the other side with another 2 girls. Before anyone could inquire about Victor, Mina quickly took out a gift box and gave them to Tom with a smile. "Happy birthday, Tom." Tom smiled and accepted the box. He understood that this one was from both Mina and Mana. But he didn't open it in consideration, as he knew that the girls didn't have much money and didn't want to embarrass them. "Tom, let us see what the girls got you," said a hot girl who seemed stuck to Tom and was giving the girls threatening looks the moment they got into the room. "Margaret, that's fine, I will open it later," Tom said. Mina quickly helped him. "It's okay, I know that Tom would like this." So Tom nodded and opened the box to find a brand new asterisk phone in it. Tom was a little shocked, and both Margaret and Peter, who were stretching his neck from behind Tom's back, were shocked too. This thing was not just expensive, it was out of stock, as it was only launched a few days ago. "Is this an original?" asked Margaret with envy. Yes, Mina and Mana nodded their heads. "Where did you get it from? Did you steal it?" asked Margaret with an evil smile. No, Mina didn't know what to say, but Victor quickly came to the rescue. "It's clean. Today at the afternoon, the girls pooled their money together and wanted to get one for you, but it was not enough and they couldn't find a store willing to sell, so I offered to help them a little as a compensation for a little favor, and they accepted." Victor lied with a smile. "A favor?" Tom whispered to himself while looking coldly at the girls, then at Victor. He was getting a little angry. He doesn't like other men around the girls he likes. He wanted to ask what is that favor, but he felt it was a little inappropriate. so he changed his question. May I inquire about your relationship with them? He asked. Mina and Mana flinched a little. Why do they feel a threatening look from Tom, who was usually very nice to them? Ah, you see, we live now under the same roof. Their aunt is the caretaker of the mansion father gifted me when he sent me to attend school here at Vane City. He said, making the twins relieved, the boys gasp, and Tom very tense. He didn't like this news at all. But he could do nothing about it. Ah, you own that mansion. Margaret and the rest of the girls were interested immediately as they have already seen where the girls live. While the boys wanted to strangle this lucky guy. What does your father do for a living? Margaret quickly inquired with curious eyes. My father is the owner of a conglomerate of media production companies. He just gifted me a small local one to try my hands. What was its name? Ah, yes, Horizons Media. I am now its CEO. He said with an arrogant tone. What? Everyone was surprised, the boys were a little envious. While Tom began to stare at Victor with inspecting eyes. Isn't it the company that is now filming Dragon Hero 4 in Vane City's mountains? Margaret asked, making Victor want to stand up and give her a kiss. She just steered the conversation to the direction he desires. He will reward her later. He decided. Yes, exactly, and since I didn't get a gift today, how about I offer you all a trip to the movie set tomorrow morning? He asked. We would really love to go, but Tom began to find an excuse as he didn't like Victor, but he was quickly interrupted by him. The twins offered to help me all day tomorrow, you see, so I thought your friends would be happy visiting a movie set too, he said, making Tom swallow his words, then look at the twins who kept their heads lowered. They wished their friends would go with them. They would be able to spend more time with Tom, and maybe their young master would be a little more honest with more people around. Fine, I would go. Where would we meet? He asked. You just take the bus to the bottom of the cloudy mountain. We would pick you up on the road later, but bring some hiking shoes, the terrain there is a little rough. How about 8 a.m? Victor asked, making everyone nod their heads in excitement. Everyone was going, who would miss such a trip? Okay, that's decided, let's continue with the party then, the cake is almost here, said Tom. Victor nodded his head, then took a drink that Lily handed to him and drank a little as he activated his appraisal skill at Tom. Let us see what secrets you hide, he thought. Name, Thomas Watson, Tom. Level, 11. Class, Berserker. Authority, 6. Strength, 45 plus 100% in Berserk mode. Agility, 35 plus 50% in Berserk mode. Intelligence, 30 to 50% in Berserk mode. Luck, 30. Charm, 30. Order, 22. Skills. Berserk Rage S. Master Sword Arts A. Captivating Smile A. Improved Hearing A. Improved Sight A. Leadership, Passive, S. Taunt Enemy A. Fate Status, SS Heroic, Scion. A walking tank, that's what Victor would have named him if Tom was his son. Such status at level 11 is amazing, even in the family, such geniuses would be granted elite status. But the real problem with Tom is his fate. A lot of geniuses die early, but people like Tom live for a long time. Victor knew his fate would be at least an S. People call individuals with such fates Scion, they are the children of destiny. The one who destroyed Victor's family back then was one of them. If this world was a movie, they would be the hero who would get all the girls, all the money, and all the cool powers. They would dodge bullets and leave the scene of a battle without a speck of dust on his clothes. Science can be good or bad, heroes or devils. The choice is theirs, and everyone else has to pay the price. The only way to get rid of a Scion who wants to kill you is to escape and hide from him and wait. Someday he would be bored of this mundane world and find another place to wreak havoc onto. He is a force of nature. Very few succeeded in defeating, and fewer remained alive after defeating them, as fate and luck are always with them. Once upon a time, a country decided to defeat one with a nuke, but for some reason, it kept being delayed, and when they were able to launch it was too late. the scion had a way to neutralize it by then. Nowadays those guys are just considered geniuses. But later the world would come to know their strengths and amazing powers, organizations would flock to get them in their ranks. Watching Tom blow the candles on his cake, Victor remembered his past life. He met Tom for the first time at the elite school, where both of them attended the special class made for players. Tom was amazing and kept getting stronger day after day. Every year he would return from his summer vacation after conquering some dungeons or defeating some powerful enemy. And the girls around him kept increasing too. There was even a certain female teacher who fell in love with him, and Victor heard that she left school to be Tom's full-time maid. After school, Victor no longer heard of him until the reckoning, where he saw him in the news. Tom, who was supposed to be an old man by then, was still looking valiant and young as he did back in school. He seemed to join a player organization, which became later one of the major powers in the world and rivaled the hidden families and sects. After that, Victor would get glimpses of Tom's greatness every now and then. The last time he saw him was before he used the Book of Time. Tom at that time was going to get married to a princess in the royal family. Now, looking at his SS heroic fate ranking, all these feats can be expected. Now Victor has to get rid of such an individual, as that is the only way he would be able to completely get the twins, but for him, it was not a problem of possibility, but opportunity. His Fate Weaver class would not let him be swept away. On the contrary, he is now their nemesis. And they are now his prey. Victor's plan is already on track. And Tom's path for greatness would become his, that is if he played his cards correctly. After a few minutes of interactions and introductions, Victor got the names of everyone here. The girls were Margaret, Anna, and Sarah, while the boys were Peter and George. Peter was the only one between them with a distinguished family, as his father works as an assistant to the governor. They were Tom's only friends in middle school, as he wasn't very popular. Many of them tried to inquire about Lily indirectly, but Victor shot them all down by saying that she was just his assistant. He intended to keep an air of mystery around her. After the cake was delivered, Tom blew the candles, and everyone sat down to eat after wishing him a happy birthday. Victor spotted a chance later when Tom stood up and left the room, probably to the bathroom. Victor looked at Tom leaving then at the twins and signaled them that it was their time to move and question him. So they nodded and quickly followed nervously. Victor waited for a little while after they left and then signaled Lily, who knew what she has to do. No one noticed what just happened to expect for Margaret, who kept her eyes on Tom, so after he left followed by the three girls, she decided to follow as well. She was getting a little jealous. Victor quickly noticed her, so he went to her immediately and started a conversation. "May I ask you, what school do you go to?" he asked, while flashing his best charming smile. Looking at him, she forgot about Tom and decided to not bother. There is a bigger fish here. "I just enrolled in high school. I will go to the one in the 5th district, she said with a smile as she twirled her curly hair. "Ah, too bad, we will not be at the same school, as I was just enrolled in the elite school," Victor said with some sadness in his voice. Peter, who was listening in the back, quickly joined in. He didn't want to lose Margaret too to this guy. "From our school, only Tom and the twins got into the elite high school. I can accept the twins going there as their scores are perfect, but Tom's case is strange. He has even worse scores than me," he said dejectedly. "Yes, I wonder about that too. Do you have any idea, Victor?" "I applied there, but was rejected," Margaret said. "In order to be accepted there are 3 cases," Victor said, making all the guys in the room go silent and listen to him, as every one of them wished to go there. "The first type of students are the really smart ones, like Mina and Manna. The second type is the really rich ones like me. You can be accepted if you donated a 6 numbers figure to the school," he said proudly, making everyone feel dejected. "What about the third type?" asked Margaret, who knew about those already. "I don't really know all the details, but they seem to choose students with superb athletic abilities, the ones way beyond the norm, maybe some kind of a governmental program, but I heard rumors," Victor said. Peter suddenly interjected, "I heard about those too. They say they have students with supernatural abilities there." Like I would believe that. But maybe there is some truth to it. Tom is very athletic, he is the best in our school. Although he didn't start playing any sport until last year. Margaret said. Where is Tom from, and what do his parents do for a living? Can he afford the school? Victor suddenly asked. Tom's parents run a grocery store, near the train station. He is from Vane City like the rest of us. But lately, he has acquired a lot of money. It is said that he had won the lottery. Peter said with envy in his eyes. Oh, said Victor, okay then, let's change the subject. Why don't I tell you about this crazy thing that happened to me today? Victor decided to tell them some bullshit to keep them in the room until Tom and the girls returned. Tom got out of the restroom after washing his hands to see the twins waiting for him in the corridor. Tom, we need to ask you a question, said Mina with some hesitation. Sure, answered Tom with a smile, then walked to a suitable place near the stairs where he can stand with the twins. I am sure this is sudden, but we have to ask you, said Mina with a blushed face as she just realized how embarrassing her situation is. But she had to do it. Tom, who do you like best, Mana or me? She asked in one breath, then kept her blushed face to the ground in shame. Who would you prefer to be with in the future? She continued in a soft voice. Tom was shocked. He didn't expect such a question. The truth is he wanted them both to warm his bed, but he can't tell them that, so he was intending to tell them that they are both precious to him. But at that very moment, as he started to answer, he saw a girl walking behind the twins, seemingly going to the restroom. She was the girl who was just attending to that young master. Suddenly her veil fell to the ground, so she bent down to take it, then put it back. He was shocked. Can a girl be this beautiful? I like her. I want her to warm my bed too, he thought, but his shock made him utter some words that were in his mind. Both, I like, precious, bed, want, he said while stuttering until Lily went into the ladies' restroom. Mina and Mana didn't feel Lily's approach as they were looking at the ground, and she didn't make any noise, so after hearing his answer, they were both very embarrassed and stunned. They nodded their blushed heads and quickly escaped back into the room, not knowing what to think. They were really happy he liked them, but they felt more conflicted about what to do. And what about that bed thing? Could it be? Tom followed after them to find his friends have already surrounded Victor, who was telling them about his first day at work. And how he taught those disrespectful employees who are the real boss. The twins seemed to have sat near Victor, as if escaping from him, so he didn't have the chance to clarify things. He could only return to his position and listen to Victor's tale while checking his new phone. Soon Lily entered the room and sat next to Victor too. But Tom, who was playing with the phone, kept looking at her every now and then and recall what he had just seen. He must have her to himself, he told himself, but he has to find a chance. This girl seemed to be some kind of assistant to that dude. He should ask the twins about her, but that would be awkward right now. He glanced at them to see that they had been looking at him, but they quickly looked away. I have to find a chance to make things clear, he thought, not realizing that he had just made a big mistake. The girls had been watching him as glanced at Lily repeatedly and were a little jealous. Is it true? Is Tom a pervert? They wondered. Soon the party came to an ending, and Victor decided to say goodbye to everyone. They seemed to like him now, including Peter, who was aggressive to him at the start. Although this young master is a little arrogant, he is really cool, they thought. Do you want me to walk you home? Tom asked the twins as he wanted some alone time with them. No, young master. Victor would take us, we live at the same place after all, said Mina softly, then left quickly with her sister. Tom froze as he seemed to have just remembered this critical information. Victor came to the stunned Tom, then took his hand and shook it. Happy birthday, Tom, I heard you will also be attending the elite school, we should be friends from now on. He said, then he turned to face everyone else. Don't forget our appointment tomorrow at 8:00. I already gave Margaret my phone number, so feel free to call me. He said and followed the twins out with Lily. Tom glanced at him leaving and could not help feeling that this guy was a villain. He didn't know why, but he had an urge to smack his face. Anyway, there will be a chance tomorrow, he will make things clear with the twins. And maybe get to know that pretty girl whose name he forgot to get. Victor and the girls took a taxi home. The twins were nervous about what to tell Victor, so they didn't speak, and neither did he. When they reached the bottom of the mansion's hill, Victor told the driver to stop. "I will take a walk under the moon with Lily. You two probably need to have a private talk, so why don't you return to the mansion first and prepare us some dinner?" He said to the grateful twins, who nodded their heads. They needs to discuss Tom's response and to decide what to do. So Victor took Lily and left the car and walked away holding her hand, leaving the twins, who asked the driver to get them to the gate of the mansion. After getting off and paying the driver, they greeted the guard and began to climb up the hill. Not realizing the pitying look he was giving them. "What do you think?" Mina asked. "Tom said he likes us both. What should we do?" "No idea. I was really happy when he confirmed he liked us, but what about that bed thing? What does he want a bed for?" pondered Mana. "I don't know. Tom was acting strange today. But he seemed a little distracted and kept looking at Miss Lily," she said with a frown. "Do you think he fell in love with her?" asked Mana nervously. "Even if he did," she said, that she would only follow the young master. "But Tom's reactions makes me hesitant." "Me too. I don't know what to think. If what the young master said is true, then Tom would be a pervert who peddles many boats at the same time. I don't want to believe that. He was always very nice to us." "What should we do?" "How about we ask Aunt Hilda?" "Definitely not. Even if the young master approved of our behavior, she would not. She would probably punish us," Mina said with fear. "She doesn't want to experience Hilda's punishment again." "How about we ask the young master then?" "Fine by me, he will understand us," Mina said with a smile. Not realizing that they have already fallen into their young master's pot and were being boiled warmly. With that, they reached the main mansion. After entering, they were surprised to find a young man with brown hair and a matching brown suit, sitting on a leather sofa in the entrance. It was as if he was waiting for them. 2 other bald men were standing by his side with evil smiles. Hilda was standing nervously near the wall, and the twins could make out a red slap mark on her face. "Ha ha, it's like you said, Hilda was hiding some hot chicks from me," he said to one of the men, who quickly nodded his bald head. "Yes, young Master Nick, I saw them 3 days ago when I was surveying the hill for you." "What would you say now? Would you keep denying it, or do you think I am a fool?" Nick looked at Hilda and said, then he stood up and approached her, looking her in the eyes. "The twins have already served young Master Victor, you can no longer touch them. You know the family's rules," she said in a challenging tone. Earlier she denied their existence, but this man seemed to have come here today, intending to get them. Not even her threatening him with Victor worked, it only gained her another slap, and a heavy one. "Oh, I don't care about little Victor, I already told you, he is just a nobody in the family. I already know that he barely passed the ceremony, and father was so angry that he banished him here before the results could be announced so that he can save himself some face," he said as he took out a black ring and pointed it to Hilda, making her scream in pain as the tattoo on her neck glowed with red light, then started hitting Hilda harder and harder. He can't tolerate anyone challenging him. Soon Hilda, who was much stronger than him, fell to the ground, so he started to kick her, and could already see blood coming from her mouth. Nick smiled in triumph, although others might think he is a coward for using the master ring to weaken and strangle her so she would not resist. He liked the feeling of being in control. He did fear the family rules, but he can ignore those. The mansion has no cameras, so no one would know what would happen here. He made sure to hide his tracks when he came here. This was supposed to be a normal inspection, and his target was the twins whom his men has recently discovered. His assistant told him about them yesterday, but this morning he got a phone call from that person, informing him of a new plan. His younger brother Victor was in town after nearly failing his ceremony. Get rid of him. That was their order. He was not afraid of Victor. What if he was an heir? He does not care. He only saw him once when he was a kid, a weak kid. He heard how he was not even able to practice the family's secret art. What a loser. Nick, despite his barely existent bloodline, was able to master some of the arts. And he has a backing now. When they take over the family, even the current patriarch would be a dog under his feet. Maybe he would be able to lay his hands on some of his father's concubines then. He kept fantasizing about his plans while kicking Hilda. "Stop," Mina said. "Let Hilda go, you can't do that to her, the young master will punish you," she added while covering for her sister who used her phone to send a message for help. Nick looked at her and laughed, then kicked Hilda one last time. "And where is little Victor now?" he asked. "He will be here any moment now, so you better let Hilda go," said Mina. He walked over to the twins and flashed the ring in his hand and activated the punishment functions, intending to make them suffer a little. "You dare order me? Now feel this young master's wrath," he said arrogantly. But to his surprise, nothing happened, and that made him look like an idiot. One of his men couldn't contain his laugh and made Nick give him a poisonous stare, which made him stop abruptly. "It seems little Victor branded you, interesting. But that won't stop me," he said as he grabbed the red dresses on the girls and tore them apart, and exposing the girls' delicate skin, he started to look at them with fervorous eyes, and couldn't help licking his lips. "Not bad," he said as he kicked the phone that fell out of Mana's hand. He had already seen her calling for help, but didn't care, as he wanted his little brother to be here sooner. The twins wanted to run away, but they hesitated a little, not wanting to leave Hilda, as they could see she needed medical help. Maybe one of them could escape and bring help, they thought. "Don't think about escaping," Nick, who already knew what they were thinking, said as one of his men reached for the door, closing it, then standing next to it with a smirk. The girls covered their bodies with their hands and glared at Nick, not backing down or asking for help. They have learned from a young age that such men won't back down, and their only way is to fight him to the end. Nick was amused. Although he was not a full player, he had enough power to deal with two little girls. "Do you want to fight me?" he asked. He quickly slapped two girls to the ground and gave each one a couple of kicks. Then looked at them with a smirk. Who to eat first? He was thinking. They could only hold each other and hope that help would come soon. The young master would not abandon them, would he? "No one can save you now. I will play with you all night, and when little Victor arrives I will let him watch, and maybe allow him to touch you a little. I heard he is into such plays. But after tasting me, you would like no other man," he said with a smirk as he fancied himself a master lover. "Then when that loser is at the height of his pleasure, I would kill him, making it look as if he died in a heart attack on a woman's couch," he thought in his heart. "What about us, boss?" said one of his men, a bald man with a black dragon tattoo on his forearm. "Don't worry, you will get your turn too like we usually do," he said as he took off his coat. "Today will be a day you will remember for the rest of your lives," he said to the twins as he flexed his muscles. Standing on a grassy hillside and watching the full moon, Victor, who was holding Lily's hand, looked at her and asked, "Lily, do you think I am evil?" "You are not a good man, young master, but not an evil one either. You are just you," Lily said. "And that's the way I like you," she said in her heart. She didn't know Victor for a long time, but she had very good instincts since she was young, and she could easily tell if someone was good or bad, like she did when she first met Guy. When she met Victor, Lily felt that she can trust him unconditionally. When she saw her young master for the first time, every cell in her body told her that he is the kind of person who is cruel to his enemies, kind to his own family. And she has long decided to be his. "You give me too much credit," he said with a sigh. He felt a little conflicted. The twins would be a little hurt because of his plan. But nothing would happen to them, as Nick dares not break the family rules. Suddenly his new phone vibrated, notifying him that it had received a message. It was from the twins, and it had only one word: help. Looking at it, Victor quickly showed it to Lily, then hurried back with her to the mansion. This is what he was waiting for. It took them 2 minutes to reach the bottom gate. "Did the twins return?" he asked the guard, who quickly saluted. "Yes, young master, 15 minutes ago. Young master Nick is here too. He arrived an hour ago," the guard said. "Is he alone or does he have others with him?" Victor asked. "He had 2 other men," the guard said. Victor nodded his head and went uphill with Lily. Victor has already figured out what happened this very same night in his past life. It was probably Tom who escorted the twins home that night, and he was the one who hurried to save them from Nick's clutches. Then he probably set this entire mansion on fire to hide his tracks. And that also explains why the twins did not have the tattoos back then, as Tom must have used the master seal on Nick to free them. As for Hilda, he didn't know her destiny. She was either dead or hiding away with Tom. The family didn't punish Tom, it was because the investigation took a very long time. It turned out that Nick was a part of one of the opposing wings in the family. He was doing some of their dirty jobs. But the problem was the fact that Nick was building his own army. He had gathered massive wealth and resources, and kept them hidden from both the family and his masters. Were it not for the evidence uncovered on his body, the family would have been kept in the dark. By the time the results came out, Tom was too strong and the family was not interested in poking a hornet's nest for a traitor. Victor only discovered this drama much later when he browsed the family's archives he had found in a secret chamber under the ruins. And Victor is now planning to kill Nick tonight and make all the resources his bastard brother gathered his own. Lily, when we enter the mansion, I want you to quickly attack the person I point at as a thief and kill him immediately, without giving him a chance to speak. Lily was a little surprised, but nodded her head. She understood that Victor intended to kill Nick, who was probably the reason for the twins' distress message. Brothers killing each other is the norm in this kind of family. There would be probably some troubles later, and the family would question them. But as long as he had an excuse, it will end up mostly fine. Do you want me to get rid of the guard at the gate too? He has already told us that it was your brother who is here, she asked him as a professional assassin. Yes, but later. We will make it look like we are punishing him for failing to probably inform us. I wanted to change the guards anyway, he said. It took them only 1 minute to reach the top as they used their top speed, but when they reached near the mansion and Victor abruptly slowed down then stopped. In front of the door, there was an expensive limited edition sports car parked. It was probably Nick's. But it was not the reason he stopped. It was a weird feeling of a black thread wrapping around his neck, then piercing his heart. It was his fate instinct skill, which activated and showed him that someone is planning to kill him. He caught Lily's arm and gestured her to use her survey skill. That she quickly used, then wrote one word with her shaking finger on his palm, Jacob, then another word, explosives. He immediately understood who this Jacob was. It was none other than Carla's brother, the guy who rigged his car this morning. This afternoon when he was changing his clothes, he ordered Lily to find a chance to assassinate him in a couple of days. But he made a mistake. He didn't expect this guy to be so persistent. He should have gotten rid of him earlier today. No, there is a better way, he thought. And quickly activated his fate tracker skill, setting the black thread as a target. Now he could feel Jacob hiding on top of a big tree nearby. Victor smiled and whispered softly to Lily, change of plans. Then he started walking like an arrogant young master and headed to Nick's car. Looking at it with pride. Dear Lily, do you like this car? He asked Lily, who felt a little strange, but played along. Yes, young master, it is very amazing. Is it yours? She asked. Yes, my brother Nick promised he would get me one of those tonight. Let's go meet him. I will get the keys and take you for a late-night drive by the lake. I wanted to show you my driving skills for a long time, he said arrogantly to Lily, who nodded with approval. I can't wait, young master, maybe we could try some new things, Lily said with a hidden smile, making Victor look at her strangely. He will have to fix her later, he thought. Then holding her hand, Victor entered the mansion. And without looking back, they closed the door firmly behind them. As if they haven't already noticed the man with the evil smirk in the shadows. He has heard Victor's words clearly. And he also needed to change his plans. The door of the mansion was pushed open without a warning, shoving the man standing behind it to the ground. Victor strode inside arrogantly and looked around the room in silence, waiting for Lily to close the door, as he didn't want to startle the snake outside. It only took him seconds to analyze the entire situation here. The twins who sat on the ground were missing a lot of their clothing, and he could see pieces of shredded fabrics around them. They do have beautiful bodies. I will let them show it to me later, he thought. Hilda was also on the ground and her situation did not look good, but Victor knew that she was a player, and she would not die that easily. Nick was standing in front of the twins with his bare chest. He still had his pants on, so Victor knew he arrived at the right time, and maybe a little too early. He wanted to play the hero, but he couldn't take the risk. Nick's actions truly surprised him though. Why would he assault the twins ignoring the family's rules, unless he wouldn't be found out? He gets it now. Victor quickly focused on Nick and appraised him. Name, Nick von Weiss. Level, 0. Class. Authority, 1. Strength, 13. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 15. Luck, 9. Charm, 15. Order, 22. Skills. Minor boxing arts E. Virginity appraisal E. Little menacing aura F. Fate status, F, falling. Fated to die no matter what, interesting skill fought. Victor thought as he looked at the two men Nick brought with him, the who one was thrown to the ground, was trying to stand up, while the other was holding a stick in his hand. They had similar looks, bald heads and muscular build, and some tattoos hidden behind their shirts. Maybe brothers. Victor quickly whispered a few words to Lily, who had just closed the door firmly behind him. Don't kill them, and make sure to leave one of them able to drive, he said, as he strode into the hall with a smile, clapping his hands. Very nice show. You are my brother Nick, I presume, he asked as he walked to Nick. Yes, and you should be little Victor, said Nick, who turned to face Victor, who out of nowhere suddenly appeared in front of Nick, then hit him hard on the stomach, making Nick fly in the air, then collapse on the floor after hitting a marble column on the entrance hall. The bald man with the stick was surprised by the surprise attack, but he quickly got himself together and rushed to save his master, but was stopped by a cold feeling on the top of his bald head as a gentle hand grabbed his skull and pushed it against the cold marble floor. He didn't know what happened. He could see his brother was on the ground near him grimacing in pain. What happened to him? When? What is hurting him? He questioned, and soon got the answer when Lily's slender foot crushed something between his legs. She has been learning how to subdue bad men from her young master. Seeing Victor hit Nick and Lily effortlessly crack the balls of the two bald men, the twins were relieved, so they quickly stood up and ran to check on Hilda, forgetting to cover themselves. Victor looked at them with a slight smile, then frowned as he saw the bruises of Nick's kicks on their tender skin. How dare he? Victor went to where Nick fell, then grasped him from his brown hair and lifted him up. Dear brother, do you know why I hit you? He asked Nick, who was holding his stomach in pain and could only spit blood when he tried to talk. Nick's situation was not good. Victor didn't keep his hand in that hit and some of Nick's ribs were broken. He could not move or use any skills because of the pain. He didn't expect Victor to be this strong or this unreasonable. Let me guess, you didn't expect me to be this strong, ha, said Victor, who could easily read Nick's thoughts from his eyes. Do you know why I hit you? It seemed that you are in no situation to speak, so let me enlighten you. Victor said as he slapped Nick on the face, making him spit a couple of teeth. It was because you are an idiot, he said in a loud voice, then grabbed Nick's bloodied head and brought it close to his mouth, and whispered. The ones who ordered you to kill me tricked you. I am a full player, he said to Nick, making him realize the truth, before kicking him between his legs, cracking some eggs and making Nick scream in despair. Do you know why they told you that? Victor continued to whisper. Because they wanted to implicate me in murdering you, he said as he threw Nick, who was wailing on the ground. I will not kill you, that goes against the family rules, Victor said loudly as he stopped whispering. Now, your first crime. It is doing such a dirty thing in the entrance. Don't you have any manners? Such things should be reserved to the bedroom? Victor said as he broke Nick's right leg by stepping on it, making him scream again and spit blood. Poor Nick did not have the chance to act from the first moment Victor started to act, and when he looked for his two henchmen, he found them wailing while holding their balls. "Your second crime was touching my girls," said Victor. "This young master hates others touching his girls," he added as he broke Nick's second leg. "Your fourth crime, wait no, your third crime is destroying my properties. Do you know how much the dress the girls were wearing is worth?" "I don't," he said as he looked at Lily for an answer. "It was $30,000 young master, $60,000 for two," said Lily with a smile. "Ah, did you hear that? Do you think my money grew on a tree? I had to struggle for whole 9 months in my mother's womb to get it," Victor said to Nick as he broke his third leg, making him faint in pain and anger. Looking at him, Victor nodded in satisfaction. "Now we can get to business," he thought. "Now you two," Victor pointed at the two bald men who were squirming around on the floor. "No need for acting, I can tell that you had been able to move 2 minutes ago. If you don't stand up now, I will let Lily keep hitting you there, till it cracks for real," he said, making the two hooligans stand up immediately and salute in respect. "We should please this guy," they thought. "Now take off your clothes, all of it," he said. "Leave nothing on, not even pendants, rings, or watches." "What?" Everyone, including Lily and the twins, looked at Victor with surprise. "What is this young master thinking? Didn't you just take the girls' clothes off? Now you strip too, come on, this young master wants to see some skin," he said with a perverted smile. The twins turned their heads to the ground and tried hard to keep their attention on Hilda, who regained consciousness but was too weak to move. They decided to ignore this young master for now. They didn't hate him though, as they knew that he had just saved them, and he was doing all of this as revenge for them. But they couldn't be more wrong. Victor has different reasons. Lily soon lost her patience, looking at the two hesitating men. "The young master has told you to undress, so undress. I don't want to see any piece of fabric on you. Or do you prefer to taste my foot again?" she threatened them. They looked at each other before reluctantly taking off their clothes with a sigh, showing off their muscular tattooed tan backs. Their hesitation was not that of shyness, but there was something wrong with the head of this young master. And they were afraid he might do some unspeakable things to them. Victor nodded his head in satisfaction as he inspected them, making the two men shiver in fear. Would he really do that to them? "Now, undress Nick too, he has to share the punishment." "How dare he touch my girls?" he said arrogantly. The two men looked at each other, then at Nick, who was unconscious, deciding whether to do it or not. If Nick asked them later, they would be able to say that it was the twins who undressed him. So under Victor's investigating look, they helped Nick out of his final shred of clothing, rendering him in that same image in which his mother gave birth to him. Victor moved quickly and took all the clothes, forming a small pile using them and then sitting on it in triumph. He has just inspected them and noticed that none of them carried a phone. They didn't want anyone to know that they were here. "Those are my trophies," he said in a proud smile. "Now kneel on the ground and apologize to the twins till I am satisfied," he ordered them. They quickly nodded, then turned to the twins, knelt, and began to ask for forgiveness from the twins, who dared not look at the two naked men. Nick seemed to regain consciousness, so Victor quickly shot him a kick, returning him to the world of dreams, while he secretly snatched the 2 rings in his fingers, as the men did not dare take them off him. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Victor estimated that he had given the idiot outside enough time to do his deed. "That's enough, you can carry Nick and leave now," Victor said to them loudly, "and don't forget to tell him when he wakes up, that if he did anything like this next time, the punishment would not be this light." He screamed at them. The men nodded, then stood up and carried Nick away quickly, as if fearing this crazy young master would change his mind. "We are free at last," they mistakenly thought. The car was speeding along the highway with 3 naked men, 2 on the front seat, and 1 fainted on the back. Luckily for them, it was already dark, and they kept the lights off, so no one saw them. They wanted to get to a hospital fast, but the nearest one was 20 minutes away. And their phones were left in a hotel room, as they didn't want to be traced. The driver heard the sound of his master waking up in the back, but he didn't say anything, just kept focusing on the road while praying that his punishment would be light. "What happened?" Nick asked as he opened his panda eyes and looked at himself. He saw nothing, it was pitch black. And only the light from the reflected headlights made him see the silhouette of two bald heads in the front seat. "Why am I naked?" He thought first, then tried to sit down, but the pain from his legs made him fall and hit his head on the seat again. Looking at the car's roof, he slowly remembered being hit by his brother. Fuck, he thought, as he remembered what Victor told him. They have set him up. They have probably discovered that he was building his own army and decided to sacrifice him. He let his desire for getting the twins blind him and fell into their trap. Thankfully Victor did not dare to kill him. And he will have a chance to exact revenge on all of them. He reached his hand to touch his ring, which he killed his best friend to get. This is his tool for revenge, his army of death warriors, which he has been training for a year and a half now. He will make them castrate Victor for their first mission, and then he will make them kill that scheming ponytailed cousin of his. After that, he will appear at his brother's funeral to take the two twins as their new master. He thought with a perverted smile as he touched the ring. Where is that ring? His finger was empty. What? Did he put it in his pocket? Where is my pocket? Where are my pants? Where are my clothes? Why am I naked, my things? My precious? Nick just remembered that he was still naked. Turn on the F*King lights, he yelled at his hunchmen in the front to turn on the car's interior lights. The men hesitated for a second, then nervously pressed the light switch on the front panel. What Nick saw was not his naked body, nor was it his broken legs, but a white light inviting him to the afterlife. Kaboom! The car exploded into a flaming ball of steel, illuminating the deserted mountain road. Hearing the sound of the car leaving the mansion, Victor breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and went to Hilda and checked her situation. While the twins took their phones to call an ambulance, but Victor stopped them as he didn't want Nick to meet them on the way. "Don't call anyone. She will be fine," he said. Her situation was not good, but Victor knew that she would live. Players were very resilient. And have a way to help her. His merchant skill has just finished its cooldown, so he quickly operated it, and bought bottle of minor healing for 5,000 coins. Secretly taking it from the shop, he got a bottle containing 5 round red pills. This is the cheapest kind of medicine in the system shop. It has a full healing effect on players under level 15, a medium effect for levels 15 to 25, and a low effect for levels 25 to 30. It will not work for higher levels. Victor quickly turned to face Hilda and the girls and took one pill from the bottle and fed it to Hilda, who realized what this is, and was very grateful to Victor. As she realized the pill's value. There was no visual effect, no red light, but Hilda, who was still covered in blood and relatively weak, was able to sit down with some help. She knew that she was about 50% healed. She would be able to walk by herself tomorrow and would be fully healed in a week. "Young master, what is this pill?" asked Mina. "It's a secret product of my family, don't worry." Hilda would be back to normal by tomorrow as her injury was very light. He lied. "Why don't you take her to her room and take care of her?" he said. The twins were hesitant. What if there was something wrong? Don't they need a doctor? "Or do you prefer to stay here with me and continue showing me your bodies?" he asked with a smirk. The girls had just remembered that they are nearly naked, so they quickly ran away to find something to cover themselves, leaving Hilda and Victor alone in the hall. As for Lily, she seemed to have disappeared somewhere while they were not looking. "Call my father and tell him what happened, Nick might want to revenge," Victor said to Hilda in a serious tone. As if Nick would still be alive tomorrow. "Understood. Is the pill a secret?" said Hilda. "Not from my father," he answered as he looked at the twins, who returned after getting dressed and quickly helped Hilda to her room in the servants' building. "Tonight, spend the night with Hilda, and be ready for our trip at 6 a.m. tomorrow," he told them as they walked away. They seemed to be asking Hilda if she really didn't need a doctor. Watching them leave, Victor looked at Lily, who was just returned from the outside. How was the situation? Jacob is not here anymore, and I did a preliminary check, and there seemed to be no bombs in the mansion, but I still need to do a more thorough search on the forest and the unused buildings. Okay, start searching, be careful. And if you find any recording devices, leave them be as if you haven't seen them, just note their position. He said to her, I have a few things to do tonight, so if anyone asked about me, tell them that I am very tired and went to sleep. And don't let anyone into my room, I don't want anyone to know where I am, he said. Lily nodded her head, but she seemed a little worried. So Victor slowly patted her head. Don't worry, I am stronger than you think, he said. Boom. Suddenly there was a sound of an explosion in the distance. Both Lily and Victor smiled evilly as they knew what that was. Poor Nick has probably already become a cooked Nick. Now go do your job, he said with a frown. His plan may have been a little reckless, but this is the best for now. He has to tread carefully though, as there will be a family investigation after this. Understood, she said before glancing at Victor. You too, be careful, young master, she said in a soft voice as she left. First of all, Victor collected the clothes on the ground and inspected the belongings of Nick and his friends. The two hooligans had nothing of value. As for Nick's belongings, there were some interesting things. There were a few bank cards, but Victor knew that those are worthless. No smart man would put his real wealth in a bank if he intended to hide them from the family. Nick also had no phone, so he probably hid it somewhere before he came. There was also his yellow family token and the administrator ring Nick used to torture Hilda. This ring was signed by his father and given to Nick to manage Vane City's shadow business, so it would only work on Theodore's servants. Victor would not take any of those, as he would be questioned about them when the family inquisitor arrives, so he left them with the rest. What Victor found interesting were one strange ring, a set of 3 unidentifiable keys, and a glass vial containing some kind of a liquid. So he took those and left the rest on the entrance, tucked in a corner. The 3 keys had a number and a logo of a storage company he knew. So it was probably where Nick hid some secrets. The strange ring was an artifact, Victor could feel it, so he used his appraisal skill on it. Ring of the Minor Masters, F+. Owner, none. Brand slave tattoo on target grants abilities to kill, inflict pain, locate, communicate. Requires the target to be a non-player and not to resist the branding. 41/50ths, branded. Oh, so Nick was building his own army, thought Victor. The ring having no owner indicates that Nick had truly died. And this ring was interesting, but not in the way that stupid Nick used it in. And this would make his job tomorrow a lot easier. Victor quickly cut his finger and marked the ring with his blood. Now it belongs to him. As for the slaves, he would check on them later. After that, he looked at the glass vial. It had blue sparkling liquid inside, so Victor opened it and took a quick sniff, then closed it immediately with a terrified face. That was dangerous, he thought. This vial contains an aphrodisiac, not one meant for women, but for men. Victor knew that it was meant to be used on him. He does not have a use for this now, but it would come in handy later. Victor smiled as he thought of the man he was going to use this on. Taking a deep breath, Victor took those things and put them in his pockets. Now it's time to go hunt some snakes, he thought. Victor left the mansion in secret after changing his clothes to a black sneaking suit and used the disguise skill to hide his presence. When he reached the bottom gate, he saw that idiot guard sitting on his comfy chair reading some adult's magazine with a perverted smile on his face. Victor really wanted to smack him dead, but he knew that this was not the right time to do it. He needed him as a witness of Nick leaving the mansion. And killing him now would raise unwanted questions. Nick probably planned to kill him too, after killing everyone else in the mansion to hide his track. On second thought, he should leave such a lucky guard alive, as he has already managed to escape death twice today while doing nothing. Earlier, Victor thought that the guard was conspiring with Nick. but now he discovered that this guy was just a lucky idiot. Every young master should have an idiot guard. So he will keep him and use him later. He needs to punish him though, for letting the twins return to the mansion without a warning about Nick. But that would have to wait too. Now, where did that snake go? Victor moved fast through the forests, following the black fate thread he was tracking with his skill. He activated it earlier when he spotted Jacob at the mansion. He stayed away from the highways to avoid any security cameras, and kept on going for half an hour until he reached a faraway community. He quickly felt the thread's connection getting stronger. Jacob was nearby, he could feel it. He activated his disguise skill, and soon turned into a tall youth, with a pretty face, sword-like eyebrows, and purplish-red long hair, arranged in a ponytail. Then out of the forest. He smiled as he saw his reflection on a nearby storefront window. Now let's continue. If Nick saw him like that, he would think that this was the man who ordered him to kill Victor. He didn't hide anymore, but didn't show himself either, just walked as if he was trying to hide, making sure to be captured only on a few faraway cameras, and avoiding the obvious ones. And soon he reached an abandoned apartment building. He went in silently after checking that there was no one around, then went upstairs, to the 5th story where the thread stopped pointing up. When he reached a certain apartment he sneaked in silently with his disguise skill. He could easily find the strings and cans that were probably put there by Jacob to warn him of intruders. But with Victor's experience, he was able to walk silently until he saw Jacob sitting in a room inside cleaning a gun with a little smile. Victor sneaked behind him and struck him hard on the neck, killing him in just one move. That's how you deal with poisonous snakes. No need for pointless chatter. As he killed them, he could feel the black fate thread he locked with his skill snap, and his skill was free again. But there was an additional reward. He felt as if that black thread's energy were added to his own fate. He will have to investigate this later, but for now, he has more pressing issues. He quickly searched the body but found nothing of importance, just a passport and a plane ticket to another country. Victor quickly took those and burned them, as they would implicate Arya. She would be in a problem anyway though, as this idiot was her uncle, and if her secret was discovered, it would lead to her death. So he have to give her a better position in the family to protect her. He searched the apartment for some big garbage bags, but found nothing and could only roll Jacob in a tattered rug he found in an adjacent apartment. He took him and went out, heading to the forest, where he threw him inside a hole he found earlier. Then covered him with a thin layer of dirt. He made sure that the corpse would be found easily. Then he hid again and changed his look into a middle-aged man, then returned to the downtown and headed into a storage building. He was going to check on Nick's keys. In the first 2 storage compartments, there was a lot of cash stacked in black bags. Victor didn't touch them, as he will not need them. And when the family traces Nick's movement, they would probably be discovered. As for the last one, it contained some documents, cards, and identity papers. So he took those and put them in his bag, then left the building and went to a nearby train station after changing his shape, where he rented a storage box and put the things he took from Nick in it, but kept the ring and the vial on him. The mansion would be thoroughly searched by the family's investigators, so he needs to keep those things away for now. The next step was changing himself into a red-haired woman in a black dress. The disguise skill can be used in 2 ways. The first affects how he reflects light and sound, so if someone touches him, he would realize there is something wrong. But for everyone looking and the security cameras, he was now an ugly woman with big breasts. As for the second way, it can create an illusion of a thing's existence, and Victor has to be near it, or it would only last for a few hours. He went to a nearby post office and wrote a letter to be delivered in the morning in 2 days. A young master shouldn't be doing such thankless things. I would need to form my secret organization soon, he thought. Although Lily can hide her presence, she lacks the experience of doing a complex task. And she would be probably suspected by the family, so he had to keep her in the dark. With the fieldwork finished for tonight, he went back to the mansion. The trip took him 2 hours, as he had to be very careful not to be spotted. It was close to 11 o'clock p.m. when he entered his room through the window he left open earlier. He quickly took off his muddy clothes and went into the bath to clean all the dirt off him. Then he changed into silky pajamas and sat down on his desk, writing a note on a white piece of paper. Then he folded it and put it in an envelope with the words "Read and Destroy" finely written on it. This would be left for Lily, just in case. Now, the situation has changed, so I need to prepare, he thought as he hesitated for a moment, then called Aria's phone. She answered immediately. "Good evening, young master, what can I do for you?" she said in a cold voice. "Were you already awake, or did I wake you up?" he asked. "Does it matter?" "Not really, for the trip tomorrow I would need you to come with me." "I can't do that, I don't have time to play." That was not a question, but order as a family heir. "And we're hiking close, we might need to go into the forest. Be here at 7:00, and bring another van, some friends are coming too," he said and hang up, not waiting for her to answer or hang up on him. She likes to argue, but would never defy an official order. And he was doing this for her own good. The actions he took today would make some events unfold a couple of years earlier. But that was not necessarily a bad thing, he just needs to be ready. Now to do some cooking, he thought. When he reached downstairs, he met Lily has just come from the outside. "Young master, the mansion is clean. There were no bombs or surveillance," she said. "The twins and Hilda?" he asked. "They took Hilda to her room in the servant building, they would be spending the night there with her," she said. "Good," he said, "now go sleep, that's an order. I need you at your full strength tomorrow, I still need to prepare a few things for tomorrow's trip," he said to her. Lily, who was looking forward to sleeping with her young master, was a little dejected, but she knew that after today's events there would be some problems. And she needed her strength tomorrow, so after nodding her head, she went to her room to sleep. Victor looked at her leaving and smiled, he should pamper her more. But not now, as he had some dirty things to do. Looking through the packages that were near the door, Victor quickly located the things he bought in the market earlier. There were many items, so he sorted them out, and quickly found the brown bag he was looking for. So he took it and went to the kitchen. Time to do some brewing, he thought. After closing the kitchen door, he unpacked the bag on a table. In it, there were 9 dried herbs. He quickly separated them into 2 groups. One contained 6, including the black rose petals, and the other had 3 herbs. Then he took out a normal little white herb he picked earlier from the woods. This is a very common herb, but it has some very nasty effects when combined with the black rose petals. This medicine by itself is a traditional one, it is commonly used by women giving birth. But what many didn't know is that this medicine has 2 kinds of components. The first ones are to increase the birth contractions to aid the birth, while the others are to ease the pain and relax the muscles. Victor smiled as he put herbs in separate pots, then added the white herb to the first pot and added a healing pill with the second one. The first is the poison and the second is the cure. He filled the pots with water and put them on the stove. He will let them simmer in boiling water for a while, he would need them to be concentrated. Although Victor never really practiced alchemy, he lived alone for a long time and read many secrets, so preparing a simple recipe like this was an easy matter for him. With that, he got out and locked the kitchen door, then returned to the entrance where the rest of the packs were. He bought many things today and they needed to be packed for tomorrow, so carried them to his room and began to pack up. First, he took out a big hiking backpack and put a hiking and a climbing kit and medical kit in it, then a little pickaxe and the little chalice he bought from the antique store. In addition to some dried foods. He didn't know how long would it take. Then he prepared 2 additional smaller bags for the twins and Lily. It took him nearly an hour to return to the kitchen and check on his work, which was mostly done. So he quickly fished 2 small plastic jars and filed them with the watery medicine he brewed. Then cleaned the pots, leaving no evidence. After he took the jars back to his room and packed them, he looked at the clock to find it was 1 o'clock a.m., so he decided to sleep. He might not get another chance to have a good sleep in a while. It was early morning when a knock on the door woke Victor up. "Come in," he said. The door opened and Lily stepped in gracefully. "Young master, it is 6 a.m. You need to get ready," she said. Victor slowly got up and stretched his limbs. "Oh, okay. Help me find something suitable for today's hike, I'll go take a shower," he said as he took a towel and entered the bathroom. His shower took a few minutes, and when he returned to the room, Lily quickly helped get dressed, with a little blush on her face, then they went downstairs. Hilda was in the dining room waiting with the twins. They bowed in salute when they saw Victor coming. They seemed fine after a night's sleep. "Good morning, young master," Hilda said with the twins. "How are you feeling today?" Victor asked her as he sat down to begin his breakfast. "I am much better now, thanks to the young master's pill yesterday," she said. Then she tapped the girls on the back as a signal. Mina and Manna moved forward and bowed to Victor. "Young master, we wish to thank you for your help in saving us yesterday. We were very occupied with Aunt Hilda that we forgot to thank you properly," Mina said. "Oh, and how do you intend to thank me?" Victor asked as he opened his mouth for Lily to put a peeled egg in it. They didn't expect such a question. How does he want them to thank him? Isn't saying thank you enough? Should they do other things? How would the girls be able to thank the young master? Hilda said, helping the girls. "Ah, how about this?" said Victor as he swallowed another egg. "Today on the trip you will serve me in front of your friends," he said, making the girls look at him with pleading eyes. They did not want to be embarrassed in front of their friends. "Don't worry, we would just say that we bet on something and I won the bet. How about that?" he asked. They looked at each other and nodded. He sounds reasonable, and they are his maids anyway. "Good, now join me for the meal. I don't like the feeling of eating alone," he said the truth for once. "Yes, young master," they said and sat down to eat. 5 minutes later, Mina suddenly looked at her young master, who seemed to be texting on his phone, and spoke. "Young master, I want to ask you something," she said while hesitating, then looking at Hilda, who was sending her a signal not to ask. "Ask," said Victor as he pressed the send button and put his phone away. "Yesterday, how could Nick use that weird ring to inflict pain on Hilda? And then he tried something on us, but it didn't seem to work. What is that ring? And does it have anything to do with the tattoos?" she said while keeping her head down. Hilda rebuked them yesterday night when Mina asked her, and warned them not to ask such questions. But the twins really needed to know, so they chose to ask Victor, who, despite his unreasonable young master facade, they felt that he was good to them. "Ah, about that," Victor pondered a little, then answered. "Well, this is a secret, but I can tell you some of it," he said, making the twins very curious. "The tattoo on your backs are created with something called an artifact. Think of it as a magical device," he said while looking at the girl's unbelieving eyes. "I am not kidding. Didn't you notice that after I did something to your tattoo the day before yesterday, it changed its shape?" he asked, making the twins look at each other. Tattoos quickly. They didn't notice that as they were busy most of yesterday. "This tattoo allows the master to control the life or death of his slave," he continued. "Hilda is my father's servant, and he controls her tattoo, and the ring that was with Nick is called an administrator ring. Think of it as a delegation of power. It grants its holder the ability to punish servants as if he was the original owner. Father probably gave it to Nick when he sent him here to manage the estate." The girls gasped, wanting to ask something, but Victor did not allow them and continued to explain. "It didn't work on you because I marked you the night before. You are considered mine, and not my father's, so only I can punish you," he said to the girls, who looked a little terrified. "Don't worry, if you didn't do something that would hurt or betray me, I would never use such cowardly means. I have better punishing methods," he said as he looked at Lily, who shrank her little butt. The twins looked at each other with a little fear in their eyes. They didn't think that things were this serious. But they were lucky they fell into the hands of such an understanding young master, not someone like Nick. "Young master, why didn't you mark Aunt Hilda too? She would have probably been able to stop Nick if you did," Manna said, as she saw Hilda a long time ago beat that lone shark who was after them with one punch. "It's not that I didn't want to, but she is already owned, and my father would need to dispel his mark before I can mark her, he said as he wiped his mouth and stood up. That's all I can tell you, for now, you will know more sooner or later. Now go get ready. Wear some durable clothes since we will have to hike through some woods. And I have already prepared 2 bags with things you might need. You can find them in my room, the pink ones. He said as he knew the girls wanted to understand more about such magical means. The twins nodded, then went back to their room to change their clothes, knowing that those are all the answers they would get for now. Young master, what should I do with that trash near the door? Hilda asked as she pointed to the scattered pile of clothes. Leave it be, and if someone came to collect it, let them take it. Did you call my father? He asked. Yes, yesterday night, and he said that you don't need to worry, he will deal with Nick. She said with a smile. That's good. Victor said before turning to Lily, go fetch the 2 black backpacks from my room. You will carry the big one, while I will carry the small one, he said. Yes, young master, said Lily as she went upstairs. Looking at his phone, Victor found it was about 6:30, so Arya should be here any moment now. It was 7 o'clock, Victor was sitting on a leather chair and drinking a cup of freshly brewed coffee, while the girls were sitting around him checking their backpacks and wondering why did Victor pack all those things in there. Aren't they going to spend just an afternoon there? When they asked Victor, he completely dodged their question, telling them that this is the way that this young master does things. Soon they heard the sound of a few cars parking in front of the mansion, then Hilda guided Arya into the living room where Victor was sitting. Good morning, young master, Arya said while giving Victor a cold stare. She didn't like how he forced her to come. Good morning, you look very good. An interesting choice though, he said as he inspected the camo hunting suit she was wearing. It suited her well. Maybe a little tight around the chest? What, I didn't have any other clothes suited for such a trip. You should have told me earlier. This one I wore when father took me hunting once, she said with annoyance. That does not matter, is everything ready? He asked her. Yes, I got 2 vans, and we are all ready to go, she answered. Did you have breakfast? He asked her. Yes, on the road coming here, she spat back. Good. Let's go then, follow me, Victor said as he carried his backpack out of the mansion where the vans were parked. The van waiting for them had 4 rows of seats and could fit 10 people easily. Victor walked to Arya and threw her a small backpack. Carry this for me. If anything were to happen to it, I will tell father about your disobedience. He said, then got into the van and found a place in the back long seat with Lily, while the girls sat in front of him. Arya clenched her teeth, then turned away and sat next to the driver, as she wanted to get as far away from Victor as possible. Let's go then, we will be meeting with a few friends at the first bus stop before the mountain, so keep an eye for them, Victor said as he laid down and put his head on Lily's lap, then closed his eyes. Arya looked at him with a piercing gaze, then looked at Lily, who seemed to be very happy with the situation. She seemed to be playing with Victor's hair. This girl has already fallen, she thought as she turned her head forward and gestured to the driver to go. He was trying hard not to look at what's happening in the back. The van was on the road for 20 minutes when Victor opened his eyes and asked the twins in a soft voice, so that Arya in the front would not hear him. I didn't get the chance to ask you yesterday, what was Tom's decision? Whom did he choose? He asked. The twins hesitated a little and then answered. Young master, he said both. Mina said while keeping her head down. What a pervert. Are you sure he meant that? He asked. Not really, he seemed hesitant, Mina said as she was thinking about Tom. He might be a pervert for real. So what are you going to do, would you both prefer to stay with me? He asked. The girls hesitated, they wanted one of them to escape servitude, but Tom's answer and attitude did not help at all. Okay, I will find a chance to ask Tom subtly later, this way we can get a clear answer, and you won't have to embarrass yourself anymore. He said with a warm smile. The twins nodded their heads in approval, they were really embarrassed yesterday. And their young master is always very understanding. Arya in the front was acting as if she heard nothing of the conversation between Victor and the twins, but her ears were pointing backward for a while now, and she was amazed by her brother's ability to scam little girls. Although she didn't know the full story, she got the gist of it. She was not that young and naive. I have to be careful, she thought, this young brother of mine is pure evil. At this moment Victor's phone rang. It was Margaret. Ah, hello Margaret, where are you now? Good, we would be there in about 10 minutes. Yeah, see you later, he said and hang up. They are waiting for us at the bus stop, so hurry up, he said to Arya, before returning to his blissful nap. Arya, who was at the front, nodded her head, then made sure to keep her attention on the road. Soon she saw 16 standing in front of a rural bus stop. Are those the friends he talked about? Mississippi Arya, those are our friends right there. Mina's voice came from the back confirming Arya's thoughts. So she quickly asked the driver to park the van near them, and the other van also stopped. Arya went down and greeted everyone. And introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Arya, I am Mr. Victor's secretary. Why don't you get into the back van and we shall get going, she asked. Ah, hello Miss Arya, my name is Tom. Tom immediately greeted her with a charming smile, making her blush a little. He had such an effect on women. Then he looked at the front van and saw the twins and Lily sitting there by themselves. So he waved his hands at them and said hi. Miss Arya, why don't we go to the front van? We can fit inside, Tom said. He wanted to sit next to that girl in the back. It would be a little cramped though, said Arya. Isn't there a large empty seat in the back? Asked Peter. Mr. Victor is currently napping there, so it is not empty, said Arya with a little blush. Making Tom and the others go forward and see that Victor was indeed asleep, happily drooling on Lily's lap. Fuck that pervert, thought Tom. But he didn't give up, he became more determined not to let Victor stay alone with the girls. It's okay, the car would fit us and we could squeeze in, he insisted. Arya didn't know what to say, but the boy named George saved the situation. I can sit with Sarah on the other van, he said, wanting to spend some time with her, as he has long wanted her to be his girlfriend. Arya looked at the girls searching for Sarah, and one of them with a blushed face nodded a little. Fine then, get in, let's get going, she said, then returned to her seat. Margaret quickly ran and took the seat in front of the twins with Anna, leaving Peter and Tom to sit behind the driver. And the convoy began to go up the mountain. Young master, why did you request that we wear hiking clothes? You surprised me when you sent me that message, asked Margaret, who turned to the back to look at Victor. I didn't tell you before, but I heard rumors about the mountain being a magical place with some secrets, so I thought it would be such a waste to just visit the movie set. Maybe we can go explore a little and get to know each other more while we are there, he said, making the girls feel excited. This young master is cool and courageous, they thought. This entire mountain belongs to my family, you see, he continued. My father brought it in the past, he thought it contained some treasure, but after searching for 2 months he found nothing, so he left it here to rot, he said, making the girls' eyes sparkle. How rich do you need to be to buy a mountain then get bored with it? The twins quickly got why he had them carry such packs. It seemed the young master had this idea from the start. He wanted to go treasure hunting. Tom glared at Victor in the back. This pervert wants to take advantage of the girls in the mountains, he thought. The mountain is very dangerous. I advise you not to do such things. Many hikers disappear there every year. And father already said that there was nothing there, said Arya from the front. Of course, I know, so going with me is optional, but not for you, big sister, you will come with me and the twins, he said, making her clench her jaw and ball her fist with anger. She knew that she had no choice. Why do the girls have to go with you? They are free to make their own choice, Tom suddenly said, making Arya likes him more. While the twins flinch a little. I made a bet with the twins yesterday. And I won, so they agreed to serve me the entire day, Victor said with an evil smile. He had agreed on this with the twins earlier. What bet? Is it true? Asked Tom as he looked at the nervous twins, who nodded their heads. That's a secret, Victor said mysteriously. If you are too scared to come with us, you are free to stay, he taunted him. Who said I am scared? Of course, I would come, I won't let the girls suffer with you, he said as he swore not to leave the girls alone with such a man. As for the bet, he would ask the twins later, when they are alone. They would never hide anything from him. Arya looked at Tom and nodded her head. That's how a young man should be, not like her perverted brother. The van went up the mountain where green forest trees dotted both sides of the road. The environment around them got greener and richer the more they went up. This mountain had a special air around it, as if it was from another world. Soon the convoy, which has been going up for half an hour, stopped in a forest clearing, where the movie was being shot. This was also where the road ended, about halfway through the mountain, and no car can go any further as the terrain gets very rough. There, staff and employees were busy going around, making things ready, and checking on various pieces of equipment. The shooting didn't start yet. The vans parked beside the other equipment trucks after a security guard checked their identity. Arya got out of the van first, followed by everyone, and lastly Victor, who stretched his stiff limbs as Lily helped him straighten his clothes and comb his disheveled hair. Hello Miss Arya, I am Mark Silberberg, the director of this movie, and this is John Sigma, our star. There is no further need for introduction. A thin man with gray hair greeted Arya with a smile, then pointed to the muscular handsome man beside him. Hello Mr. Silberberg, Mr. Sigma, I came here today with the CEO of our company Victor White, she said as she introduced Victor and then everyone else as Victor's friends. Hello Mr. White, we are very pleased to meet you, they said to Victor. I am happy to meet you too, why don't you show us around? Victor said. The director greeted everyone then gave them a tour through the set. The shooting would need another hour to start, so he was not busy, and he wanted to get closer to Victor, as he knew that this White family was super rich. Maybe he can convince him to produce the script he wrote. Victor, to the astonishment of everyone, did not act arrogantly but smiled and talked to the two men about the shooting like a real pro. That was until he ruined his image again. Mr. Silberberg, where is Mississippi Mira? I wanted to have some private time with her, asked Victor as he looked around. Mira was the female star of this movie and was a new rising actor who had started acting just last year. The two low-budget movies she started in were both a huge success. But Victor didn't want her for her talent but her beauty and character. If he wanted to compare her to someone, that would be Lily. Lily had the calm and serene beauty of a spring fairy, but Mira was the opposite. She was as hot as a nuclear bomb. She was one of his girlfriends in the past, one of the faithful ones, and she was also a victim to one of his brother's schemes. Unfortunately, Mr. White, Mira would not be here. Her scenes have already finished filming last week, Mark said. Too bad. Arya, find a suitable time for me to meet her, he told Arya, who shot him a look, then took a pen and scribed his command on her notebook. Why can't her brother be more content? He already has many pretty girls around him, she thought. Mr. White, how about my new idea, can you help us with it? We have already been rejected by many production companies due to the huge cost of the project, so we propose a partial investment, he asked. How about I completely finance and produce that idea of yours? But I want the right to choose some of the actors. Victor interrupted Mark and said. In his previous life, those two men were very successful later. They broke records with every movie they partnered in. So he decided to invest in them now. Yes, of course, that would be perfect, said Mark with a big smile. Good, then let's find time later to sit down and have a talk about cooperation, he said. Arya, make an appointment for Mr. Silberberg next week, he told her, then returned to Mark. Now you have some shooting to attend to, and I and my friends would like to take a look around and meet some of the actors, so I would not bother you anymore, Victor said to Mark and walked away. He lost interest in the shooting after knowing that Mira was not here. He attended many shootings in his past life, so he didn't care. After touring the set for a while and getting some autographs for the girls, Victor stood up and looked at everyone. I am going to take a hike and try to explore a little of this mountain, You are free to follow me if you want, Victor said. I will stay with Sarah here, said George, who was holding the blushing Sarah's hand. They seemed to have bonded together earlier and wanted some time alone. Fine by me. Anyone else? Victor asked. Can I not go? Asked Arya. No, he answered blandly, making her pout. Margaret looked at Anna and nodded, conveying her intent to go. This hike would create a good chance for her to get closer to Tom or Victor, who was surrounded by many girls now. She does not mind sharing though, as long as she gets a place near a rich young master, and some allowance maybe? As for Anna, she didn't want to be left alone with the lovebirds and reluctantly decided to go, as she could tell that Tom and Peter would definitely follow the twins who were serving that young master. Was it really just a bet? What did they bet on? She wondered. Tom and Peter went forward to the girls and offered to carry their backpacks for them, but they were coldly denied. The girls knew that the young master entrusted them with these things, and they didn't dare let anyone else carry them. Tom looked at Lily, who was carrying a large backpack, with a pickaxe at its side. Then went to her and flashed his most dazzling smile. Miss, can I help you carry that bag? He asked. No, she stated coldly, then turned around and began to go after her young master, who began to venture into the woods. Tom hesitated a little, then followed with the rest of his friends. He wanted to ask for her name, but he didn't know who to ask without sounding like a pervert. But he really wanted to know. Margaret looked amused as she watched Tom's repeated failures. Unlike the others, she has been keeping an eye on everyone, and she knew that Tom, although looked like a gentleman, was as possessive and lecherous as any other man. She doesn't mind though, she was not that clean, and her childhood was not a pretty one. She dated many guys, some were much older than her, and came to know that most of them are just the same, perverts in cheap clothes. But like all girls her age, she yearned for a true lover. So she decided to find some rich young master, to be her husband. At the very least she would still be with a rich pervert. At first, she set her eyes on Tom, who became rich overnight, then she met Victor, and that made her hesitant. She knew Tom from her childhood, knew him enough to read his dirty mind. He was always timid and introverted, but suddenly 1 year ago, after the summer break, he returned to school as a new person. He was more confident, charming, and most importantly rich. He said that he won the lottery, but Margaret was not that naive. She could tell that he held some secrets. Then she looked at Victor, who was leading everyone arrogantly. She only met him yesterday, but the feeling she got from him didn't match his image. He looked like an arrogant rich young master. But she had a feeling that this guy was a dangerous monster, and if she messed up with him, he would eat her whole. In addition to that, the twins seemed to be unnaturally obedient to him too. But when she looked at the way Lily looked at him, she seemed to find the feeling she was searching for, that of dependence and real trust. Maybe that guy had secrets too, who doesn't? Most importantly, he was filthy rich, far richer than Tom. What are you looking at? Asked her Peter, who has been pestering her for a while. She didn't like this guy. He is a petty person, and unlike Victor, Peter felt more like a fake young master who was trying too hard to wear a suit that did not fit him. Although he was rich, he was an idiot, and would probably spend all his parents' fortune sooner or later. Nothing, she said, and kept moving to catch up with the rest. She didn't want to stay alone with him. They had been walking in the woods for half an hour. The woods slowly turned from a somewhat normal mountain forest to a mythical place. The grass was still green and the trees were still tall, but the scene was different, but no one could tell why. Suddenly, Victor stopped after leading them into a very beautiful clearing filled with flowers, grass, and some boulders poking from the ground. We will rest here, he said. They didn't know it, but Victor had reached his destination. Now he has to find a way to activate it. He left the group, who seemed to be a little tired, and began to inspect the ground, searching for the signs he read about. What are you doing, young ma, Victor? Asked Mina. Don't mind me, I am just investigating this mountain. I am certain that I could uncover its big secret. That street oracle said that my luck would be at its peak today and the planets are aligning in my favor. Just stay close, he said arrogantly as he continued to look around, making the girls shake their heads. They started to look around them too. They were amazed by this place. It looked ethereal with all the blue and white flowers blooming under the sun. If there was really a secret on this mountain, it should be here. They got tired soon and found a place to sit down and rest. After a few minutes, Tom took the opportunity when the girls were admiring the flowers and slowly approached Lily, who was standing alone watching Victor go around and poke at random rocks with a wooden stick like a maniac. "May I know, what is your name, miss?" he asked like a gentleman. "Lily," she answered without looking at him. "Ah. Miss Lily, what a beautiful name. May I inquire about your relationship with Victor?" "You seemed very close to him," he asked with a smile. "He is into cold girls, he likes the feeling of conquering them." "I am his personal maid," she said blandly. "Ah, I see, what?" He was surprised. No wonder she allowed Victor to sleep on her lap like that. He must be molesting her. And what is the difference between a normal maid and a personal maid? Could it be that? No, no, no. It can't be. That Victor must be using some evil means to control her. Tom didn't know why he hated Victor, nor that his very existence was screaming at him. Victor was a danger. But he, who fancied himself a hero, decided that he must save this miserable girl from her horrible fate. From the clutches of this evil young master. "Don't worry, Miss Lily, he tried to say, but was interrupted. I found it, look at this, doesn't it look like magic? Come look at it," yelled Victor, making everyone look at him, then go to look at what he had found. Victor was standing in front of a flat white rock, which had some foreign symbols on it. He was tapping at it with his stick in excitement. "Isn't this just some scribbles on a rock?" "Some kids have probably done it as a prank," said Peter, who poked his head from behind. But Tom, who was much more experienced and was watching carefully, saw that the symbols were changing, very slowly, like clouds in the sky of a summer day. They were definitely changing, then they began to move faster and faster as Victor continued to tap at it. Tom, who realized something, suddenly yelled, "No, stop, get away from." But it was too late. The stone shattered as if it was made of glass, and a blue tide of light came out of it, sweeping over them and swallowing everyone in the clearing, including Arya, who was a little further away, then shrank again, leaving a blue revolving vortex where they stood before. It only took 2 seconds. Victor, who was being swept away, smiled and let the vortex swallow him as he looked at the blue shimmering screen above his head. Dungeon opened. "Congratulations, you are the one who discovered and opened this dungeon. Dungeon discovering reward. 1. Dungeon map. 2. 10 free allocation points. 3. E-rank skill book, Spear Arts. Further rewards on clearing. Good luck." Scholars wondered for years on the subject of dungeons. There is no definitive answer, but there was a prevalent theory. The dungeons are pockets of other worlds, they seem to invade ours by chance. If the world deemed them dangerous, it would confine them with a barrier. However, sooner or later the barrier's energy would deplete and a gate would open, allowing people in at first, and if it was left untreated, the barrier would disappear and what's inside would leave it to wreak havoc into the world. A dungeons was both a blessing and a curse. It contained dangerous monsters and precious metals and herbs. Once a dungeon was cleared of all the things the world deemed dangerous, it would collapse and merge with the world, revealing its treasures to the outside world to be mined. So the world's hidden powers would usually fight over them. But before it is cleared, people can come in, but not out. That is not usually a problem, as once a dungeon was opened, only full player can get in, and whoever controls it would send a ready team of players. But sometimes if the dungeon opened where people were already standing, it would swallow them regardless of their status. Those people would then be granted a player status. It was called Dungeon Awakening. Many powers tried to send their youths who were not fully awakened to search for such dungeons so they may get a chance to advance. But finding a dungeon before it opens is easier said than done. It was much later, after the reckoning, when dungeons began to appear every other day, that a method was created to forecast dungeons opening. And even then it was more of an art than a concrete science. At this time dungeons are rare, maybe one every month. The strong families and alliances started to fight for access rights long ago, but one day they stopped and formed the dungeon agreement after they lost all their forces in an S-rank dungeon. You can't know the dungeon's rank until you go inside. If it was dangerous, you could only tell when a dungeon has already swallowed legions of players without being cleared. The agreement was drafted officially to let unaffiliated players and all the powers have an equal chance to clear the dungeon and take whatever spoils they gained inside. But the truth was they needed cannon fodders to explore and act as shields. Once the dungeon closes, the precious land left behind is for whoever has enough power to own it and control it. And once it was owned, the others have to respect that. Victor knew that there was a dungeon here. This entire mountain was affected by its otherworldly energy, and just now he has forced it to open by just tapping on the rock hard with a stick. It was like a pimple that was about to burst, and he gave it the last nudge. Back then, it happened after a month of Victor arriving at Vane City, the dungeon burst open and was discovered by the filming crew, which altered the family. Thankfully, this dungeon was already owned by them, so no other powers tried to take it from them. After sending a full team, the dungeon was quickly cleared, as it was a low-level dungeon. Victor only heard about it from his father. After the clearing, it seemed to have been opened by a wandering hiker. The players' team found him hiding inside a cave. And when he came out, they offered him to join the family, but he refused. It was Victor's task back then to convince him, but he failed and could do nothing. The agreement states that players who awaken in the dungeons are free to choose their own destiny, and as long as they abide by the rules, no one can harm them. That hiker died later though, when he revealed the secret of being a player to the press, so the same agreement that protected him killed him. And the media report was quickly changed to make the hiker a crazy man who committed suicide. The majority of players didn't want their existence to be exposed to the public. Now let's see, what do we have here, thought Victor as he looked at the walls surrounding him. It was a damp gray rock cave, illuminated by a faint green light coming from algae that seemed to grow out of the cracks in the rocks. A typical wild dungeon. He was alone, everyone was separated, but Victor was not afraid as he had already given the girls enough supplies in the bag. As for the others, they can only count on their luck, but they would probably survive like that hiker. This was just an F-rank dungeon after all. The Goblin's General Dungeon. F rank. Clear condition. Kill the Goblin General. He could see the screen when he entered the dungeon, and everyone else should see this too. So they would be stuck here until that general is dead. Once he is dead, the world rules are enough to eliminate all of the other goblins, and the dungeon would be considered clear after that. There was something else. On the corner of his vision, he could see the dungeon's map all the way to the boss's room and the exit. This was a part of his reward for opening it up. He only knew the position of a handful of other dungeons. But they are not ready to be opened yet. One of them is an S rank. There were some dots, some red and some blue on the map, which seemed to update every minute. He was a blue dot, so he knew that the red ones are the goblins, while the blue ones were humans. There seemed to be only 2 secluded blue dots, the others has formed 2 groups and were staying in their positions, probably assessing the situation. There were no goblins near them, so they should be safe for now. He brought the twins and Arya here on purpose, wanting to make them players. Especially Arya, he did this to save her life. When the family investigates Jacob, they would probably discover that she aided him, but that is not the problem, because Arya had another secret, one that caused the family to kill her when they discovered it back then. This time, however, she would be a player. And killing a player in the family would require the patriarch's approval. That would grant him enough time to save her. Wait a minute, he told himself, why are there 10 blue dots? The only ones inside the dungeon should be him, Lily, Arya, the twins, Tom, Peter, and Margaret. Those are 9. That dot was the closest to him and moving in his direction, so he decided to investigate it. If it was any of the girls, he would be able to help. He activated his disguise skill, hiding his presence, and walked towards the dot. It took him 1 hour of walking in the maze-like dungeon to see the shadow of a man dressed in black. This was not someone he knew. He wore a black mask and seemed to be a player, so Victor appraised him. Name, Olaf. Level, 31. Abnormal status, slave, weak. Class, spy. Authority, 4. Strength, 33. Intelligence, 32. Agility, 50. Luck, 13. Charm, 8. Order, 11. Skills. Shadow Cloak, A. Critical Dagger, B. Follow Trace, E. Hide Presence, F. If Victor didn't see him on the map, he might not have discovered him. That Shadow Cloak skill was similar to Lily's. It only works if you didn't know you were there. He observed the man for a few moments, and from his movements art, he could tell that he belonged to his family. But was he sent by his father or the other factions? Does it matter? No. Victor didn't like to be spied on. This guy must have followed him from the mansion, and that meant he had a car, and maybe a partner, but only this guy entered the dungeon with them. Victor showed no hesitation as he took out a dagger he bought yesterday and approached the unsuspecting man. It was as easy as slaying a chicken. The man felt something was wrong. He felt a strange airflow against his skin. He was not alone here. He should be careful. His enemy. He didn't continue that thought. He just felt a cold sensation in his throat and he stopped breathing the next moment. Victor quickly inspected the corpse's back, searching for the family's tattoo, and there it was, a tattoo of 2 daggers over a round shield with a lion's face. This is defiantly not his father's, it was them. They must have sent him to see what happened with Nick, and maybe to gather some incriminating evidence. He searched the man's body and retrieved the recording device. It was an advanced one, with many features. Victor didn't try to open it as he knew he didn't have the tools required here. He just used all his strength to crush it, including the memory chip. He stood there watching as the body dissolved by the dungeon's power, leaving only the clothes. So he quickly used his dagger to create some battle damage on them, then left the area with his disguise on. An hour later he reached a stone hall where he noticed 3 red dots were walking nearby. Victor, who was hidden, could easily see their green skin, hooked noses, and large red eyes. They were goblins, one of the weakest sentential monsters. They wore makeshift armor made of some kind of leather. 2 of them had stone knives, while the last one had a wooden bow and arrows. He has dealt with those a lot in the past, and he knew their weaknesses. Their defense was that of a human child, but their attacks were deadly. So he approached the one walking behind and pushed his dagger into his heart. He left it there and backed away. As the 2 others began to look around, they thought it was a thrown dagger, so they split up to hide behind big boulders and began to look deep into the cave, so they didn't notice when Victor leisurely smacked them with a large stone on their heads. It only took him a minute to kill one and knock out the 2 others. With his disguise, a low-leveled goblin that didn't have AoE attacks would not discover him, so he had no rivals here. Looking at the unconscious goblin at his feet, he smiled as he took out the ring of the minor masters he stole from Nick. That idiot used it on humans, but its unique power is that it allows a player to not only enslave a target but also communicate with it, so you would be able to use it on any sentient being, including goblins. Now he had all the tools he needed and can concentrate on his master plan. Dealing with Tom. He smiled as he reached out for his backpack. Where did he put that pickaxe again? *T, he forgot it with Lily. Arya could feel the hard rock floor under her body when she regained her consciousness. She heard the sound of someone arguing, so she opened her eyes and looked around. Where am I? What happened? It looked like she was in some kind of a cave. Tom was standing there arguing with Lily, who gave him a stubborn look as she crossed her hands and faced him. Miss Lily, I didn't expect you to be a player too. I know you want to rush to find that guy Victor, and I appreciate your commitment, but this place is a maze and the best way to save everyone is to clear the dungeon. We have to start searching for the boss's room. If Victor is smart, he would be trying to do the same thing, so we will meet him sooner or later. You don't need to go around searching blindly and alone in a dungeon. That is both pointless and dangerous, he said to Lily, who seemed a little convinced. I have to ask you about this though, he said seriously to Lily. Do you or Victor belong to an overseer power? he asked. Lily did not answer, and he took it as a sign of approval, so he frowned a little. It seems his hunch was on the spot, that Victor, although seemed arrogant, he gave Tom a dangerous feeling. And what kind of a young master has a player made? He must be one of them. And most likely a player too. Then answer me this, do you belong to the von Astrom family? He asked with an obvious fury in his eyes, making Lily, who didn't want to speak with him, hesitate a little. He had the same look of hate she had when she wanted to kill Guy, so she chose to compromise and answer him. No, we have no relationship with them, but I can't tell you which power we belong to without the young master's permission, she said, then sat down and began to inspect the contents of her backpack. Arya, who was eavesdropping, felt that their conversation was over, so she slowly sat down and began to inspect the environment around her. But before she could do that, someone groaned beside her. It was Peter, who had just regained consciousness. Where are we? What the hell was that, and where is everyone? He asked as he sat down and began to look around. Was it a cave-in? Did we fall? He asked as he checked his phone to find it without a signal. Tom looked at Peter and Arya, who were panicking a little. He cleared his throat and began to speak. No need to panic, we are in a dungeon, one similar to that in video games. Look over your heads to the left. Tom asked, making Arya frown, as this was not the right time to tell a joke. But when she looked up, she quickly gasped in astonishment. There was a blue shimmering screen in her field of vision. It just came into focus when she looked at it. What is this? A log of some sort, she thought. Warning. You have entered a dungeon. Initializing dungeon awakening procedure. Welcome, player. Analyzing input data finished. You have successfully awakened as a player. Your attributes have been automatically assigned by the system. Name, Arya White. Level, 0. Class, Merchant. Authority, 2. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 23. Agility, 13. Luck, 14. Charm, 30. Order, 10. Skills. System Store Access, Level 0. Player Market Access, Level 0. Basic Shield, E. Setup, complete. What the F***ck is that? Said Peter as he looked up with wide eyes. Is this for real? What does this mean? Arya asked Tom and Lily. She didn't believe her eyes. Tom hesitated a little, then began to explain the existence of players to the astonished Arya and Peter. You have now awakened as players. Think of it as a video game, but it is real. Now you will have superpowers and will be able to level up by killing monsters and doing missions. The status screen is where you are assigned a class and attributes. Since you were awakened by a dungeon, you did not get to choose your class, the system automatically assigned you one. Try it yourself, interact with your status screen, you can see all kinds of explanations on every attribute you look at. You can also try your skills, he said, making Peter ponder a little and start to explore his status screen. Arya needed a few seconds to absorb all this information. Dungeons? Players? Awakening? That last word, she heard it before, wasn't it the one used by the family to describe the ceremony? Could it be? She thought of her brother as she decided to inquire about this matter from him later. She quickly looked at her status screen and started to interact with it. Indeed, Tom was saying the truth. How can this be? This is not scientific, she thought. Ha ha ha, that is truly amazing. Is this for real? Said Peter as he pinched himself. It hurts. Now I am a superhero, and I would get a lot of chicks to like me, he said, laughing, making Lily and Arya look at him with disgust. Tom ignored him and continued talking. I have been a player since last winter, and it seems that Miss Lily is a player too, he said, making Peter and Arya look at her. Lily didn't answer, just nodded her head, then turned her head to look into the darkness of a nearby passage as if she was searching for someone. Tom didn't care, as he knew that Lily was looking for that guy Victor, and he hoped that Victor would perish here. He looked at Peter and Arya as he continued his explanation. As I told you, this world has many people who awaken the power to be players just like video games. And it has dungeons and monsters too. And we are in such a dungeon. Luckily this one is a low-ranking dungeon as it seems to be a goblin's cave. We would be able to clear it ourselves with some effort. I have been in 2 raids before. Tom said proudly. Why no one talks about these things? Shouldn't players be famous? Peter asked. Well, this world has certain powers. They call themselves the Overseers. They are composed of 5 families, 3 sects, and 1 organization. They have more power than most countries and forbade anyone from disclosing information about the existence of the system and players, Tom answered as he clenched his finger. He seemed to hold some grudge. I have to warn you though, never reveal anything, people died for this before. He added, making Arya and Peter cool down a little. Now I need to know your classes and authority, he said. I am an archer, and I have 2 authority, is that good? Asked Peter. Yes, a fighting class is always good. We will have to find you a bow and some arrows. Most players get 2 authority when they awaken, so that is normal, Tom said. Then he turned to Arya. And you? Miss Arya. Don't tell him. A player shouldn't reveal his class and attributes without a good reason. Your skills are your secret weapon. Suddenly Lily warned Arya before she could answer, making Tom look at her with an inspecting gaze. She was smarter than what he expected. But that did not matter. He turned to face Arya and convince her. Don't get me wrong, miss. Arya, I just wanted to know about your class so that I can find a suitable role in the fight for you. We might need your help as our only way out of here is by defeating that goblin general. He said with a charming smile. Arya didn't know what to do, but after seeing Tom's smile she chose to tell him. She didn't have a powerful class anyway. She thought. I have a merchant class, she said, making Lily frown a little. If Victor was here he would nod his head as if he expected this result. Even a business genius like Arya would fall for Tom's smile. That is how strange the effect of science is on normal people. It was as if they become NPCs in front of him. So unlike Lily, whose fate was already tied firmly to Victor's, Arya didn't feel anything abnormal when she told him. That is good, Tom nodded. While you would not be very helpful in the fight, you can use your skills to buy remedies and health potions for us, he said before turning to Lily. Miss Lily, I really need to know your class to incorporate it into my plan. This is very crucial for our success, he said in a serious tone. When he came to, he found that Lily was awake too. Unlike the other 2, who were still unconscious, he knew that they were being awakened as players. When did she awaken and what are her powers? He really wanted to know. He has pretty much confirmed that she belonged to some power, but that won't stop him, he will get her sooner or later. He thought as he looked at her. This is very important. He pressured her. Tell me yours first, Lily asked, surprising him. She was not that easy to manipulate. I am a warrior, he said, hiding his true class like every smart player. You never know when your best friend would betray you for some treasure, especially in a dungeon, where there is no one watching. Ah, me too, I am a dagger warrior, said Lily as she took out a black dagger from her bag, acting as if she was a warrior like him. Tom looked at her but said nothing. He didn't know if she was telling the truth or not, but during the coming fights, everything would become clear. Where do we go now? Asked Peter as he looked at the branching tunnels surrounding them. Nowhere. We should check our equipment and our status first. We don't know how long we would be staying here or when we would get a chance to rest again. Do you have anything useful? He asked. Peter shook his head, then looked at Arya and Lily, who were carrying big backpacks. What about you? He asked Arya, who seemed far friendlier than Lily, who was still hiding her mouth behind that semi-transparent veil and was giving Tom and Peter some cold stares. Arya wanted to answer, but she didn't know what was in it. This bag was given to her by Victor, who didn't explain anything. So she quickly opened the bag and inspected its inside. It was full of food bars and some water bottles. But upon further searching, she found that it had a rolled sleeping bag in the bottom, and a medical kit too. Arya was surprised. Why did her brother pack these things? Did he anticipate such a situation? Or was he planning to go on a camping trip? I have a sleeping bag, some food, and a medical kit, she said. Tom nodded his head. It was not unheard of to bring such things when hiking in the wild. Then he turned to Lily. What about you, Miss Lily? The same as Arias, she answered without even looking. Why is there a pickaxe poking from your bag then? Asked Peter. Private matters, she answered. But sounded unconvinced. Did you or Victor know about this dungeon? Arya suddenly asked her. She had to know. Did her brother bring them here on purpose? Why would he bring a pickaxe if he just went hiking? It can't be, Tom said. A dungeon can't be found before its opening. Maybe Victor heard some rumors about the mountain like we did and wanted to try his luck, he said, and he turned out to be quite lucky, he thought silently. But that pickaxe, said Peter. It's useless here. He probably wanted to dig for some treasure, said Tom as he stretched his hand to Lily. Can I borrow it? He asked. Lily hesitated for a second but then gave it to him. She also wanted to know if this thing would work here and if the young master brought them here on purpose. Tom took the pickaxe and began to hit a nearby wall with it. At first, a lot of rocks were smashed under his inhuman strength, but after digging for 2 minutes, it began to produce yellow sparks when it impacted the rocks, and it failed to make a dent in them. All the dungeon's walls are protected by the world rules, so after digging for a while you will reach a limit, which can't be dug before the dungeon is cleared, he said as he returned the pickaxe back to Lily, deliberately touching her little hand in the process. She shot him a warning glare as she quickly retracted her pretty hand, and carefully returned the pickaxe to the backpack. Then handkerchief to wipe her hand. Tom did not mind but smiled a little. Girls her kind needs a lot of time to conquer, he thought, not knowing that Victor conquered her in 3 seconds. After a little rest, we will start searching the dungeon. The boss here is the Goblin General. He should be in a goblin settlement. So we just have to find some of them and follow their trails. They would probably leave some tracks, Tom said as he looked into the dim tunnel in front of him, wondering what kind of rewards he would get for clearing this dungeon. Lily carefully observed the goblin, which was unsuspectingly approaching her. She got her dagger ready and held her breath. Shadow cloak skill hid her body but not her sound, and in these silent caves, any small noise would get you discovered. As the goblin approached her, she could see his ugly look and sharp fangs in the dim light. Now or never, she told herself when the goblin passed by her. She pounced at him and struck him in the neck where Tom told her the goblin's main artery should be. She used her penetrating dagger skill so that she would cut through the goblin's thick skin easily. The goblin didn't make a sound as its red eyes dimmed slowly. It was dead. Lily watched it as it turned into dust, leaving a stone dagger and a small red gem, which she quickly collected. According to Tom, these gems are used to create medicine and fix artifacts. They can be sold to merchants for a good profit. Her young master was a merchant too, so he would probably like these things, she thought before frowning as she remembered him. They had been in here for 24 hours already, and she did not find a trace of him. Is he doing fine? Does he need any help? She wanted to venture alone and find him, but she knew that such actions would be stupid. Her group was now resting in a chamber with a single entrance. Tom called it a safe area. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. She was tasked with guarding the entrance of the tunnel for the next 2 hours while they rested. She can't leave them. While she could easily get rid of lonely goblins, and 2 goblins won't be hard, however, any more than that would be dangerous. They have encountered groups of 5 goblins yesterday, but thanks to Tom's instructions they were able to safely get rid of them. He also taught Arya and Peter how to fight and defend themselves. Tom is not that bad after all, she whispered her thoughts. She quickly shook her head. Why was she thinking about Tom? Her young master was the only one in her heart. What was that? She thought as she saw a shadow approaching her from the dark. She activated her area inspection skill as she got her dagger ready. It was a strange monster. It had the structure and height of a man, but it had a black face, white disheveled hair and gray muddy rags covered its body. And the way it walked was very arrogant, as if the dungeon was its own playground. just like the way her young master would walk. What? You don't recognize your young master anymore? The monster asked, mimicking her young master's voice. Wait, isn't that the young master? She thought. Ah. Young master. Lily screamed and ran into Victor's arms, and put her head into his chest, so that he could embrace her tightly. I was very worried about you, young master, but I couldn't leave and search for you, she said as tears began to fall from her eyes. I am fine, I just had some things to do, he said as he patted her head. What happened to you? Young master, why are you covered with all this dust and mud? She asked him as she inspected his body. That's a long story, and I don't need your companions to discover my existence, so keep your voice down, he said, dodging her question as he checked the map to make sure that they were still in their place. Ah, sorry, she whispered. Tell me about everything that happened the moment you entered the dungeon, he said. Lily began to tell him about how she stayed with the others, how they awakened, about her conversation with Tom, and how they began to hunt for goblins as they searched the dungeon, making Victor frown when he heard that Arya was a merchant. But then he smiled, he can incorporate this into his plan. Thankfully he didn't intend to use a normal poison on Tom, as those can be healed quickly with a healing pill. What he is planning to use was considered medicine by the system, so system skills and medicines would not heal it. In his past life, it was used by one of the imperial concubines on the emperor. He heard that story from a close friend who worked at the palace and was responsible for the investigation. He thought silently about random things as he continued to listen to Lily speak about Tom's achievements. Tom taught us many things, he said. He was in 2 raids before she finished her tale, gaining herself a heavy slap on the butt. Ah, young master, why? She asked. Did you notice that for the last 15 minutes you have been doing nothing but praising that Tom? Weren't you just mumbling about him when you met me? He asked with a smile, making Lily shiver a little, then lower her head in shame. He has been watching her when she killed that goblin, he wanted to make sure that she was alone. I am sorry, young master, I don't know why, I just have this strange feeling about him, but I only have the young master in my heart, she said as a few tears dropped from her eyes. Victor knew exactly what was she feeling, it was Tom's fate beginning to affect her. She wants to like that Tom, but her connection with Victor was still stronger and was helping her resist. Don't worry, she heard her young master say as he pinched her chin and removed her veil on her mouth, before kissing her red lips softly. Lily froze in her place, she didn't expect that and didn't know what to do, but before she could savor the feeling of his lips, they left hers. She wanted more. He looked at her with a smirk and made Lily quickly hide her blushed face with her hand, it was as red as a tomato. This was her first kiss. This is not the right place nor the right time, he said as he patted her little head. I already activated my disguise skill, so they would not feel my existence, but we can't take much time, he continued. He needed to do this to break Tom's spell on her. And it seemed to have worked as he could feel the fate thread between him and her becoming more relaxed. Now, quickly. I need a change of clothes, do you have that backpack? He asked, waking her up from her trance. Lily quickly reached to a nearby crevice and took the backpack out, she didn't leave it with her companions as she didn't want them touching her young master's things. So she kept it near her when she was not carrying it. Victor took it from her, then grabbed some clothes from it to change into while Lily guarded him. The dungeon was a dangerous place. It's okay, there are no enemies so you can relax, he said with an evil smile. 9 goblins were waiting in the shadows, those were his newly acquired slaves. Young master, do you need that pickaxe? She asked him. No, not anymore, he said as he remembered the suffering he had to go through to achieve his goal. He did have the goblins to assist though. Now listen carefully, I need your help for the next plan, he said as he packed the dirty clothes in the bag. After about 2 hours, a herd of goblins will attack you. Just stay near Arya and protect her, and make sure not to kill any of them until Tom is injured. You can attack and kill them all after that, he said, he would not be needing those guys anymore. The young master plans to kill Tom? Lily asked nervously. Tom has helped her a lot, she didn't want him to die. No, he will live, and he will leave this dungeon without a speck of dust. It is just a little punishment for hitting on you, he said as he closed the bag and stood up. He felt the urgent need to get rid of that Tom, his effect on Lily was very strong. I will not travel with you, as I have to find the twins and guide them, they don't have a mentor like Tom. I will meet you at the boss's room, he said as he patted Lily's hair. She grabbed the corner of his shirt with her little hand, she didn't want to be separated from her young master again. Don't worry, I am stronger than you, and I will be fine. Just keep everything about our meeting a secret and act natural. You guys would need another day to reach the Goblin General, so make sure to rest well, no goblins will approach this area until the attack. And don't worry about me, I will be spending my times with the girls and they will pamper me well, he said with an evil smile. One of your companions seemed to be coming, so quickly put your veil on, I need to hide, see you tomorrow. He said as he quickly disappeared in the darkness before Lily could say anything. He was intentionally flaming her jealousy so that she would keep thinking about him and not pay attention to Tom. Soon footsteps could be heard, and Peter, who woke up to pee, passed by Lily, who was watching Victor's disappearing shadow in the darkness. Miss Lily, sorry to disturb you, but it's nature's call, he said. She didn't answer, just kicked his ass, sending him face down into the dirt. You stay and guard here. I will go get some sleep, she said as she grabbed her backpack and headed towards the safe area. Leaving Peter wondering, how did I upset her, he thought, not knowing that he had just ruined a young maiden's secret affair.